Beneath moonlight, Rawan approached Lord Darius Robert, expecting a fatal mission. Remaining alert, he relied on refined assassin instincts while observing carefully. Meanwhile, Darius welcomed Rawan's return with quiet confidence and authority. Acknowledging success, Darius praised Shadow's rapid growth through Rawan's achievements. Without hesitation, Rawan maintained perfect obedience and concealed his true intentions. Soon afterward, Darius questioned whether Shadows deserved genuine freedom. Following doctrine, Rawan insisted assassins existed only to obey masters. Unexpectedly, Darius exposed Rawan's broken indoctrination and independent actions. Instantly, shock overwhelmed Rawan after hearing the accusation. Then, Darius revealed Shadow kidnapped children for ruthless training. Relentless conditioning transformed innocent victims into loyal assassins for House Robert. Recalling past missions, Rawan remembered breaking those invisible mental chains. Confused, Rawan wondered how Darius discovered his freedom. Calmly, Darius revealed every assassin carried 2 bindings. Finally, he prepared to explain the remaining restraint. Suddenly, unbearable pain erupted as a hidden curse activated inside Rawan's body. Dark energy surrounded him while his heart felt violently torn apart. Meanwhile, Darius calmly revealed the rage worm was devouring Rawan's heart. Next, Darius explained the parasite obeyed every command and sensed emotions. Despite the agony, Rawan mocked Darius for believing fear controlled him. Instead, he declared caution had always guided his actions. Afterward, Rawan recalled being kidnapped as a child and raised as a shadow. Brutal training stole his freedom, replacing hope with endless bloodshed. Ultimately, he questioned why death remained his only reward. Even while collapsing, Rawan refused to surrender to despair. Determination alone forced his battered body back onto its feet. Watching silently, Darius questioned his impossible resolve. Driven by rage, Rawan charged despite overwhelming pain. His final goal became severing Darius's arm before dying. Roaring fiercely, Rawan launched his desperate last attack. Refusing a pathetic death, Rawan unleashed every remaining ounce of strength against Darius. Blinding sword energy burst forward, forcing Darius to defend unexpectedly. Although defeated, Rawan's desperate strike finally wounded Darius. Watching the injury, Darius admitted Rawan had resisted both pain and indoctrination. Calmly, he ordered the surviving assassins to dispose of the dying shadow. Lying motionless, Rawan refused to accept such an ending. Memories returned as Rawan recalled a childhood stolen by ruthless kidnappers. Years of bloodshed left him with nothing except endless regret. Instead of freedom, death became the only reward awaiting him. Facing death, Rawan regretted wasting his entire life serving Darius. Another regret surfaced because he never mastered the Ring of Fire. Even so, his heart still longed for revenge. Desperately, Rawan begged any higher being to punish Darius. Suddenly, a mysterious blue light answered his final wish. An unknown power selected wrath, but an error appeared because Rawan's body had already died, awakening peacefully. Rawan found himself reborn as a helpless infant. Smiling warmly, Sylvia showered him with affection while calling him Sunshine. Gradually, Rawan accepted that he had become Sylvia's baby. Although confused, Rawan retained every memory from his previous life. Meanwhile, Sylvia lovingly cared for him inside a luxurious, noble residence. Hearing her excitement, Rawan realized she planned to give him a meaningful name. Observing the mansion, Rawan concluded he belonged to a wealthy, influential family. However, revenge against Darius remained his greatest motivation. Deep inside, hatred survived even after death and reincarnation. Knowing little, Rawan decided patience was his greatest weapon. Instead of rushing, he carefully studied his new surroundings and circumstances. Memories of his assassin life reminded him endurance always brought opportunities. Recalling House Robert, Rawan strengthened his determination for revenge. Someday, he vowed to destroy Darius with his own hands. Until then, Rawan calmly concealed every emotion while awaiting the perfect moment. Examining the enormous mansion, Rawan realized his new family possessed extraordinary wealth and influence. Suddenly, frightened servants announced the Lord's unexpected arrival. Hearing the word, "Father," Rawan immediately became curious about his new parent. Panicked, Sylvia hurried toward the entrance before the Lord reached her room. Heavy footsteps echoed through the mansion, carrying overwhelming pressure with every step. Even as a baby, Rawan sensed the terrifying presence approaching. Finally, Sylvia stood before the imposing Lord while holding Rawan carefully. Without changing expression, the man calmly asked whether Rawan was the child. Nervously, Rawan studied the stern figure before him. Towering proudly, Glenn Zagart revealed the dignity of the continent's strongest house. His overwhelming aura instantly surpassed anyone Rawan had ever encountered. Silently, Rawan realized he had reincarnated into the legendary Zieghart family. At that moment, determination quietly replaced his uncertainty. Someday Rawan would grow strong enough to fulfill his revenge. Until then, he carefully observed every member of his powerful new family. Holding the infant, Glenn officially named the boy Rawan, without emotion. He ordered Rawan to live quietly like a hidden shadow. At last, Rawan recovered the name lost in his previous life. Later, sleeping alone finally gave Rawan time to think calmly. Meanwhile, Sylvia continued raising him with sincere love and care. Determined, Rawan secretly began practicing the Ring of Fire, remembering past knowledge. He recalled its unique cultivation method. Unlike ordinary techniques, it absorbed natural energy through special mana circulation. Confidently, Rawan believed it would strengthen his future swordsmanship. Another advantage kept the Ring of Fire hidden from detection. Patiently, Rawan planned to master Zieghart's swordsmanship. Eventually, revenge against Arus became possible. However, intense cold blocked nearly every mana circuit. Carefully, Rawan analyzed the frozen pathways. Resolutely, he used the Ring of Fire to overcome the deadly cold. Late at night, Rawan quietly continued cultivating the Ring of Fire inside his crib. Suddenly, exhaustion overwhelmed his infant body before the training finished. Frustrated, he realized his physical limits still restrained his progress. Meanwhile, Glenn silently entered the nursery while Rawan pretended to sleep. Without hesitation, Glenn gently checked the sleeping child's condition. Afterward, he quietly left the room without disturbing anyone. Later, Sylvia happily encouraged Rawan as he practiced crawling. Despite cooperating, Rawan felt embarrassed, acting like an ordinary baby internally. He endured the awkward situation while hiding his mature mind. Soon afterward, Sylvia introduced Rawan to an elderly wandering saint. Recognizing the visitor, Rawan realized the famous healer had arrived. Curiously, the old saint observed the child with a warm smile. Known across the continent, the saint possessed unmatched healing abilities. Carefully, he examined Rawan's appearance while speaking with Sylvia. Finally, the saint asked Sylvia to reveal the child's name. After hearing Rawan's name, the wandering saint questioned Glenn's unusual choice. Recalling Glenn's harsh reputation, he wondered why the child received such a name. Smiling kindly, the old saint gently carried Rawan into his arms. Extending glowing energy, the saint carefully examined Rawan's small body. Moments later, his expression darkened after sensing a serious condition. Anxiously, Sylvia listened as the saint revealed the curse of frost. Explaining calmly, the saint described frozen mana circuits blocking Rawan's growth. Sadly, he warned Rawan would survive, but never live normally without treatment. Heartbroken, Sylvia refused to believe the painful diagnosis. Before leaving, the saint promised to discuss the matter with Glenn. Watching silently, Rawan finally learned his illness's true name. Nevertheless, he remained confident in the Ring of Fire. Although Rawan stayed calm, Sylvia struggled to accept reality. Tears filled her eyes as fear overwhelmed every hopeful thought. Holding Rawan tightly, Sylvia vowed she would never let him die. Sylvia tearfully promised she would do everything possible to save Rawan. Watching her suffer, Rawan felt unfamiliar pain filling his heart. Instinctively, he reached out, hoping to comfort his grieving mother. Gently, Rawan wiped Sylvia's tears with his tiny hand. Surprised, Sylvia froze after feeling his affectionate touch. Softly, Rawan called her mama, leaving Sylvia deeply moved. Meanwhile, Glenn entered after hearing the commotion inside the room. Ignoring everyone, Sylvia desperately tried protecting Rawan from interference. Coldly, Glenn criticized her emotional behavior before the gathered servants. Without hesitation, Sylvia knelt before the family head. Humbly, she begged for Rawan's life, despite her shattered pride. Silently, the entire room watched Sylvia's desperate plea to save her son. Inside the grand hall of the Zieghart mansion, Sylvia kneels before Glenn Zieghart, the powerful head of the family. With tears in her eyes, she desperately begs him to save her son. Rasan. The room is silent as servants and guards watch the tense scene. Sylvia explains that Rasan's condition is serious, but she believes the child has the potential to become a martial artist in the future. Glenn listens calmly while drinking tea, showing little emotion at first. He questions why the family should help a child who may not contribute to the Zieghart family's strength. Despite his cold response, Sylvia continues pleading, refusing to give up on her son. As the tension grows, an older advisor beside Glenn speaks about Rayan's illness. He explains that Rayan's 9 mana circuits are blocked by cold energy, preventing proper aura circulation. This condition makes the child extremely weak, yet the advisor warns that if Rakan survives and grows older, the power inside him may become dangerous. Glenn silently considers this information while observing Sylvia's determination. Ladder medicine prepared by a saint is brought to help the baby. Sylvia carefully feeds the medicine to Radon, while anxiously watching him. After swallowing it, Radon suddenly reacts and moves energetically. Seeing this change, Sylvia and the maid feel relieved as the baby finally shows signs of recovery. Sylvia spends most of her days caring for Rasen inside the mansion, while continuing to give him the medicine prepared by the saint. Although the medicine helps stabilize his fragile body, Rasen knows his condition is still unusual. 2 years pass as he secretly trains while taking the medicine. Through constant effort, he begins practicing the Ring of Fire technique he remembered from his past life. Despite his young body and weak stamina, he slowly strengthens his control over mana. After continuous training, Radon finally succeeds in forming the 2-star Ring of Fire, proving that his effort is producing results. Now 5 years old, Radon sits quietly in his room while observing the mysterious blue status window that only he can see. The window shows information about his current abilities and confirms the progress of his Ring of Fire technique. The maid Helen enters the room to check on him, but she cannot see the strange window floating before him. Rasan quickly hides his reaction and continues acting like a normal child. During these years, Sylvia and Helen constantly watch over him, treating him with extreme care because of his fragile condition. Even so, Rasan continues training in secret. He understands that the bitter cold curse still weakens his body, but he believes mastering the Ring of Fire and learning Zaghart swordsmanship will eventually give him the strength to face powerful enemies in the future. Rayon continues training quietly in his room, understanding that he cannot rush his growth because his body is still weak. Even though the bitter cold curse limits his stamina, he believes steady progress will eventually free him from the curse. Remembering the powerful technique called the Ring of Fire from his previous life, he slowly rebuilds his strength and control. Raikon also recalls the person who created that technique and promises himself that one day he will surpass the limits of his fragile body. One morning, Sylvia enters Raycon's room and prepares him for an important event. She tells him that the Zaghart family, one of the 6 great powers on the continent, will hold their judgment ceremony today. This ceremony determines the potential and future of the children in the family. Ron travels with Sylvia to the Grand Zaghart estate, where nobles and warriors gather. Many people whisper about Sylvia and her child, questioning why they have appeared at such an important event. Inside the magnificent hall, tension fills the air as powerful family members take their places. Soon, Glenn Zaghart, the patriarch and ruler of the family, enters and sits upon his throne. The hall becomes silent as the ceremony begins. A powerful magical device activates to measure the children's abilities, standing calmly among the participants. Rayon prepares himself as the judgment ceremony finally begins. Inside the grand hall of the Zaghart family, the judgment ceremony began as a massive sword stood at the center of a glowing magic circle. One by one, children approached the sword to reveal their natural attributes. The hall remained quiet while the elders carefully observed the reactions produced by the weapon. The ceremony was an important tradition used to determine the potential and talent of the young members of the family. When Ronan Slyan stepped forward, the sword released a strong wind attribute that swirled around the chamber. The surrounding nobles reacted with interest as the wind energy spread across the hall. Elders calmly evaluated the result, noting that the wind attribute was well suited for swordsmanship and showed clear potential for growth. Meanwhile, Rayon Zaghart watched silently from his seat. Although the ceremony revealed talent, he calmly analyzed the energy and the structure of the test, instead of focusing on the praise given to other children. His sharp red eyes remained steady while he judged the meaning of the results. After several participants completed the test, the official finally called the next name. The hall turned quiet again, as Razan Zaghart was summoned to step forward and face the sword. As Rayton Zaghart stepped forward during the judgment ceremony, the massive stone sword suddenly reacted the moment he approached. Golden energy burst out violently and spiraled around the weapon, filling the hall with powerful light. The sudden surge shocked everyone watching. Ron remained calm, but inside his mind a strange vision appeared. A gigantic dragon-like presence emerged within the swirling power, its enormous eyes staring down as if examining his existence. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Rakan continued to observe the phenomenon carefully. The golden aura wrapped around the sword and expanded through the chamber before exploding upward in a massive column of light. The energy then compressed back into the sword, creating a powerful shockwave that shook the hall. For a brief moment, the stone sword seemed to acknowledge Rayon's presence before the light slowly faded. When the energy disappeared, Silence filled the hall. Many nobles looked confused because the sword did not clearly display a normal attribute like the previous children. Some began whispering while questioning Rayon's talent. However, Glenzagert immediately ended the noise and ordered everyone to leave the chamber. The massive doors closed, leaving only the elders and the stone sword standing quietly inside the hall. When Rakon Zagart finally stepped forward, the stone sword suddenly reacted with violent energy. A brilliant golden light erupted from the weapon and spiraled upward, filling the hall with intense power. The sword trembled as blazing golden flames spread across the chamber. Even the nobles and elders watching the ceremony were shocked by the sudden phenomenon. Rayon stood quietly while the overwhelming energy gathered around the sword. The power continued to expand as the golden aura grew brighter, shining like the sun. Glenzagart watched carefully as the sword released a rare power never seen in generations. According to the ancient records of the Zeghart family, this phenomenon only appeared once in their history. The golden mana burning around the sword was known as the legendary Golden Flames, a power belonging to a man who possessed extraordinary potential, despite the incredible reaction. Rason later discovered his status window still carried the bitter cursed curse, which limited his stamina and physical ability. However, he also possessed the Ring of Fire, a special trait connected to flame power. 7 years passed after that ceremony, and Rafwan continued to grow stronger while carefully developing his abilities. By the time he turned 12 years old, he had already begun shaping the path of his own power. 7 years had passed since the judgment ceremony in the Zagart family. During that time, Rhaegon Zagart trained constantly and finally reached the level required to handle the fire ring. Sitting quietly outside under the bright sky, Rhaegon reflected on how his endurance and physical strength had improved. His tolerance for pain and cold had grown far beyond what he had in his previous life. While he was thinking about his training progress, Sylvia Zagart called him and reminded him that the family elders were waiting. Rhaegon calmly followed her toward the mansion where the ceremony would begin. Inside the grand hall of the Zagart estate, the elders gathered to judge the children who had finished their early training. Rhaegon entered the hall alongside Sylvia, attracting attention from the nobles present. The elders recognized him as the boy who had endured the harsh cold training. Some questioned whether he had properly completed the required basic training. Others doubted his background and wondered why a child from a line that once left the family had returned to stand among them. Despite the murmurs, Ronan remained calm and watched everything quietly. The elders then directed their focus towards Sylvia. They declared that anyone carrying the Zeghart name must live according to its rules and strength. If she could not accept that standard, she would have to leave the family again with her child. Sylvia stood silently as the nobles whispered around her. Rekhan observed the scene and finally understood why Sylvia had once been treated poorly within the family. Rekhan Zeghart stepped forward in the grand hall, while the nobles continued to question Sylvia. Watching his mother being humiliated reminded Ran of the life he once lived as an assassin. He declared that he was Sylvia's son and could not remain silent while she was treated unfairly. Ignoring the surprised reactions of the elders, Rekhan calmly announced that he would attend the upcoming training. His words carried determination as he walked forward alone in the large hall. Faye, the martial hall master, questioned Rakon's confidence, reminding him that living under the Zeghart name carried heavy responsibility. As Rakon repeated his intention to train, the family head released a powerful aura across the hall. The pressure forced Rakon to his knees, showing the enormous difference in power. Despite the overwhelming force, Rayon kept his gaze steady. Sylvia quickly rushed to protect him and pleaded for the pressure to stop, explaining that Rayon was still too young for such a burden. While the hall fell silent, memories of Rayon's previous life surfaced in his mind. In the past, he lived only in darkness as a cold assassin who always walked beside death. However, that life was over. Rayon slowly stood again and resolved that he would no longer live as the assassin Laenon. Instead, he would move forward as Rhaegon Zagart and regain the position that Sylvia deserved within the family. Rhaegon Zagart stood quietly in the grand hall after declaring his determination. When questioned about his reasons, Rhaegon admitted he did not fully know what path awaited him. However, he clearly understood one thing: he would live as Rhaegon Zagart, protect Sylvia, and gain the strength necessary to change their future. Memories of peaceful moments with Sylvia strengthened his resolve. The smiles of the people he cared about became the reason he decided to move forward rather than return to the darkness of his former life. Ran then bowed respectfully toward the family head and the elders. He stated that he would attend the training and prove his ability so that he would not bring shame to the Zagart name. Inside his mind, he remembered the countless years he had spent surviving as an assassin who always lived beside death. Now, however, he wished to use that experience to grow stronger in a different way. With firm determination, Rayon vowed that he would demonstrate how powerful he could become. Later, outside the mansion, young warriors continued their training while the elders discussed what had happened in the hall. Karun Zaghart, the martial hall master, began to suspect that Rakon's endurance and behavior were unusual for a child. Believing something strange was happening around Sylvia and her son, he secretly ordered a maid to watch their residence and report everything that occurred there. Meanwhile, Rayon continued running through the training grounds, unaware that he was now under quiet observation. At Zaghart 5th Training Hall, the Patriarch arrives, greeted respectfully by gathered warriors observing quietly. Inside the hall, Limmer Diaz rests casually, pretending sleep, while sensing the Patriarch approaching. The Patriarch immediately recognizes Limmer's act. Limmer Diaz reveals awareness, explaining sleeping techniques fail because his senses remain active. The Patriarch observes training results, noting other instructors struggle while Limmer guides disciples effectively. Limmer calmly explains his unique method, training mind and body together, unlike ordinary instructors. The Patriarch questions Limmer, asking whether he came regarding the youngest grandson's training. Limmer learns Sylvia requested the Patriarch's presence, concerned about Rakon's safety during training. The Patriarch warns Limmer not to interfere, reminding him about promises regarding the training hall. Limmer firmly declares he will not make exceptions, even for the Patriarch's youngest grandson. The Patriarch unexpectedly agrees, allowing Limmer to continue training the grandson without interference. Limmer reacts with surprise, realizing the Patriarch truly accepts strict training without protecting family. He teasing the Patriarch while acknowledging the grandson's talent and determination. He explained that the weak students will fail naturally, leaving only capable warriors worthy of training. After the discussion, Limmer dismisses the Patriarch and calmly wonders about the grandson Rayon. Rayon examines a magical status window showing the 3rd ring of fire achieved. The system reports improved mana sensitivity, mental strength, stamina, and resistance to cold, recalling his mother, Sylvia, stopping his reckless training earlier. Rakon realizes the magical window accelerates growth. He reflects quietly, realizing Zaghart's harsh training is only the beginning of survival. Determined, Rakon decides to surpass every rival and silence those who mocked him. He sets a final goal, promising himself to one day defeat the legendary Heavenly Sword Saint late at night. Rakon sits awake until his mother gently calls his name. Sylvia enters the room, noticing Rakon still awake before his first training day. She sits beside him, worried about the difficult training awaiting him tomorrow. Sylvia sincerely asks Rayon to reconsider the dangerous training hall and its hardships. She remembers his childhood promise, suggesting he could train later after resting safely. Rayon refuses firmly, recalling painful memories and refusing to tolerate their humiliating faces. He calmly explains training success might stop nobles from treating Sylvia with disrespect. Sylvia listens quietly, realizing Ron already understands their lonely situation within the Zaghart family. She prepares to reveal the painful truth about their separation and rumors. His mother recalls meeting Rayon's father during a dangerous mission long ago. Unable to stay beside him, she sealed her mana core and left. Sylvia reveals Rayon once had an older sister named Sia. She remembers peaceful days before Eden's assassins suddenly ambushed their family. Ron's father fought bravely, but Sylvia was pregnant and their strength insufficient. Surrounded by enemies, Sylvia realizes helplessly that escape or victory was impossible. Sylvia explains Ron's father secretly hired guards, but they arrived too late. By the time help arrived, Rayon's father and sister were already killed. Overcome with guilt and grief, Sylvia returned to the Zaghart family alone. Sylvia quietly wonders if leaving the family earlier was selfish. Rayon remembers how others insulted Sylvia and blamed her for everything. Despite rumors, Rayon recognizes Sylvia as the only mother he truly had. He asks Sylvia if she regrets leaving the family long ago. Sylvia recalls peaceful memories with Rayon's father and feels satisfied with those days. Hearing Sylvia's feelings, Rayon calmly accepts her past and comforts her silently. Rayon reassures Sylvia calmly, saying he is fine and she should not worry. Rayon reflects privately that despite accusations, Sylvia remains his only true mother. Determined, Rayon plans to regain Sylvia's honor by succeeding within the Zaghart family. Sylvia suddenly cries loudly, overwhelmed, after hearing Rayon's sincere determination and resolve. Rayon awkwardly watches his mother crying, confused by the sudden emotional reaction. Later that night, Rayon prepares to rest before tomorrow's harsh training hall challenge. Rayon sits cross-legged on his bed, focusing carefully on controlling the ring of fire. The mana rings spin faster. Now that Ron reached the 3rd star stage, blue energy swirls violently around Ron as he experiments with intermediate control levels. Ron meditates as blazing blue energy erupts around him, signaling a powerful awakening moment. A mysterious demonic presence senses Ron's deep rage and begins responding to it. A strange system message appears, announcing the creation and awakening of the rage trait. Ron meditates when blue flames surge violently, revealing a strange demonic presence before him. The mysterious entity senses Ron's rage and offers power for revenge through sacrifice. Ron stays cautious, realizing the entity awakened because of the hatred inside him. The demonic entity, named Wrath, studies Rayon carefully, surprised that the overwhelming rage belongs to a child. Wrath explains Rayon's deep hatred awakened dark power, sleeping within his soul. The entity promises revenge if Rayon sacrifices body and soul willingly. Rayon refuses immediately, determined to achieve revenge without relying on demonic assistance. He declares he will defeat Daruth himself and reject power gained from others. Wrath smiles darkly, announcing its decision regardless of Rayon's resistance. Ran watches the blue flames carefully, confused about the strange power surrounding him. Suddenly Wrath expands violently, demanding Ran surrender his body to gain revenge. Blue flames surge forward aggressively, surrounding Rayon as the entity attempts to overpower him. Wrath instructs Rayon to recall Daruth and awaken deeper rage inside his heart. Rayon kneels painfully as Wrathic energy pushes harder, trying to awaken hatred. Wrath observes Rayon closely, enjoying how his emotions continuously stimulate growing rage. The entity promises brutal revenge against Daruth if Rayon willingly surrenders his body. Rayon remembers Sylvia and the maids, realizing surrender would destroy everything precious. Wrath declares Rayon must accept its power because the decision is already made. Its flame expands violently, attempting to swallow Rayon completely within its raging power. Rayon struggles painfully as overwhelming energy tears through his body and mind. Realizing death is near, Rayon desperately searches for a method to survive. Rayon endures the burning energy, relying on his strong resistance to freezing flames. He decides to push the ring of fire faster despite the dangerous strain. Wrath becomes shocked as Rayon's energy suddenly resists its control. It realizes Rayon awakened power earlier than expected, despite being human. Rayon focuses his will firmly, declaring he will obtain revenge by himself. Wrath threatens Rayon, but he refuses to surrender his body. It realizes Rayon resists control and begins losing influence over him. Ron thinks carefully, understanding Wrath mentioned awakening and hidden powers within him. A glowing system window appears suddenly, announcing that extra abilities have been unlocked. Ron studies the strange authority status window, noticing detailed information displayed clearly before him. Wrath angrily claims the system belongs to him but refuses explaining its purpose. Rayon calmly observes the spirit, realizing it cannot hide emotions whenever Wrath appears. He concludes the system increased the effectiveness of the Ring of Fire greatly. Wrath becomes furious, demanding both the system authority and Rayon's body immediately. It attacks violently, rushing forward as blue flames swirl aggressively toward Rayon. Rayon releases mana toward the blue spirit, testing whether physical energy can affect it. The attack fails because the entity lacks a physical form and cannot be harmed. Rayon realizes only he can sense the spirit since nobody arrived despite the disturbance. He gathers mana again and pushes the spirit away using concentrated internal energy. Wrath reveals a bracelet seal binding its power, but promises eventual recovery. It warns Rayon that it will remain beside him until the day he dies. Rayon views the spirit as a parasite, but decides removing it now is risky. He notices Sylvia sleeping nearby and quietly resolves to recover strength first. Looking outside at the moonlit mansion, Rayon calmly prepares for tomorrow's training. Morning sunlight spreads across the mountains while the Sieghart mansion awakens quietly for training day. Inside the mansion, his mother and Helen worry about Ron facing harsh training today. Rayon appears calmly, ready for training, then leaves confidently toward the Sieghart training hall. Sylvia and Helen stand outside the mansion while Rayon prepares to leave for training today. His mother worries silently, her expression showing concern about the dangerous training awaiting Rayon soon. Before leaving, Sylvia encourages Rayon and expresses trust in his determination and strength. Rayon waves goodbye confidently, while Sylvia and Helen watch him from the mansion gate. Helen reassures Sylvia that Rayon improved greatly and might successfully endure the harsh training. Sylvia admits Ron changed significantly but still worries about the hardships awaiting him ahead. Inside the mansion earlier, Sylvia hugged Rayon tightly while encouraging him before training. Rayon promises confidently he will not get hurt and will return stronger after training. As he walks away alone, Sylvia silently prays for his safe return. Rayon arrives at Sieghart 5th Training Hall, observing large crowds gathering before the entrance. Students from direct lineage, vassal families, and outsiders gather to begin difficult training. Rayon quietly studies the surroundings, realizing many competitors aim to enter the top ranks. Several students notice Rayon and whisper while observing his appearance and unfamiliar presence. They mock Rayon's fragile look, questioning why someone weak joined this brutal training. One student insults Rayon's bracelet, drawing attention and provoking his silent reaction. The blue demon near Rayon, reflecting the anger triggered by the student's insults. Rayon calmly confronts them, demanding they speak directly instead of whispering behind him. The bullies respond arrogantly, claiming Ranon lacks status because he is not direct lineage. Ranon calmly questions the boys' arrogance, pointing out their rude tone and lack of manners. The angry student attempts attacking Ron, suddenly unable to accept the calm response. Rayon reacts instantly, stopping the attack effortlessly while maintaining his composed expression. Buran Zagart interrupts the conflict, declaring the training session will begin soon. Recognizing Buran's authority, the bullies immediately apologize and step back nervously. Buran confronts Rasun directly, questioning whether he understands his position within the clan. He coldly insults Rasun, declaring someone like him is nothing more than dust nearby. Students whisper, believing Rasun manipulated the situation to attract attention from the patriarch. Buran orders Rayon to leave immediately, warning weak participants will fail the brutal training. Rayon sharply rebukes Buran, exposing arrogance and reminding him direct lineage grants no authority. Buran turns angrily, questioning Raytion's audacity, despite lacking official trainee status within the hall. Raytion coldly hints Buran's confidence depends entirely on his powerful father's reputation. As tension escalates, Limmer suddenly arrives through the gate, interrupting the confrontation immediately, laughing casually. Limmer mocks their childish behavior while observing both boys carefully. Students recognize Limmer instantly, whispering about the legendary swordsman overseeing their training. Buran reluctantly calms himself, realizing the instructor now watches the situation closely. Standing before the assembled trainees, Limmer introduces himself as the instructor responsible. He explains many participants gathered this year, so tests will reduce numbers quickly. Limmer announces only a quarter of trainees will remain after the selection tests today. The gathered students react with shock, realizing most participants will fail immediately. Rayon silences an angry student, preventing unnecessary conflict before the instructor continues speaking. Limmer confidently declares his authority, explaining his decisions cannot be questioned within training. He casually sits above the trainees, daring anyone to complain to the patriarch. With a playful smile, Limmer suddenly commands everyone to begin running immediately. Confused trainees hesitate briefly before finally starting the exhausting running test together. Limmer explains physical endurance and mental strength form the foundation of martial training. Running steadily, Rason calmly plans to outlast the fastest students during the test. Limmer observes the trainees carefully, focusing on their endurance, potential, and mental strength. Rason runs steadily among the crowd, determined to endure the test until the end. At the front, Buran and Runan maintain impressive speed, showing their natural talent. Watching instructors note Buran and Runan's speed, recognizing their outstanding stamina and skill. They discuss how remarkable their abilities are, despite being only 12 years old. One instructor suddenly notices Rakon running steadily behind the leaders during the test. Despite illness and fatigue, Rakon continues running persistently, refusing to fall behind. Other trainees believe Rakon will collapse soon, assuming his endurance will fail. Limmer watches Rakon with curiosity, intrigued by the boy's unusual persistence and resolve. He recalls the patriarch's ability to predict futures through calculating people's strength and potential. The patriarch could foresee the futures of most children within the Zaghart family. However, when observing Rayon, neither Limmer nor the patriarch could perceive his future. Limmer concludes Rayon might surpass him someday, making the boy impossible to measure. Meanwhile, other trainees laugh, mocking Rayon for falling far behind during the run. Despite exhaustion, Rayon continues running, refusing to believe he will collapse. Some trainees question why endless running is considered proper training for warriors. Rayon remembers surviving brutal hunts from starving beasts during his past life. Comparing those experiences, Rayon realizes this exhausting run feels surprisingly easy. The students continue running relentlessly across the training field. Limmer watches silently, confused how Rakhan still moves despite surpassing normal stamina limits. Ron pushes forward stubbornly, refusing to stop even though his body already reached exhaustion. Limmer recalls warriors who survived deadly battles share similar determination and mental resilience. He becomes interested, recognizing unusual potential within the young trainee Rayon Zaghart. Buran runs ahead confidently, shocked when Rayon continues chasing despite earlier weakness. AA report explains, Rayon suffers the curse of frost, yet possesses unusual mental strength. Burin grows irritated, frustrated that Rayon continues challenging expectations during training. Determined to prove superiority, Burin releases aura power and accelerates forward during the race. Runan runs ahead steadily, while Ran follows closely, maintaining relentless pace during the training. He notices Runan's composure, realizing his determination exceeds typical noble trainees. Ran ignores competition, focusing only on enduring the trial against his limits. Many trainees collapse exhausted while observers question how Ran continues running. Ran refuses defeat, forcing his body forward despite severe exhaustion. He decides to rely on his mental discipline rather than physical strength. Ran activates the Ring of Fire to maintain stamina despite overwhelming fatigue. A hidden demonic entity awakens, mocking Ray Khan's struggle and tempting control over his body. Ignoring Wrath's voice, Ray Khan focuses solely on surpassing Burin during the trial. Ray Khan suddenly feels overwhelming rage spreading through his mind. While continuing the brutal training run, blue freezing energy erupts violently as the hidden demonic power begins affecting Rayan's body. Despite the violent surge of rage, Rayan forces himself to endure and keep running. Wrath appears beside Rayan, mocking him and boasting that no human withstands its rage. Rayan clutches his chest while Wrath challenges his endurance and threatens control. Refusing surrender, Rayan continues running while resisting Wrath's overwhelming influence. Wrath grows furious, shouting that Rayan's determination prevents its rage from controlling him. Rasan's body weakens as exhaustion worsens, yet he keeps moving across the training field, barely breathing and vision fading. Rasan wonders silently whether he finally reached his limit. Several trainees collapse exhausted while the running test finally reaches its brutal conclusion. Ran stops running and bends forward heavily, barely standing after pushing beyond his limits. Runan quietly observes Ran, surprised by his stubborn endurance during the exhausting trial. Wrath reappears beside Ran, irritated that its rage failed to control him. Rayan realizes enduring the rage strengthened his body and accelerated his physical growth. A system window appears, announcing increased experience after surpassing his physical limits. Wrath complains loudly, confused why Ranan gained benefits from resisting its rage. Limmer appears before the trainees, announcing the end of the running endurance test. The exhausted trainees listen carefully, waiting nervously for what comes after the test. Limmer casually reveals he allowed only a quarter of trainees to continue deliberately. The exhausted trainees protest angrily, realizing many collapsed because they trusted his words. Limmer warns that repeating today's results means most trainees will fail the program. He explains many trainees used aura secretly yet still collapsed before finishing. Only Ran endured until the end, surprising everyone watching the brutal trial. Limmer approaches Rakan calmly, acknowledging him as the only trainee who completed it. The trainees are now provisional members of the Zeghart training program. Official trainee promotion requires surviving 6 months of brutal training. He smiles mischievously, revealing he will personally choose several trainees himself. Later, Limmer discovers someone resting inside the forest near the training grounds. The Patriarch approaches Limmer, curious about the instructor's observations during the test. Limmer calmly explains the Patriarch likely watched the entire trial already. The Patriarch praises Burin and Runan, acknowledging their strong talent among trainees. Limmer admits many trainees show potential to become capable Zeghart fighters. However, Limmer confesses he still cannot properly judge Rayan's abilities. Limmer admits Razan's broken mana core should prevent him from performing normally. Despite this mystery, Limmer feels excitement about the unusual trainee's future potential. The Patriarch warns Limmer to remain focused on his duties and avoid distractions. Limmer calmly claims someone among the trainees will inherit his future position someday. The Patriarch dismisses the thought, insisting such expectations are merely coincidence and unrealistic. Limmer smiles knowingly, confident the strange trainee will eventually prove the Patriarch mistaken. Rakan finishes intense training while other trainees watch, surprised by his persistence and stamina. Several trainees whisper among themselves, doubting how Rakan endured such exhausting training today. Crane Zeghart appears among them, clearly irritated by Rakan's unexpected endurance during training. He confidently claims Raynon only survived training because he secretly used miracle medicine. Other trainees imagine the saint's rare medicine, realizing such power could extend endurance. Smirking confidently, Crane decides Rayon should learn a harsh lesson for arrogance. Crane suddenly attacks, kicking Rayon violently and knocking him onto the ground. He demands explanation while accusing Rayon of cheating through forbidden miracle medicine. Rayon calmly understands their anger, realizing jealousy caused their reckless confrontation today. Several trainees surround Rakan, pretending calm while secretly preparing to attack him. They mocks Ra confidently, believing their numbers will easily overpower him tonight. Crane suddenly throws a punch, beginning the violent confrontation against Rakan. Ran quickly reacts, striking first and shocking the trainees with unexpected speed. One attacker receives a direct punch, collapsing instantly while others freeze in disbelief. Raon continues attacking, moving rapidly between enemies, while the small spirit watches shocked. Crane falls unconscious on the ground as Ray Khan stands calmly among defeated trainees. Ray Khan coldly declares the conversation continues, while gripping his injured chest firmly. Another trainee charges angrily, but Ray Khan counters immediately with another powerful strike. Ron stands calmly while defeated trainees struggle on the ground, shocked by his strength. Another trainee attacks suddenly, but Ron immediately counters with a powerful strike. Wrath watches excitedly as Ron continues defeating attackers effortlessly. The remaining trainees collapse, coughing painfully after Raytheon overwhelms them during the fight. Crane and the others desperately beg Raytheon to stop, as fear replaces arrogance. Before ending the fight, Raytheon demands an explanation from Crane. Ron questions Crane about who ordered the attack against him tonight. Shocked, Crane insists the attack happened without Master Burin knowing anything. Ronan realizes Burin was unrelated, concluding his hatred toward Ronan is limited. He warns Crane to remain silent about their fight and never spread rumors afterward. Crane nervously promises silence, terrified after witnessing Rakan's overwhelming strength during the confrontation. Rathan leaves calmly, while the defeated trainees slowly retreat into the forest hidden nearby. Limmer Diaz observes the fight quietly without revealing his presence. Limmer compares Rakan's determination to the Patriarch's youth and recognizes his unusual talent. Growing curious, Limmer decides to watch Rakan's development more closely in the future. Later that night, Rathan receives a system message confirming the conditions were fulfilled. The system rewards Rayon with increased agility, acknowledging his actions during the fight. Wrath explains Rayon absorbed power from the raging energy through victory, it complaining about his lack of gratitude. Rayon listens calmly, while the spirit suddenly proposes a dangerous bet. Wrath promises rewards if Rayon wins but threatens punishment through increasing rage. A glowing system window appears, revealing the bet's condition about passing the training test. Wrath explains Rayon may gain stronger traits if he succeeds. Ron studies the strange ability card, curious about the mysterious trait options. He asks Wrath about the meaning behind the rage penalty. Wrath explains rage will grow within Rasan as part of the contract. It warns that overwhelming rage could eventually destroy Rasan's control completely. Rayon calmly analyzes the spirit's proposal, concluding the creature rarely lies about rewards. He considers the risk carefully, understanding the reward greatly surpasses the possible danger. Remembering his past life, Rayon decides he has advantages others cannot match. After thinking briefly, Rayon confidently accepts the dangerous bet offered by Wrath. Wrath smiles widely as the system confirms Rayon accepted the bet. Rayon believes his experience from a previous life will help him succeed. Morning arrives at the training grounds as exhausted trainees collapse after brutal running drills. The trainees complain about pain, while struggling to stand after the intense exercise. Watching them, Limmer Diaz relaxes calmly and jokes about their ridiculous posture. The exhausted trainees struggle maintaining the horse riding pose during Limmer's harsh endurance training exercise. Several trainees complain loudly, frustrated that they practice basics instead of learning swordsmanship techniques. Limmer calmly ignores complaints, insisting they continue basic training until their bodies improve. Rayon quietly watches the trainees leave the field while Wrath floats beside him. Curiously, Wrath wonders why Rayon refuses sword practice even when other trainees rush eagerly. Rayon calmly walks away, believing practicing swordsmanship now would only waste valuable time. Rayon explains real strength currently requires improving physical condition rather than techniques. Because of the bitter cold curse, Rayon's body remains weaker than others. Ron decides to focus entirely on strengthening his body before pursuing sword training. Later, Ron trains alone inside the gym, while Runan Slyan watches from the doorway silently. She of the vassal family studies Ron carefully while recognizing his identity. Rayon's strength improving quickly, despite rumors about his weak condition. Runan analyzes Ron's training, surprised that he increases lifting weight every single day. She observes him bench pressing far heavier weight than he managed earlier this week. Confused, Runan questions how someone supposedly ill maintains such consistent progress. While lifting again, Ronan suddenly senses someone standing quietly nearby watching him. Ronan looks up and recognizes the silver-haired girl observing his training carefully. Runan stands calmly before him as Ronan questions why she came to see him. Inside the grand hall of the Sieghart mansion, Sylvia kneels before Glenn Ziegart, the powerful head of the family. With tears in her eyes, she desperately begs him to save her son. Rasan. The room is silent as servants and guards watch the tense scene. Sylvia explains that Rasan's condition is serious, but she believes the child has the potential to become a martial artist in the future. Glenn listens calmly while drinking tea, showing little emotion at first. He questions why the family should help a child who may not contribute to the Ziegart family's strength. Despite his cold response, Sylvia continues pleading, refusing to give up on her son. As the tension grows, an older advisor beside Glenn speaks about Rayan's illness. He explains that Rayan's 9 mana circuits are blocked by cold energy, preventing proper aura circulation. This condition makes the child extremely weak, yet the advisor warns that if Rakan survives and grows older, the power inside him may become dangerous. Glenn silently considers this information while observing Sylvia's determination. Ladder medicine prepared by a saint is brought to help the baby. Sylvia carefully feeds the medicine to Ratan while anxiously watching him. After swallowing it, Ratan suddenly reacts and moves energetically. Seeing this change, Sylvia and the maid feel relieved as the baby finally shows signs of recovery. Sylvia spends most of her days caring for Rasan inside the mansion, while continuing to give him the medicine prepared by the saint. Although the medicine helps stabilize his fragile body, Rasan knows his condition is still unusual. 2 years pass as he secretly trains while taking the medicine. Through constant effort, he begins practicing the Ring of Fire technique he remembered from his past life. Despite his young body and weak stamina, he slowly strengthens his control over mana. After continuous training, Ratan finally succeeds in forming the 2-star Ring of Fire, proving that his effort is producing results. Now 5 years old, Ratan sits quietly in his room while observing the mysterious blue status window that only he can see. The window shows information about his current abilities and confirms the progress of his Ring of Fire technique. The maid Helen enters the room to check on him, but she cannot see the strange window floating before him. Rasan quickly hides his reaction and continues acting like a normal child. During these years, Sylvia and Helen constantly watch over him, treating him with extreme care because of his fragile condition. Even so, Rasan continues training in secret. He understands that the bitter cold curse still weakens his body, but he believes mastering the Ring of Fire and learning Ziegart swordsmanship will eventually give him the strength to face powerful enemies in the future. Rayan continues training quietly in his room, understanding that he cannot rush his growth because his body is still weak. Even though the bitter cold curse limits his stamina, he believes steady progress will eventually free him from the curse. Remembering the powerful technique called the Ring of Fire from his previous life, he slowly rebuilds his strength and control. Rakan also recalls the person who created that technique and promises himself that one day he will surpass the limits of his fragile body. One morning, Sylvia enters Rakan's room and prepares him for an important event. She tells him that the Ziegart family, one of the 6 great powers on the continent, will hold their judgment ceremony today. This ceremony determines the potential and future of the children in the family. Ran travels with Sylvia to the Grand Ziegart estate, where nobles and warriors gather. Many people whisper about Sylvia and her child, questioning why they have appeared at such an important event. Inside the magnificent hall, tension fills the air as powerful family members take their places. Soon, Glenn Ziegart, the patriarch and ruler of the family, enters and sits upon his throne. The hall becomes silent as the ceremony begins. A powerful magical device activates to measure the children's abilities, standing calmly among the participants. Rayan prepares himself as the judgment ceremony finally begins. Inside the grand hall of the Ziegart family, the judgment ceremony began as a massive sword stood at the center of a glowing magic circle. One by one, children approached the sword to reveal their natural attributes. The hall remained quiet while the elders carefully observed the reactions produced by the weapon. The ceremony was an important tradition used to determine the potential and talent of the young members of the family. When Ronan Slyan stepped forward, the sword released a strong wind attribute that swirled around the chamber. The surrounding nobles reacted with interest as the wind energy spread across the hall. Elders calmly evaluated the result, noting that the wind attribute was well suited for swordsmanship and showed clear potential for growth. Meanwhile, Rayan Ziegart watched silently from his seat. Although the ceremony revealed talent, he calmly analyzed the energy and the structure of the test, instead of focusing on the praise given to other children. His sharp red eyes remained steady while he judged the meaning of the results. After several participants completed the test, the official finally called the next name. The hall turned quiet again, as Rayan Ziegart was summoned to step forward and face the sword. As Rayan Ziegart stepped forward during the judgment ceremony, The massive stone sword suddenly reacted the moment he approached. Golden energy burst out violently and spiraled around the weapon, filling the hall with powerful light. The sudden surge shocked everyone watching. Ran remained calm, but inside his mind a strange vision appeared. A gigantic dragon-like presence emerged within the swirling power, its enormous eyes staring down as if examining his existence. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Rakan continued to observe the phenomenon carefully. The golden aura wrapped around the sword and expanded through the chamber before exploding upward in a massive column of light. The energy then compressed back into the sword, creating a powerful shockwave that shook the hall. For a brief moment, the stone sword seemed to acknowledge Rayon's presence before the light slowly faded. When the energy disappeared, silence filled the hall. Many nobles looked confused because the sword did not clearly display a normal attribute like the previous children. Some began whispering while questioning Rayon's talent. However, Glenzagart immediately ended the noise and ordered everyone to leave the chamber. The massive doors closed, leaving only the elders and the stone sword standing quietly inside the hall. When Rakan Zagart finally stepped forward, the stone sword suddenly reacted with violent energy. A brilliant golden light erupted from the weapon and spiraled upward, filling the hall with intense power. The sword trembled as blazing golden flames spread across the chamber. Even the nobles and elders watching the ceremony were shocked by the sudden phenomenon. Rayon stood quietly while the overwhelming energy gathered around the sword. The power continued to expand as the golden aura grew brighter, shining like the sun. Glenzagart watched carefully as the sword released a rare power never seen in generations. According to the ancient records of the Zeghart family, this phenomenon only appeared once in their history. The golden mana burning around the sword was known as the legendary Golden Flames, a power belonging to a man who possessed extraordinary potential. Despite the incredible reaction, Rasan later discovered his status window still carried the bitter cursed curse, which limited his stamina and physical ability. However, he also possessed the Ring of Fire, a special trait connected to flame power. 7 years passed after that ceremony, and Rafwan continued to grow stronger while carefully developing his abilities. By the time he turned 12 years old, he had already begun shaping the path of his own power. 7 years had passed since the judgment ceremony in the Zeghart family. During that time, Rhaegon Zeghart trained constantly and finally reached the level required to handle the fire ring. Sitting quietly outside under the bright sky, Rhaegon reflected on how his endurance and physical strength had improved. His tolerance for pain and cold had grown far beyond what he had in his previous life. While he was thinking about his training progress, Sylvia Zeghart called him and reminded him that the family elders were waiting. Rhaegon calmly followed her toward the mansion where the ceremony would begin. Inside the grand hall of the Zeghart estate, the elders gathered to judge the children who had finished their early training. Rhaegon entered the hall alongside Sylvia, attracting attention from the nobles present. The elders recognized him as the boy who had endured the harsh cold training. Some questioned whether he had properly completed the required basic training. Others doubted his background and wondered why a child from a line that once left the family had returned to stand among them. Despite the murmurs, Ranan remained calm and watched everything quietly. The elders then directed their focus towards Sylvia. They declared that anyone carrying the Zeghart name must live according to its rules and strength. If she could not accept that standard, she would have to leave the family again with her child. Sylvia stood silently as the nobles whispered around her. Rakan observed the scene and finally understood why Sylvia had once been treated poorly within the family. Rakan Zeghart stepped forward in the grand hall, while the nobles continued to question Sylvia. Watching his mother being humiliated reminded Ran of the life he once lived as an assassin. He declared that he was Sylvia's son and could not remain silent while she was treated unfairly. Ignoring the surprised reactions of the elders, Rakan calmly announced that he would attend the upcoming training. His words carried determination as he walked forward alone in the large hall. Faye, the martial hall master, questioned Rakan's confidence, reminding him that living under the Zeghart name carried heavy responsibility. As Rakan repeated his intention to train, the family head released a powerful aura across the hall. The pressure forced Rakan to his knees, showing the enormous difference in power. Despite the overwhelming force, Rayon kept his gaze steady. Sylvia quickly rushed to protect him and pleaded for the pressure to stop, explaining that Rayon was still too young for such a burden. While the hall fell silent, memories of Rayon's previous life surfaced in his mind. In the past, he lived only in darkness as a cold assassin who always walked beside death. However, that life was over. Raynon slowly stood again and resolved that he would no longer live as the assassin Laynon. Instead, he would move forward as Rhaegon Zeghart and regain the position that Sylvia deserved within the family. Rakan Zeghart stood quietly in the grand hall after declaring his determination. When questioned about his reasons, Rakan admitted he did not fully know what path awaited him. However, he clearly understood one thing: he would live as Rakan Zegart, protect Sylvia, and gain the strength necessary to change their future. Memories of peaceful moments with Sylvia strengthened his resolve. The smiles of the people he cared about became the reason he decided to move forward rather than return to the darkness of his former life. Ran then bowed respectfully toward the family head and the elders. He stated that he would attend the training and prove his ability so that he would not bring shame to the Zegart name. Inside his mind, he remembered the countless years he had spent surviving as an assassin who always lived beside death. Now, however, he wished to use that experience to grow stronger in a different way. With firm determination, Rayon vowed that he would demonstrate how powerful he could become. Later, outside the mansion, young warriors continued their training while the elders discussed what had happened in the hall. Karun Zeghart, the martial hall master, began to suspect that Rakan's endurance and behavior were unusual for a child. Believing something strange was happening around Sylvia and her son, he secretly ordered a maid to watch their residence and report everything that occurred there. Meanwhile, Rayon continued running through the training grounds, unaware that he was now under quiet observation. At Zeghart 5th Training Hall, the Patriarch arrives, greeted respectfully by gathered warriors observing quietly. Inside the hall, Limmer Diaz rests casually, pretending sleep, while sensing the Patriarch approaching. The Patriarch immediately recognizes Limmer's act. Limmer Diaz reveals awareness, explaining sleeping techniques fail because his senses remain active. The Patriarch observes training results, noting other instructors struggle while Limmer guides disciples effectively. Limmer calmly explains his unique method, training mind and body together, unlike ordinary instructors. The Patriarch questions Limmer, asking whether he came regarding the youngest grandson's training. Limmer learns Sylvia requested the Patriarch's presence, concerned about Rakan's safety during training. The Patriarch warns Limmer not to interfere, reminding him about promises regarding the training hall. Limmer firmly declares he will not make exceptions, even for the Patriarch's youngest grandson. The Patriarch unexpectedly agrees, allowing Limmer to continue training the grandson without interference. Limmer reacts with surprise, realizing the Patriarch truly accepts strict training without protecting family. He teasing the Patriarch while acknowledging the grandson's talent and determination. He explained that the weak students will fail naturally, leaving only capable warriors worthy of training. After the discussion, Limmer dismisses the Patriarch and calmly wonders about the grandson Leon. Rayon examines a magical status window showing the third ring of fire achieved. The system reports improved mana sensitivity, mental strength, stamina, and resistance to cold, recalling his mother, Sylvia, stopping his reckless training earlier. Rakan realizes the magical window accelerates growth. He reflects quietly, realizing Zeghart's harsh training is only the beginning of survival. Determined, Rakan decides to surpass every rival and silence those who mocked him. He sets a final goal, promising himself to one day defeat the legendary Heavenly Sword Saint late at night. Rakan sits awake until his mother gently calls his name. Sylvia enters the room, noticing Rakan still awake before his first training day. She sits beside him, worried about the difficult training awaiting him tomorrow. Sylvia sincerely asks Rayon to reconsider the dangerous training hall and its hardships. She remembers his childhood promise, suggesting he could train later after resting safely. Rayon refuses firmly, recalling painful memories and refusing to tolerate their humiliating faces. He calmly explains training success might stop nobles from treating Sylvia with disrespect. Sylvia listens quietly, realizing Ran already understands their lonely situation within the Zeghart family. She prepares to reveal the painful truth about their separation and rumors. His mother recalls meeting Rayon's father during a dangerous mission long ago. Unable to stay beside him, she sealed her mana core and left. Sylvia reveals Rayon once had an older sister named Sia. She remembers peaceful days before Eden's assassins suddenly ambushed their family. Ron's father fought bravely, but Sylvia was pregnant and their strength insufficient. Surrounded by enemies, Sylvia realizes helplessly that escape or victory was impossible. Sylvia explains Ron's father secretly hired guards, but they arrived too late. By the time help arrived, Rayon's father and sister were already killed. Overcome with guilt and grief, Sylvia returned to the Zeghart family alone. Sylvia quietly wonders if leaving the family earlier was selfish. Rayon remembers how others insulted Sylvia and blamed her for everything. Despite rumors, Rayon recognizes Sylvia as the only mother he truly had. He asks Sylvia if she regrets leaving the family long ago. Sylvia recalls peaceful memories with Rayon's father and feels satisfied with those days. Hearing Sylvia's feelings, Rayon calmly accepts her past and comforts her silently. Rayon reassures Sylvia calmly, saying he is fine, and she should not worry. Rayon reflects privately that despite accusations, Sylvia remains his only true mother. Determined, Rayon plans to regain Sylvia's honor by succeeding within the Zieghart family. Sylvia suddenly cries loudly, overwhelmed, after hearing Rayon's sincere determination and resolve. Rayon awkwardly watches his mother crying, confused by the sudden emotional reaction. Later that night, Rayon prepares to rest before tomorrow's harsh training hall challenge. Rayon sits cross-legged on his bed, focusing carefully on controlling the ring of fire. The mana rings spin faster. Now that Raon reached the 3rd star stage, blue energy swirls violently around Raon as he experiments with intermediate control levels. Raon meditates as blazing blue energy erupts around him, signaling a powerful awakening moment. A mysterious demonic presence senses Raon's deep rage and begins responding to it. A strange system message appears, announcing the creation and awakening of the rage trait. Raon meditates when blue flames surge violently, revealing a strange demonic presence before him. The mysterious entity senses Raon's rage and offers power for revenge through sacrifice. Raon stays cautious, realizing the entity awakened because of the hatred inside him. The demonic entity, named Wrath, studies Raon carefully, surprised that the overwhelming rage belongs to a child. Wrath explains Raon's deep hatred awakened dark power, sleeping within his soul. The entity promises revenge if Raon sacrifices body and soul willingly. Raon refuses immediately, determined to achieve revenge without relying on demonic assistance. He declares he will defeat Daruth himself and reject power gained from others. Wrath smiles darkly, announcing its decision regardless of Raon's resistance. Ran watches the blue flames carefully, confused about the strange power surrounding him. Suddenly Wrath expands violently, demanding Ran surrender his body to gain revenge. Blue flames surge forward aggressively, surrounding Raon as the entity attempts to overpower him. Wrath instructs Raon to recall Daruth and awaken deeper rage inside his heart. Raon kneels painfully as Wrathic energy pushes harder, trying to awaken hatred. Wrath observes Raon closely, enjoying how his emotions continuously stimulate growing rage. The entity promises brutal revenge against Daruth if Raon willingly surrenders his body. Raon remembers Sylvia and the maids, realizing surrender would destroy everything precious. Wrath declares Raon must accept its power because the decision is already made. Its flame expands violently, attempting to swallow Raon completely within its raging power. Raon struggles painfully as overwhelming energy tears through his body and mind. Realizing death is near, Raon desperately searches for a method to survive. Raon endures the burning energy, relying on his strong resistance to freezing flames. He decides to push the ring of fire faster despite the dangerous strain. Wrath becomes shocked as Raon's energy suddenly resists its control. It realizes Raon awakened power earlier than expected, despite being human. Raon focuses his will firmly, declaring he will obtain revenge by himself. Wrath threatens Raon, but he refuses to surrender his body. It realizes Raon resists control and begins losing influence over him. Ron thinks carefully, understanding Wrath mentioned awakening and hidden powers within him. A glowing system window appears suddenly, announcing that extra abilities have been unlocked. Ron studies the strange authority status window, noticing detailed information displayed clearly before him. Wrath angrily claims the system belongs to him but refuses explaining its purpose. Raon calmly observes the spirit, realizing it cannot hide emotions whenever Wrath appears. He concludes the system increased the effectiveness of the Ring of Fire greatly. Wrath becomes furious, demanding both the system authority and Ragon's body immediately. It attacks violently, rushing forward as blue flames swirl aggressively toward Raon. Raon releases mana toward the blue spirit, testing whether physical energy can affect it. The attack fails because the entity lacks a physical form and cannot be harmed. Raon realizes only he can sense the spirit since nobody arrived despite the disturbance. He gathers mana again and pushes the spirit away using concentrated internal energy. Wrath reveals a bracelet seal binding its power, but promises eventual recovery. It warns Rasan that it will remain beside him until the day he dies. Rasan views the spirit as a parasite, but decides removing it now is risky. He notices Sylvia sleeping nearby and quietly resolves to recover strength first. Looking outside at the moonlit mansion, Raon calmly prepares for tomorrow's training. Morning sunlight spreads across the mountains while the Zieghart mansion awakens quietly for training day. Inside the mansion, his mother and Helen worry about Ron facing harsh training today. Rahan appears calmly, ready for training, then leaves confidently toward the Zieghart training hall. Sylvia and Helen stand outside the mansion while Rahan prepares to leave for training today. His mother worries silently, her expression showing concern about the dangerous training awaiting Rakan soon. Before leaving, Sylvia encourages Rakan and expresses trust in his determination and strength. Rayon waves goodbye confidently, while Sylvia and Helen watch him from the mansion gate. Helen reassures Sylvia that Rayon improved greatly and might successfully endure the harsh training. Sylvia admits Ron changed significantly but still worries about the hardships awaiting him ahead. Inside the mansion earlier, Sylvia hugged Rahan tightly while encouraging him before training. Rahan promises confidently he will not get hurt and will return stronger after training. As he walks away alone, Sylvia silently prays for his safe return. Rasan arrives at Zaghart 5th Training Hall, observing large crowds gathering before the entrance. Students from direct lineage, vassal families, and outsiders gather to begin difficult training. Rayon quietly studies the surroundings, realizing many competitors aim to enter the top ranks. Several students notice Rayon and whisper while observing his appearance and unfamiliar presence. They mock Rayon's fragile look, questioning why someone weak joined this brutal training. One student insults Rayon's bracelet, drawing attention and provoking his silent reaction. The blue demon near Rayon, reflecting the anger triggered by the student's insults. Rayon calmly confronts them, demanding they speak directly instead of whispering behind him. The bullies respond arrogantly, claiming Ranon lacks status because he is not direct lineage. Ranon calmly questions the boys' arrogance, pointing out their rude tone and lack of manners. The angry student attempts attacking Ron, suddenly unable to accept the calm response. Rayon reacts instantly, stopping the attack effortlessly while maintaining his composed expression. Buran Zaghart interrupts the conflict, declaring the training session will begin soon. Recognizing Buran's authority, the bullies immediately apologize and step back nervously. Buran confronts Rasan directly, questioning whether he understands his position within the clan. He coldly insults Rasan, declaring someone like him is nothing more than dust nearby. Students whisper, believing Rasan manipulated the situation to attract attention from the patriarch. Buran orders Rayon to leave immediately, warning weak participants will fail the brutal training. Rayon sharply rebukes Buran, exposing arrogance and reminding him direct lineage grants no authority. Buran turns angrily, questioning Raytion's audacity, despite lacking official trainee status within the hall. Rayon coldly hints Buran's confidence depends entirely on his powerful father's reputation. As tension escalates, Limmer suddenly arrives through the gate, interrupting the confrontation immediately, laughing casually. Limmer mocks their childish behavior while observing both boys carefully. Students recognize Limmer instantly, whispering about the legendary swordsman overseeing their training. Buran reluctantly calms himself, realizing the instructor now watches the situation closely. Standing before the assembled trainees, Limmer introduces himself as the instructor responsible. He explains many participants gathered this year, so tests will reduce numbers quickly. Limmer announces only a quarter of trainees will remain after the selection tests today. The gathered students react with shock, realizing most participants will fail immediately. Rayon silences an angry student, preventing unnecessary conflict before the instructor continues speaking. Limmer confidently declares his authority, explaining his decisions cannot be questioned within training. He casually sits above the trainees, daring anyone to complain to the patriarch. With a playful smile, Limmer suddenly commands everyone to begin running immediately. Confused trainees hesitate briefly before finally starting the exhausting running test together. Limmer explains physical endurance and mental strength form the foundation of martial training. Running steadily, Rason calmly plans to outlast the fastest students during the test. Limmer observes the trainees carefully, focusing on their endurance, potential, and mental strength. Rason runs steadily among the crowd, determined to endure the test until the end. At the front, Buran and Runan maintain impressive speed, showing their natural talent. Watching instructors note Buran and Runan's speed, recognizing their outstanding stamina and skill. They discuss how remarkable their abilities are, despite being only 12 years old. One instructor suddenly notices Rakon running steadily behind the leaders during the test. Despite illness and fatigue, Rakon continues running persistently, refusing to fall behind. Other trainees believe Rakon will collapse soon, assuming his endurance will fail. Limmer watches Rakon with curiosity, intrigued by the boy's unusual persistence and resolve. He recalls the patriarch's ability to predict futures through calculating people's strength and potential. The patriarch could foresee the futures of most children within the Zaghart family. However, when observing Rayon, neither Limmer nor the patriarch could perceive his future. Limmer concludes Rayon might surpass him someday, making the boy impossible to measure. Meanwhile, other trainees laugh, mocking Rayon for falling far behind during the run. Despite exhaustion, Rayon continues running, refusing to believe he will collapse. Some trainees question why endless running is considered proper training for warriors. Rayon remembers surviving brutal hunts from starving beasts during his past life. Comparing those experiences, Rayon realizes this exhausting run feels surprisingly easy. The students continue running relentlessly across the training field. Limmer watches silently, confused how Rayon still moves despite surpassing normal stamina limits. Ron pushes forward stubbornly, refusing to stop even though his body already reached exhaustion. Limmer recalls warriors who survived deadly battles share similar determination and mental resilience. He becomes interested, recognizing unusual potential within the young trainee Rayon Zaghart. Burin runs ahead confidently, shocked when Rayon continues chasing despite earlier weakness. A report explains, Rayon suffers the curse of frost, yet possesses unusual mental strength. Burin grows irritated, frustrated that Rayon continues challenging expectations during training. Determined to prove superiority, Burin releases aura power and accelerates forward during the race. Runan runs ahead steadily while Ron follows closely, maintaining relentless pace during the training. He notices Runan's composure, realizing his determination exceeds typical noble trainees. Ron ignores competition, focusing only on enduring the trial against his limits. Many trainees collapse exhausted while observers question how Ron continues running. Ron refuses defeat, forcing his body forward despite severe exhaustion. He decides to rely on his mental discipline rather than physical strength. Ron activates the Ring of Fire to maintain stamina despite overwhelming fatigue. A hidden demonic entity awakens, mocking Raycon's struggle and tempting control over his body. Ignoring Wrath's voice, Raycon focuses solely on surpassing Burin during the trial. Raycon suddenly feels overwhelming rage spreading through his mind while continuing the brutal training run. Blue freezing energy erupts violently as the hidden demonic power begins affecting Rayon's body. Despite the violent surge of rage, Rayon forces himself to endure and keep running. Wrath appears beside Rayon, mocking him and boasting that no human withstands its rage. Rayon clutches his chest while Wrath challenges his endurance and threatens control. Refusing surrender, Rayon continues running while resisting Wrath's overwhelming influence. Wrath grows furious, shouting that Rayon's determination prevents its rage from controlling him. Rayon's body weakens as exhaustion worsens, yet he keeps moving across the training field. Barely breathing and vision fading, Rayon wonders silently whether he finally reached his limit. Several trainees collapse exhausted while the running test finally reaches its brutal conclusion. Ron stops running and bends forward heavily, barely standing after pushing beyond his limits. Ronan quietly observes Ron, surprised by his stubborn endurance during the exhausting trial. Wrath reappears beside Ron, irritated that its rage failed to control him. Rayon realizes enduring the rage strengthened his body and accelerated his physical growth. A system window appears, announcing increased experience after surpassing his physical limits. Wrath complains loudly, confused why Ranon gained benefits from resisting its rage. Limmer appears before the trainees, announcing the end of the running endurance test. The exhausted trainees listen carefully, waiting nervously for what comes after the test. Limmer casually reveals he allowed only a quarter of trainees to continue deliberately. The exhausted trainees protest angrily, realizing many collapsed because they trusted his words. Limmer warns that repeating today's results means most trainees will fail the program. He explains many trainees used aura secretly yet still collapsed before finishing. Only Ran endured until the end, surprising everyone watching the brutal trial. Limmer approaches Rakon calmly, acknowledging him as the only trainee who completed it. The trainees are now provisional members of the Zaghart training program. Official trainee promotion requires surviving 6 months of brutal training. He smiles mischievously, revealing he will personally choose several trainees himself. Later Limmer discovers someone resting inside the forest near the training grounds. The Patriarch approaches Limmer, curious about the instructor's observations during the test. Limmer calmly explains the Patriarch likely watched the entire trial already. The Patriarch praises Burin and Runan, acknowledging their strong talent among trainees. Limmer admits many trainees show potential to become capable Zaghart fighters. However, Limmer confesses he still cannot properly judge Rayon's abilities. Limmer admits Razan's broken mana core should prevent him from performing normally. Despite this mystery, Limmer feels excitement about the unusual trainee's future potential. The Patriarch warns Limmer to remain focused on his duties and avoid distractions. Limmer calmly claims someone among the trainees will inherit his future position someday. The Patriarch dismisses the thought, insisting such expectations are merely coincidence and unrealistic. Limmer smiles knowingly, confident the strange trainee will eventually prove the Patriarch mistaken. Rakan finishes intense training while other trainees watch, surprised by his persistence and stamina. Several trainees whisper among themselves, doubting how Rakan endured such exhausting training today. Crane Sieghart appears among them, clearly irritated by Rakan's unexpected endurance during training. He confidently claims Raynon only survived training because he secretly used miracle medicine. Other trainees imagine the saint's rare medicine, realizing such power could extend endurance. Smirking confidently, Crane decides Rayon should learn a harsh lesson for arrogance. Crane suddenly attacks, kicking Rayon violently and knocking him onto the ground. He demands explanation while accusing Rayon of cheating through forbidden miracle medicine. Rayon calmly understands their anger, realizing jealousy caused their reckless confrontation today. Several trainees surround Rakan, pretending calm while secretly preparing to attack him. They mocks Ra confidently, believing their numbers will easily overpower him tonight. Crane suddenly throws a punch, beginning the violent confrontation against Rakan. Ron quickly reacts, striking first and shocking the trainees with unexpected speed. One attacker receives a direct punch, collapsing instantly while others freeze in disbelief. Raon continues attacking, moving rapidly between enemies, while the small spirit watches shocked. Crane falls unconscious on the ground as Ray Khan stands calmly among defeated trainees. Ray Khan coldly declares the conversation continues, while gripping his injured chest firmly. Another trainee charges angrily, but Ray Khan counters immediately with another powerful strike. Ron stands calmly while defeated trainees struggle on the ground, shocked by his strength. Another trainee attacks suddenly, but Ron immediately counters with a powerful strike. Wrath watches excitedly as Ron continues defeating attackers effortlessly. The remaining trainees collapse, coughing painfully after Raytheon overwhelms them during the fight. Crane and the others desperately beg Raytheon to stop, as fear replaces arrogance. Before ending the fight, Raytheon demands an explanation from Crane. Ron questions Crane about who ordered the attack against him tonight. Shocked, Crane insists the attack happened without Master Burin knowing anything. Ronan realizes Burin was unrelated, concluding his hatred toward Ronan is limited. He warns Crane to remain silent about their fight and never spread rumors afterward. Crane nervously promises silence, terrified after witnessing Rakan's overwhelming strength during the confrontation. Rakan leaves calmly, while the defeated trainees slowly retreat into the forest hidden nearby. Limmer Diaz observes the fight quietly without revealing his presence. Limmer compares Rakan's determination to the Patriarch's youth and recognizes his unusual talent. Growing curious, Limmer decides to watch Rakan's development more closely in the future. Later that night, Rafan receives a system message confirming the conditions were fulfilled. The system rewards Rayon with increased agility, acknowledging his actions during the fight. Wrath explains Rayon absorbed power from the raging energy through victory, it complaining about his lack of gratitude. Rayon listens calmly, while the spirit suddenly proposes a dangerous bet. Wrath promises rewards if Rayon wins but threatens punishment through increasing rage. A glowing system window appears, revealing the bet's condition about passing the training test. Wrath explains Rayon may gain stronger traits if he succeeds. Ron studies the strange ability card, curious about the mysterious trait options. He asks Wrath about the meaning behind the rage penalty. Wrath explains rage will grow within Rasan as part of the contract. It warns that overwhelming rage could eventually destroy Rasan's control completely. Rayon calmly analyzes the spirit's proposal, concluding the creature rarely lies about rewards. He considers the risk carefully, understanding the reward greatly surpasses the possible danger. Remembering his past life, Rayon decides he has advantages others cannot match. After thinking briefly, Rayon confidently accepts the dangerous bet offered by Wrath. Wrath smiles widely as the system confirms Rayon accepted the bet. Rayon believes his experience from a previous life will help him succeed. Morning arrives at the training grounds as exhausted trainees collapse after brutal running drills. The trainees complain about pain while struggling to stand after the intense exercise. Watching them, Limmer Diaz relaxes calmly and jokes about their ridiculous posture. The exhausted trainees struggle maintaining the horse riding pose during Limmer's harsh endurance training exercise. Several trainees complain loudly, frustrated that they practice basics instead of learning swordsmanship techniques. Limmer calmly ignores complaints, insisting they continue basic training until their bodies improve. Rayon quietly watches the trainees leave the field while Wrath floats beside him. Curiously, Wrath wonders why Rayon refuses sword practice even when other trainees rush eagerly. Rayon calmly walks away, believing practicing swordsmanship now would only waste valuable time. Rayon explains real strength currently requires improving physical condition rather than techniques. Because of the bitter cold curse, Rayon's body remains weaker than others. Ron decides to focus entirely on strengthening his body before pursuing sword training. Later, Ron trains alone inside the gym, while Runan Slyan watches from the doorway silently. She of the vassal family studies Ron carefully while recognizing his identity. Rayon's strength improving quickly, despite rumors about his weak condition. Runan analyzes Ron's training, surprised that he increases lifting weight every single day. She observes him bench pressing far heavier weight than he managed earlier this week. Confused, Runan questions how someone supposedly ill maintains such consistent progress. While lifting again, Ronan suddenly senses someone standing quietly nearby watching him. Ronan looks up and recognizes the silver-haired girl observing his training carefully. Runan stands calmly before him as Ronan questions why she came to see him. Rathon recalls 7 months training inside Vulcan's furnace, studying fire while imagining controlled flames. The fire becomes stable when controlled, shaping energy through disciplined breathing and focus. He awakens the 1,000 Flames technique as blazing fire rises around his focused body. Ron forms a clear goal, imagining flames guiding his path through darkness ahead. He remembers Sylvia and his harsh enemies, strengthening determination to walk forward relentlessly. Flames gather stronger around Ron, forming power to defeat beasts through storms. Rayon visualizes unwavering fire above him, steady and powerful within controlled burning energy. The furnace heat pours into Rayon's body as intense fire energy surges inside. He concentrates deeply, enduring heat while stabilizing flames within his body through discipline. Rayon senses spiritual state forming as flames surround him, focusing deeply within burning furnace. The images forming before his mind, trying to stabilize the growing energy. Suddenly Wrath emerges with cold blue power, releasing freezing aura that collides against Rathon. He realizes the blue spirit Wrath is not helping but threatening his life. Wrath reveals himself as a demon king, surrounding Rathon with overwhelming freezing power. The icy aura spreads violently, trapping Rathon inside a massive storm of demonic frost. Rathon struggles as freezing power crushes his body, making breathing painful and movement impossible. He knows stopping the 1,000 Flames technique means death, so he forces concentration. His mind weakens slowly while icy power spreads, causing Rathon's consciousness to fade. Wrath mocks Rathon's struggle, unleashing overwhelming freezing power while watching the boy resist stubbornly. Wrath declares Rathon's body and soul belong to him, dismissing Rathon's efforts as meaningless. Racian recalls the furnace training hint, realizing heat might counter Wrath's freezing domination. He decides everything depends on this moment, risking death by attempting a desperate plan. Instead of absorbing ordinary mana, Racian focuses on drawing energy directly from furnace flames. A violent inferno forms as Raygon gathers hotter fire capable of devouring everything. Raton forces the raging fire into his body, attempting to strengthen his collapsing aura. Wrath reacts with shock as Raygon absorbs unbearable heat, refusing to surrender. Inside the blazing furnace, Ranon continues struggling while flames roar violently around him. Valken rests beside the furnace when the flames suddenly surge violently before him. He watches in shock as the furnace fire grows stronger than anything he has seen. Realizing something abnormal inside the furnace, Valken quickly stands and moves closer to investigate. Valken sees Rakan near the furnace, and recognizes the exhausted boy immediately. Rakan trembles strangely, despite the blazing heat surrounding the furnace and burning flames. Valken approaches carefully, worried as Raton continues shivering and struggling to remain conscious. Limmer suddenly appears and stops Valken from touching Raton near the furnace. He explains, Raton is in a dangerous state where interference could cause explosion. Both watch nervously as Raydon endures freezing cold, spreading within his burning body. Limmer watches Raygon anxiously near the furnace, hoping he survives the dangerous training. Raygon refuses surrender, forcing flames around his body while rejecting Wrath's cold domination. Remembering his previous death, Rayon strengthens resolve and pushes his burning power further. Rayon leaps toward the furnace flames, determined not to repeat his helpless past again. Valken and Limmer feel the furnace heat suddenly surge beyond its normal limit. Limmer realizes the furnace mana is gathering together as Rayon begins absorbing it. Rayon roars while intense fire energy violently clashes against Wrath's freezing power. Wrath appears briefly as Rayon drives forward, forcing his flames to overpower the cold. A massive explosion of fire erupts as Rakon unleashes overwhelming heat inside the furnace. A massive explosion erupts from Valken's furnace, sending flames high into the sky. Limmer and Valken rush forward anxiously, calling Rayon, while the burning furnace roars violently. Inside the blazing furnace, Rayon stands surrounded by newly awakened golden flames. Raton stands within fading flames as system messages confirm he learned 1,000 Flames technique, Energy from fire and cold merges inside Rahan, forming new bitter-cold aura within. Rahan watches icy crystal energy gather between his hands as aura stabilizes completely. He reflects calmly, realizing the dangerous training produced far greater results than expected. System notifications appear again, rewarding Rahan with improved fortitude and strengthened overall abilities. Rahan stares silently at the messages, realizing he achieved growth that normally required years. Wrath appears again, shocked that Rahan survived the deadly situation without collapsing mentally. Wrath angrily questions Rahan's endurance, unable to understand how he resisted the trial. Rahan remains calm while Wrath rages, proving his will remained stronger than expected. He reflects quietly after surviving the furnace trial, realizing Wrath remains dangerous enemy. Wrath watches silently nearby while Rahan decides to hide his weaknesses carefully. Valken approaches worriedly, checking Raxian's condition after the violent furnace incident. Ran assures Valken he survived, and confirms he successfully awakened aura during training. He apologizes respectfully, explaining the furnace collapsed because of his reckless training. Valken calmly dismisses the concern, relieved Rayan survived despite the destroyed furnace. He explains confidently that building another furnace is simple for experienced blacksmith. Suddenly Valken notices something unusual resting inside the damaged furnace remains. Both examine the glowing metal piece inside, wondering what mysterious change occurred there. Valken discovers glowing golden charcoal formed inside the ruined furnace after Ran's intense training. He recalls rumors about legendary golden charcoal created only through extraordinary heat and effort. Realizing the rare material formed here, Valken concludes Ran's training unexpectedly produced it. Valken explains golden charcoal surpasses normal charcoal, thanking Rayan for helping create such rarity. He observes Rayan's breathing and presence strengthened the furnace flames during every training. Valken admits the result happened because Rayan unknowingly pushed the furnace beyond limits. Then, he asks Rayan what kind of swordsman he wishes to become in future. Rayan pauses thoughtfully, reflecting quietly while considering the meaning of that question. Answers firmly, Rayan declaring he wants to become unwavering swordsman who never gives up. Valken reflects on Rakan's determined answer, realizing the boy's resolve exceeds expectations for his age. He promises to forge Rakan a sword once he masters swordsmanship within several years. Rakan accepts respectfully, while Valken prepares the rare golden charcoal for future forging. He leaves the furnace area while Valken watches quietly, wishing him survival until their next meeting. From a distant cliff, Limmer observes Rakan walking away after finally gaining his aura. Limmer smiles slightly, recognizing Rakan's talent for creating concern among those around him. He speaks casually beside the Patriarch, commenting about Rasen's unusual progress. The Patriarch appears calmly, observing Rasen's situation with quiet authority. Limmer jokes about concern while the Patriarch denies coming because of worry. Limmer praises Rakan's talent from the cliff, noting his powerful aura and rapid stabilization. The Patriarch disagrees calmly, explaining Rakan's true strength comes from turning hardships into advantages. Rakan walks away below the cliff, quietly examining the aura forming within his hand. At the 5th training hall, Runan waits quietly while thinking about Rawan's absence. Other trainees whisper rumors claiming Rawan failed to awaken aura despite months of training. Runan listens silently while holding a box, ignoring the rumors spreading among students. She decides she wants to help Rayan after remembering her promise to repay kindness. Clutches the box firmly, Runan preparing herself to finally approach him. She suddenly notices Rayan appearing at the training hall entrance ahead. Rayan walks through the training grounds while Wrath complaining arrogantly. He ignores Wrath's prideful remarks, continuing forward calmly across the courtyard. Runan suddenly approaches Rayan quietly, stopping directly in front of him. Rayan recognizes Runan standing before him and pauses in surprise. Runan silently opens a small box, revealing colorful sweets she carefully prepared. She offers the sweets to Rayan as encouragement after hearing rumors about him. Rayan accepts one sweet calmly, remembering the ice cream she once shared. Runan quietly observes Ron while noticing a cool, refreshed aura surrounding him. Ron stands peacefully, his presence stronger and calmer than before. Runan holding a box of sweets while watching Rahan. Rahan tastes one sweet while Wrath floats nearby, reacting strongly to the unusual flavor. Wrath becomes excited about the taste while Runan calmly observes Rahan eating the sweets. Runan offers the box again while Rakan politely returns it after finishing one sweet, she wondering if the food helped him recover from exhaustion. Rayan pauses silently, considering his condition before responding honestly about feeling somewhat better. He admits feeling better now, his expression relaxing slightly after recovering some strength. Runan smiles softly, satisfied that Rayon's condition improved after sharing the sweets. As Runan walks away, Rasan watches quietly, thinking she remains a very mysterious girl. Limmer gathers trainees in courtyard, announcing new training phase after long weeks of exhausting drills. The trainees listen carefully as Limmer explains they will begin developing their internal energy cores. Confused whispers spread among trainees while Limmer watches calmly, confident they will understand soon. Limmer announces that official duels will begin next month to test every trainee's progress. He explains duel results will determine ranking and affect each trainee's future graduation status. The trainees grow tense, realizing preparation during the coming month will decide their standing. Martha raises her hand, asking what happens to trainees who still cannot create aura. The courtyard becomes quiet as everyone waits for Limmer's response to Martha's serious question. Limmer calmly reveals someone recently succeeded in forming aura, surprising Martha and the trainees. Ron notices Martha watching him closely while walking across the training courtyard after Limmer's announcement. Martha approaches confidently, expressing excitement about finally having an opportunity to challenge Ron. She reminds Rayon that she never listens to anyone she believes weaker. Martha declares she has waited patiently and believes Rayon stands somewhere he does not deserve. She prepares to challenge Rayon directly, intending to prove her strength through combat. Burin quickly steps forward, stopping Martha and ordering her to back away from Rayon. He reminds Martha Rayon only recently formed aura, making the challenge unreasonable. Martha mocks Rayon's progress, claiming a swordsman should not struggle creating aura. She continues, insulting Rayon publicly, while Burin warns her to stop provoking unnecessary conflict. Martha loudly mocks Radon before the trainees, claiming talented swordsmen should awaken aura quickly. The surrounding trainees listen silently while Burin watches the situation grow increasingly tense. Martha questions Radon's position, suggesting he only trained harder to replace the previous instructor. Limmer casually observes the confrontation without interfering, while the trainees wait nervously nearby. Martha directly calls Rakon by name, confronting him about holding the top student position. She boldly claims Rayon has stayed top student too long and should step down. Martha proposes a duel where the winner will claim the academy's top student position. Rayon calmly refuses the bet, surprising Martha and the watching trainees. He explains a wager requires equal value, demanding Martha offer something worthwhile first. Martha taunts Ron confidently, claiming nobody present supports him and questioning whether he fears dueling. Ron calmly smiles at her provocation, showing no sign of intimidation despite the pressure. Martha reacts with surprise and curiosity after hearing Rayon's unexpected response to her challenge. Suddenly, she bursts into loud laughter, finding Rayon's bold reaction extremely amusing. She decides to accept the terms and prepares something valuable for the wager. Martha reveals the Calamity Orb, a rare medicine capable of strengthening both body and aura. She offers the Calamity Orb to Rasan if he wins the duel. Rasan quietly thinks while Wrath appears beside him, sensing an opportunity from Martha's offer. Smiles confidently, he realizing this duel could bring him valuable benefits. A month passes, and Martha stands inside her room, preparing herself for the upcoming duel. Checking the calendar, Martha realizes the promised duel day has finally arrived. Martha remembers Rakan striking her before, awakening her determination to defeat him this time. She reflects that Rakan only recently learned aura, yet already stands as her opponent. Despite his rapid progress, Martha believes Rakan remains unworthy of her serious effort. However, she still trains intensely, remembering someone important she must protect by becoming stronger. Martha steels her resolve, preparing mentally for the duel that will decide their standings. With determined eyes, Martha declares that Rayon's defeat will happen today. Elsewhere, Rayon calmly studies while Wrath floats nearby, waiting for the upcoming confrontation. Limmer gathers the trainees, announcing observation lessons before practical combat training begins today. He explains watching fights teaches awareness, preparing trainees for unpredictable situations during real combat. The trainees listen seriously while standing together, trying to calm nerves. Before upcoming matches, Limmer calls Burin Zyghart and Dorian forward, selecting them for the first sparring match. Before the fight begins, Dorian nervously raises his hand and suddenly declares surrender. The trainees stare silently while Burin and Limmer react with confusion and disbelief. Dorian explains weak condition and illness, claiming exhaustion prevented him from sleeping recently. Rahan observes quietly nearby while Wrath floats beside him, watching the strange situation unfold. Limmer remains calm, encouraging Dorian to try anyway, believing experience still teaches valuable lessons. Burin defeats Dorian quickly, leaving him collapsed while the duel ends almost immediately. Limmer scolds Burin calmly, pointing out his uncontrolled emotions affected his fighting judgment. Dorian apologizes weakly, while admitting fear prevented him from fighting properly during the duel. Limmer announces the next match, calling Runan and Crane forward for another duel. The duel begins immediately as Crane rushes forward with a fast sword attack. Runan calmly watches Crane's movement, maintaining steady posture while preparing a response. Crane swings downward aggressively, attempting to overpower Runan with forceful sword strikes. Runan avoids the attack smoothly, causing Crane to lose balance and hesitate briefly. Lemur stops the duel early, explaining both trainees still lack proper control and aura usage. He announces the next duel while trainees watch quietly as evening light spreads across arena. Martha steps forward confidently, preparing to fight Rakon, while other trainees observe carefully. The duel begins instantly as Martha charges forward with fast aggressive sword movements. Rayon blocks Martha's attack calmly, studying her movements while maintaining balanced defensive stance. Martha continues attacking repeatedly, swinging her sword with powerful strikes to pressure Rayon. Rayon deflects every strike smoothly, maintaining focus while carefully controlling his sword technique. Martha pauses briefly, surprised that Rayon easily blocked her continuous aggressive attacks. Rayon shifts position quickly, creating distance while keeping his sword ready for defense. Martha acknowledges Rayon's talent in swordsmanship while preparing to continue the intense duel. She mocks Rayon's weak aura, believing his limited power means he cannot succeed. Attacks aggressively, Martha raising her sword high while charging directly toward Rayon. Rayon braces calmly, preparing to withstand the incoming powerful strike. Martha's sword crashes down fiercely, forcing Rakon to block the overwhelming attack. Rakon struggles under pressure while Martha continues striking repeatedly with relentless strength. Martha insists aura strength matters more than technique, claiming Rakon cannot match her. She threatens to crush Rayon soon, unless he surrenders the duel immediately. Rayon calmly replies, reflecting on how this family values talent greatly. Martha smirks confidently, determined to prove Rayon's talent is still inferior. Rayon faces Martha calmly, declaring he will reveal something more important than talent. Golden flames suddenly ignite around Rayon's sword as he activates the Thousand Flames technique. Martha watches in surprise as Rayon stands surrounded by powerful blazing fire. Martha studies the flames carefully, realizing the technique carries unusual and overwhelming energy. Rayon holds the burning sword steadily while the terrifyingly beautiful flames swirl around him. Martha tightens her grip on her sword, deciding she must treat Rakon seriously. Martha activates her ultimate technique, concentrating aura into a single powerful point. Rakon observes calmly, recognizing Martha preparing to unleash her strongest attack. Martha admits Rayon's strength, but declares the next strike will be impossible to block. She launches her ultimate attack, rushing forward as Rayon releases blazing golden flames. Their swords collide violently, creating a powerful shockwave that tears across the arena floor. The ground cracks under the impact while nearby trainees step back in alarm. When the dust settles, Martha collapses inside a crater while Rayon stands before her. The trainees stare in disbelief, realizing Rayon defeated Martha despite her superior aura. Rayon quietly acknowledges Martha's strength, recognizing her determination and strong mental resolve. At night, the Zeghart estate stands quiet while important news spreads through the mansion. Limmer reports to the Patriarch that Rayon defeated Martha despite her long training. The Patriarch reflects on Rayon's unusual flames and recognizes his growing potential. Meanwhile, Martha rests in bed after treatment while recovering from the defeat slowly. Her injuries heal, but the shock from losing the duel remains deeply within. Later, Ratan works outside, while Wrath floats nearby, observing him with annoyance. Wrath complains about Rayon's resistance, while the boy quietly focuses on improving himself. Rayon recalls the night after defeating Martha and reflects on the results. The miracle medicine strengthened Rayon's body, increasing his fire aura and physical abilities. Ranon reviews his improved abilities, noticing water resistance reached 4 stars after recent training. While spending his final rest day, Ranon quietly tends flowers in the garden. Wrath floats nearby complaining loudly, while Rahan carefully works without damaging the plant roots. The demons once served flowers in the demon realm, recalling strange past memories. While Raynton listens quietly, Martha suddenly appears nearby watching him in silence. Raynton notices Martha and questions why she came to the garden. He observes Martha's serious expression and wonders about her sudden calm behavior. Martha firmly declares she wants to fight Rayon again soon. She explains she must confirm her defeat herself instead of accepting the result. Martha proposes another duel, but Rayon calmly asks what reward he receives. She reacts with surprise, while Rathon explains challengers usually offer something when requesting rematches. Martha grows frustrated, as Rathon shows little interest in fighting her again, Standing near the flower garden, Martha hesitates while thinking about Rayan's unexpected attitude. She considers stepping on the flowers, but notices Rayan carefully protecting them. Rayan calmly states he does not actually like flowers despite tending them. He explains he only gardens because his mother enjoys flowers. Hearing this, Martha becomes irritated and struggles to respond. Frustrated and embarrassed, Martha turns away and decides to leave the garden. Rayan notices his mother Sylvia arriving outside the mansion and turns toward her. Sylvia warmly greets Rayan while noticing Martha standing quietly nearby. Martha recognizes Sylvia as the woman who once saved her child bravely. Sylvia kindly introduces herself and greets Martha with a warm smile. She gently checks whether Martha was hurt during her duel with Rayan. Embarrassed by the praise, Martha blushes while listening to Sylvia's compliments. Sylvia asks why Martha came here after finishing her business with Rayan. When Martha prepares to leave, Sylvia warmly invites her to eat together. Surprised by the sudden kindness, Martha hesitates while struggling to respond. Sylvia invites Rayan and Martha to dine together inside the Zegart mansion dining room. During the meal, Sylvia politely asks Martha about her age and training progress. Martha quietly eats while Sylvia kindly encourages her to enjoy the meal comfortably. Sylvia gently places her hand on Martha's shoulder while speaking kindly to her. Martha suddenly recalls a warm memory from childhood while hearing Sylvia's gentle words. The memory comforts Martha, making her respond softly, while remembering her own mother. After finishing the meal, Martha thanks Sylvia politely before leaving the mansion. Sylvia smiles and reminds Martha to treat Rayan kindly in the future. Watching Martha leave, Ran and Rath quietly wonder about her unusual behavior. After leaving the mansion, Martha walks alone, reflecting on Sylvia's kindness toward her. Martha remembers losing to Rayan despite promising herself she would never lose again. The defeat troubles her deeply because losing might threaten her search for her mother. Martha recalls her harsh training and determination to become strong enough to find her mother. However, losing to Rayan breaks her confidence and shakes the promise she kept. She worries failure might cause her adoptive family to abandon her future. Overwhelmed by frustration, Martha struggles to accept the unexpected defeat against Ron. Returning home, Martha meets the servant who has been waiting for her. The servant delivers a letter from Daniel, her adoptive father, written after the duel. Martha reads Daniel's letter, learning he acknowledges her defeat but encourages reflection and growth. The letter explains Daniel still searches for Martha's missing mother and has not abandoned hope. Moved by his words, Martha thanks the servant and promises to remember Daniel's advice. Alone in the hall, Martha admits to herself that she truly lost to Rayan. She realizes the defeat happened fairly, not because she made careless mistakes. Determined to honor Daniel, Martha accepts the loss and prepares to improve herself. Martha decides ignoring the defeat would only bring shame when facing Daniel again. As she cut her hair, she resolves to abandon pride and train seriously from the beginning once more. With firm resolve, Martha vows to become stronger and overcome future challenges. On the next day, trainees gathered in the courtyard, noticing tension between Rayan Zeghart and Martha. Rayan Zeghart stood calmly facing Martha while nearby trainees watched the strange confrontation carefully. Rayan proposed a duel condition where the loser must obey the winner without question. The unexpected proposal surprised many trainees because Rayan rarely made bold promises like that. Martha remained composed, despite the challenge, showing unusual maturity and confidence for her age. A careless trainee suddenly bumped into Martha and quickly apologized, easing the brief tension. Soon afterward, the new year arrived within Zeghart territory and training routines continued. Burin patiently guided younger trainees, while Rundayan practiced sword techniques with careful precision. Rayan Zeghart trained relentlessly every day, determined to improve strength and surpass every limit. Several trainees discussed Rayan's progress, wondering how he mastered advanced techniques so quickly. Even the instructors quietly acknowledged Rayan's growth, realizing his abilities exceeded expectations. Far away on a high mountain, two observers evaluated Rayan's talent with serious interest. Looking down toward Zeghart lands, the observers began discussing an upcoming event carefully. They mentioned the Owen Kingdom archive opening soon, attracting powerful warriors and influential families. The Owen Kingdom was known as one of 6 kingdoms, holding vast ancient knowledge. Two observers discussed the Owen Kingdom archive, explaining it belongs to the 6 kingdoms. Standing on the mountain cliff, they consider the power of young trainees like Rayan. They decide the Zeghart trainees must behave properly when the other kingdom visitors arrive. The red-haired instructor quietly smiles, finding the upcoming situation potentially amusing and interesting. Later, the trainees gather together as news spreads about a special training match. Everyone learns that the Owen Kingdom's knights will participate in training exercises today. Inside the training hall, the red-haired instructor confirms important guests are visiting the facility. Reson Zegart listens calmly, while the instructor explains the purpose behind their visit. Meanwhile, a confident knight promises to demonstrate the true strength of their kingdom. The instructor announces that both sides will fight each other during today's training. Soon after, armored knights from the Owen Kingdom enter the training hall together. Among them appears a young blonde knight who immediately draws everyone's attention. The blonde knight introduces himself proudly as Greer, the third prince of Owen. Reson Zegart quietly observes the prince, sensing unusual strength and strong presence. The instructor then asks whether Radon is willing to challenge the Owen prince. Ron Seagart calmly refuses the duel, saying he prefers fighting the Owen trainees instead. The instructor accepts the agreement and announces both groups must select 20 participants. Turning toward the trainees, the instructor orders volunteers to step forward for participation. A heavy condition is suddenly declared, raising tension among the gathered Zeeghart trainees. The instructor explains that losing the duel means losing an entire month's salary. Hearing this rule, several trainees react nervously while considering the dangerous consequences. Rayon studies the Owen Knights carefully, analyzing their equipment, posture, and disciplined movements. Despite their appearance, he concludes their overall power remains similar to ordinary trainees. However, Ron believes their physical strength could still cause problems during combat. Before the duels begin, Rakan encourages everyone to remain confident and fight seriously. Inspired by his words, the trainees respond loudly with determined agreement. The instructor then announces that the order of fighters will soon be decided. Rayon selects Martha as the first fighter, believing her strength will inspire confidence. Soon afterward, a tall Owen knight introduces himself confidently as Tars. Looking down at Martha, Tars doubts her strength because of their noticeable size difference. Across the courtyard, a blonde swordsman calmly observed trainees while assessing their strength and discipline. Nearby, Rekon Zeghart advanced swiftly, striking a trainee whose guard collapsed under pressure. Observers realized the second training hall swordsman possessed remarkable ability and refined combat discipline. Within the busy courtyard, numerous trainees sparred intensely, proving the Zeghart family's reputation for martial excellence. However, despite their strong fundamentals, their technique still differed from legendary Imperial Knights' combat mastery. Meanwhile, the blonde swordsman continued observing silently, noticing Ront's unusual movement and controlled aggression. Suddenly, Rayon lunged forward decisively, delivering a powerful strike that completely overwhelmed his opponent. Watching from nearby, two instructors discussed the match while analyzing Rayon Zegart's remarkable talent. The red-haired elf suggested the duel would become a valuable lesson for ambitious trainees. Standing beside the elf, the brown-haired instructor considered making a wager about trainees' results. Both men calmly agreed that 20 duels would determine which instructor trained superior students. Confidence filled their expressions as each trusted the potential of their carefully trained warriors. Back on the training ground, Rasonoan accelerated again, his sword movement becoming sharper and faster. The opposing trainee struggled desperately, shocked by Rason's strength and relentless combat rhythm. Nearby spectators shouted Martha's name while Rason maintained dominance over the increasingly desperate opponent. Rason Zeghart watched the duel calmly, noticing Martha fighting differently than expected today beside him. Runston quietly observed Martha increasing both speed and power during the fight. Rakon analyzed the battle carefully, finding the situation surprisingly amusing, rather than impressive. Blue aura flickered around Rakon as he relaxed, remembering when duels in Zeghart felt thrilling. Soon afterward, the announcer declared the 18th match between Runtan and Igilan. Runayan stepped forward silently while trainees around the courtyard focused on the upcoming duel. Facing Runayan, the red-haired opponent mocked her cold stare before raising blazing fighting spirit. Runantan responded calmly, unleashing freezing energy that surrounded her sword and chilled the arena. Both fighters advanced quickly, their blades clashing while spectators struggled following the speed. Ice and fire energies collided violently as Runtan countered every aggressive strike. The red-haired trainee attempted a powerful sweeping attack to overwhelm Runtan's defense. Runtan disappeared from sight suddenly, leaving the opponent confused by the unexpected movement. Before anyone reacted, Runan appeared behind the opponent and delivered a decisive strike. The instructor immediately announced Runian as the winner of the 18th duel, although defeated. The red-haired trainee accepted the result while Runian walked away calmly. Runian approached Rason Zegart after her victory, asking whether he had watched her duel. Ratan acknowledged her performance calmly, noting that her sword work had improved considerably recently. Nearby instructors observed the scoreboard, announcing the score now stood evenly balanced. The instructor loudly called Buren Ziegart and Shrun forward for the 19th duel. Both fighters introduced themselves formally, representing their respective training groups before the spectators. At the signal to begin, Buren and Shrun rushed forward, blades clashing immediately. Their swords collided repeatedly as each combatant attempted overpowering the other's defense. Buren launched aggressive strikes, forcing Shrun backward across the training ground. Despite the pressure, Shrun countered skillfully, matching Buren's strength and determination. Suddenly, both swords shattered from the intense clash, surprising the watching trainees. The instructor quickly declared the 19th match a tie after confirming both weapons broken. Rayon quietly praised Buren's effort, recognizing the knight trainee's remarkable strength. Buren reflected on representing the Ziegart name, determined that losing was unacceptable. Turning confidently, Buren promised he would win the final duel for his allies. Revon watched silently as Buren walked away, carrying the responsibility of Ziegart's honor. Rayon Ziegart stands calmly in the training arena, recalling previous fighters he faced here. Observing the courtyard carefully, Rayon studies surrounding trainees while considering their overall abilities. Nearby students whisper among themselves, wondering whether Rayon truly belongs among these elite swordsmen. A red-haired elf instructor and a brown-haired noble quietly observe the situation unfolding nearby. From the arena center, Rayon Ziegart grips his sword firmly while maintaining absolute composure. The observers question Rayon's ranking, noticing his calm posture despite growing attention around him. Memories of the third prince appear as Rayon recalls witnessing overwhelming power previously. Meanwhile, instructors continue discussing whether Rakon's swordsmanship can truly challenge such elite opponents. The red-haired elf proposes another wager, confidently believing the coming duel will surprise everyone. Raising 5 fingers, the brown-haired noble predicts Rakon will require 5 attacks. Before anyone reacts, Rakon launches forward with explosive speed, beginning his first decisive strike. Shock spreads instantly as Rakon's sword reaches the opponent far faster than expected. Wind pressure bursts outward as Rayon completes the strike with precise control. The defeated trainee collapses immediately, while Rayon stands behind him holding the blade. Watching instructors stare silently, realizing the duel ended before even 5 attacks occurred. Rayon Ziegart lowers his stance slightly, realizing he previously underestimated the opponent's determination. Golden aura surrounds Rakon as trainees nearby finally recognize his overwhelming swordsmanship talent. From the sidelines, instructors observe quietly, acknowledging Rain's ability already surpasses ordinary trainees, despite defeat. The third prince struggles upright, refusing to accept the duel's conclusion. Ron remains calm while explaining the duel already ended when the decisive strike landed. Nearby spectators whisper nervously, wondering why the prince still refuses accepting defeat publicly. Among trainees, Buren and Runen quietly notice the prince's stubborn pride and frustration. Approaching the arena, a female knight sternly warns Ron about disrespecting royal authority. Standing firm, Ron responds bluntly, declaring the prince already lost the duel fairly. The red-haired elf instructor steps forward calmly, stopping the argument before tensions escalate. Looking toward Rahan, the instructor allows him complete freedom to decide the situation. After hearing those words, the third prince finally lowers his pride and acknowledges defeat. Facing Raikon directly, the prince admits misjudging his strength before the duel began. Kneeling respectfully, the prince requests another duel, so he may overcome his humiliation. Rayon silently studies the prince, realizing the arrogant noble might change after today. Rayon Ziegart agrees to one final duel, as the third prince confidently accepts immediately. Standing across the arena floor, both swordsmen prepare themselves while trainees watch silently nearby. The third prince grips a glowing artifact tightly, preparing to reveal hidden strength. Blue lightning energy erupts violently as the third prince activates his powerful royal sword technique. Rayon observes calmly while the prince's aura expands, filling the training arena. Nearby spectators recognize the legendary technique and realize the duel has become serious. The third prince declares he will fight with everything he possesses during this decisive clash. Rayon quietly summons his frost spirit, preparing to counter the prince's overwhelming energy. A glowing system window appears, offering Rayon a gamble connected to defeating the prince. Rayon accepts the challenge instantly and launches forward, initiating the second duel. Blinding sword clashes explode across the arena as lightning and frost collide violently. Watching trainees stare in disbelief, while shockwaves ripple through the battlefield. The third prince unleashes a rapid series of powerful strikes fueled by lightning energy. Ron counters carefully, analyzing the prince's movements while preparing a decisive response. Determination fills the prince's eyes as he gathers every remaining ounce of power. Blue lightning aura intensifies around the third prince as he prepares his strongest attack. Rayon steadies his stance calmly while flames and lightning illuminate the arena. With unwavering resolve, the prince charges forward toward Rayon for the final clash. Rayon Zagart stands firmly in the arena, golden flames gathering around his sword aura. Across the arena, the blonde knight focuses intensely while watching Rayon's powerful technique. Ron activates the Thousand Flames technique. First flame, unleashing blazing energy toward his opponent. Golden fire surrounds Ron as he advances forward, swinging his sword with fierce determination. The opposing knight quickly raises his blade, releasing blue aura to defend against Rayon's strike. Both energies collide violently, filling the arena with intense shockwaves and flashing sparks everywhere. The blonde knight steps forward confidently, preparing another counterattack despite Rakon's overwhelming flames. Rakon moves swiftly, directing fiery sword energy downward with precise control and calm expression. The powerful strike crashes against the opponent's defense, forcing him backward across the arena floor. Ron immediately follows with another blazing slash, refusing to give his opponent time to recover. The blonde knight struggles against the relentless attack, realizing Ron's aura control surpasses expectations. Ron's final strike breaks through the defense, ending the duel with decisive overwhelming strength. After the clash settles, the arena quiets, while observers witness Rayon Zaghart standing victorious. The defeated knight acknowledges Rayon's strength, recognizing the extraordinary swordsmanship displayed during battle. Ron calmly lowers his sword, reflecting silently on the valuable experience gained during duel. Ron Zaghart shakes hands with his opponent after the duel, showing calm respect. The defeated knight admits Ron's strength, realizing the gap between their swordsmanship abilities. Ron receives a golden prize token, acknowledging victory and the effort displayed during battle. The blonde knight smiles calmly, promising that they will meet again in another duel. Ron accepts the challenge quietly, recognizing the rival's determination to grow stronger. Nearby instructors and nobles watch the scene while acknowledging Ron's remarkable sword talent. The visiting knight suddenly recalls an urgent duty, deciding to leave immediately. Walking away from the arena, he reflects on Ron's unusual skill and maturity. Meanwhile, Rayon observes the golden token carefully, sensing a strange, unfamiliar energy. Later, Raon appears before a high-ranking noble inside a grand hall. The noble discusses Raon's duel performance, praising his calm judgment and impressive sword mastery. Rafan listens respectfully while remembering battles from his previous life as an assassin. The noble asks about Rafan's plans, curious about what the young swordsman learned. Rafan explains his intention to continue training and improving his swordsmanship further. As evening arrives, Rayon leaves the palace area while new opportunities begin unfolding ahead. Duke Tartan rides beside the young knight while discussing the duel Rayon fought earlier. The knight admits revealing his powerful technique during the match may have been excessive. While traveling through the forest path, he explains Rayon Zaghart showed honorable behavior. Memories of the intense clash appear, showing Rayon blocking the strike with remarkable control. The knight reflects that Rayon possesses exceptional talent, discipline, and unusual maturity. Duke Tartan listens carefully while realizing Rayon could influence the future of kingdoms. Later, Rayon Zaghart rides quietly through the forest after finishing the important duel. Inside, a royal hall, nobles discuss how Rayon's performance has already spread widely. The king notices the sudden attention surrounding Rayon and considers its political implications. A royal advisor explains, nobles are quietly increasing Rayon's reputation and influence. The king listens thoughtfully while evaluating the situation surrounding the young swordsman. Meanwhile, dark figures gather elsewhere as rumors reveal the 5 demons returning again. Inside the training hall, Zaghart trainees stand in formation while instructor explains upcoming sparring evaluation. Students quietly discuss rumors, realizing the upcoming exercise will involve real combat missions outside. Instructor announces the special training will resemble real battles where bloodshed may occur. Far within Zaghart territory, mountain bandits hide in forests near villages and trade routes. Narration reveals these bandits recently became more violent, attacking travelers and threatening nearby settlements. Back in the training courtyard, trainees understand their mission will involve eliminating these dangerous criminals. Instructor explains bandits burned a southern village after killing residents during brutal ambush. Shocked trainees remain silent while processing the cruel massacre committed by mountain bandits. Instructor states their mission clearly: track down bandits and eliminate the threat permanently. Runan practices sword techniques nearby, slicing falling leaves with precise and smooth movements. She recalls sparring Rakon earlier, recognizing his controlled sword style felt extremely refined. Despite noticing Rakon's ability, Renton struggles to identify the weakness behind his techniques. Standing near the academy building, Renton wonders whether asking Rakon about swordsmanship could help. After brief hesitation, she decides asking directly might disturb him unnecessarily during training. Determined to improve independently, Runan continues practicing while sunset light fills the quiet training grounds. After long training, Runan rests briefly on a stone, reflecting on Rakon's sword movements. She decides the practice for today is sufficient and slowly rises from the ground, looking toward the academy building. Ronan wonders whether Rayan is still training inside. Evening arrives as Ronan walks quietly through the town streets beneath the dim night sky. Cold wind passes through the empty road, while distant buildings remain silent and dark. Suddenly a voice calls her name from behind, causing Ronan to stop immediately. Turning carefully, Ronan recognizes Syria Sian, a member of the vassal family. Syria approaches calmly, studying Ronan with a quiet but unsettling expression. Standing close, Syria questions why Ronan appears unhappy while facing her own brother. Ronan becomes tense, as Syria reminds her not to show that expression again. Syria continues speaking while mentioning Limmer's harsh training and Ronan's recent growth. Despite the praise, Syria suddenly warns that war demands risking life without hesitation. Without warning, Syria strikes Runan, sending her falling painfully onto the ground, watching calmly. Syria reminds Runan about something she once loved during childhood. Syria recalls Ronan's small pet squirrel named Ruby, revealing a strange nostalgic memory. Syria stands calmly under the night sky while holding the small squirrel Ruby gently. Ronan suddenly realizes the animal is her old pet and calls her brother desperately. Syria releases the squirrel from his hand, letting it fall toward the dark ground. Frozen with shock, Ronan watches helplessly as Ruby drops into the darkness below. Standing above her, Syria laughs loudly while staring down at the devastated Ronan. Grabbing her head, Syria forces Ronan close and declares she belongs to him. Ronan struggles to breathe while Syria whispers that she must stop resisting him. Suddenly a powerful strike crashes nearby, shaking the street and forcing Syria backward. Through the dust and shockwaves, Rayon Zeghart appears and steps forward calmly. Rayon stops inside the dark alley while a tall silver-haired man suddenly blocks his path. The mysterious man calmly questions Rayon while standing confidently under the quiet night sky. Rayon observes the stranger carefully, sensing unusual intent from someone appearing unexpectedly before him. The silver-haired man studies Rayon closely, suspecting the boy might be a thief. Behind Rayon, Rayon stands quietly, appearing nervous while watching the strange situation unfold nearby. Rayon calmly explains he is Rayon's older brother and not someone causing trouble. Noticing Ronan's frightened expression, the silver-haired man suddenly realizes the misunderstanding he created tonight. With a relaxed smile, the stranger jokes lightly while admitting the prank went too far. Ron remains unimpressed, quietly judging the situation while continuing to observe the man's behavior. The silver-haired man places snacks nearby, explaining he only came to deliver them. Afterward he praises Ronan, mentioning she has a reliable friend who protects her. Soon the stranger apologizes politely before leaving the alley under the calm night sky. Ronan watches the departing man carefully, recognizing him as swordsman Cheryl Sian, remembering his previous life. Ronan realizes Cheryl once trained legendary swordsman Glenn Zeghart. Standing quietly beside him, Ronan slowly relaxes as the tense encounter finally ends. Rayan gently holds Runan's hand and guides her away from the quiet alley calmly. Under the silent night sky, Runan quietly agrees and follows Rayan through the street. Reaching her home, Runan thanks Rastin, while mentioning she will leave tomorrow morning. Later that night, Runan sits alone near the window while quietly reflecting on everything. Memories return slowly as she recalls how danger repeatedly appeared around her childhood. Thinking about Ratin again, Runan notices his actions toward her. Never truly changed. Runan remembers frightening threats, warning silence or terrible harm would come to others. Fear once forced her to remain quiet, believing speaking might destroy everything around her. Yet remembering Rayon Zeghart, Runan begins understanding someone else, carried heavy suffering too. Observing Rand's perseverance during training, Runan realized hard effort could slowly change destiny. Inspired by Rand's determination, she decided she must attempt changing her own life. However, doubt returned quietly, making Runan believe true change might still remain impossible. Sitting alone again, Runan comforts herself while accepting she must endure silently. Nearby snacks remain untouched as she stares quietly, calming her troubled thoughts. Far away in Zeghart territory, peaceful village, Zartan appears under calm morning sunlight. The Zaghart swordsmen arrive near the quiet village as the red-haired elf orders rest tonight. After traveling through plains and narrow paths, the exhausted trainees finally stop beside houses. A villager greets them politely and guides the Zaghart swordsmen toward simple lodgings nearby. Inside the room, a fireplace burns quietly while Raycon sits beside Wrath's floating spirit. Wrath senses strange energy around Rakon and suspects someone recently hid malicious intent nearby. Recalling yesterday's encounter, Rotten believes the mysterious man concealed dangerous motives carefully. Wrath suddenly offers help, promising to destroy the vulgar presence troubling Rotan immediately. Raon refuses firmly, explaining reckless violence would only create unnecessary chaos tonight. Despite rejection, Wrath insists he simply wishes to repay Rakon's kindness sincerely. Rakon remembers the man responsible for Runtan's suffering cannot disappear easily. Thinking deeply, Raon recalls how Runan once shared bread during difficult days. Because of that kindness, Raon quietly promises he will protect Runyan from danger. Meanwhile, Zarart trainees patrol the village streets carefully under the cold evening sky. Suddenly several trainees collapse violently as unknown attackers strike from hidden positions. Confusion spreads instantly while the ambush throws the entire group into chaos. Rasan and Martha quickly notice the disturbance while moving through the village path. Realizing danger has appeared, Rasan sharpens his senses and studies the surroundings carefully. Far ahead, Rensen suddenly appears near a house while unknown danger approaches silently. Instructor Rimmer addressed the trainees, explaining Snow Tiger Claw caused the horrific tragedy. Rasan and other students listened silently, while the warning forced them remember dangerous enemies. Rimmer displayed a silent whistle, explaining only threatened people could hear its warning sound. Runan observed the whistle carefully, while Rimmer announced instructors would move immediately after hearing. The instructor warned the students that Snow Tiger swordsmen showed cruelty without mercy. Rimmer ordered them strike enemy throats immediately whenever opportunities appeared during dangerous encounters. Rimmer commanded the trainees form groups while appointing the strongest student leader. Runan prepared quietly while holding her weapon, remembering Rathan's promise to protect her always. Raon's determined memory surfaced again, swearing destroy anyone attempting to harm Runan. Runan froze slightly after hearing her name, surprised someone suddenly approached her quietly. Raikon calmly asked Runan accompany him, planning explore the mountain mission together. After hesitation, Runan finally agreed quietly, accepting Raycon's leadership for their dangerous task. Both students reached the mountain view, observing snowy peaks rising beyond the academy forest. Ron explained Mount Rethan contained many caves where Snow Tiger members often secretly hide. Meanwhile, hidden pursuers observed the trainees, confirming their prediction that students would travel there. Raon studied the snowy hills carefully, realizing the visible path concealed unknown terrain dangers ahead. Runan watched quietly while Rahan decided they should leave the obvious hills immediately. Instead, Rahan suggested entering the forest since other trainees would likely investigate the hills. Silence followed as Runan walked beside Ron through the snowy forest path. Wrath appeared beside Ronton, noticing Runan's concern and questioning his quiet reaction. Rakon admitted he struggled understanding emotions surrounding Sylvia, leaving him uncertain about advising Runan. Ron and Runan continued descending through dense trees, the forest growing thicker and quieter. Soon they noticed a strange trap buried deeply within the snow-covered ground. Ronan realized ordinary tricks would fail here, since experienced enemies likely controlled the area. Rayon crouched carefully, explaining Snow Tiger warriors possessed sharp senses and intelligence. Runan warned that entering further could be dangerous, because the enemy base might be nearby. Rayon ordered silent movement, while Runan followed closely through the quiet forest trail. Hidden behind bushes, Rayon discovered only a few traps near the cave entrance. He suspected the enemies expected intruders elsewhere, leaving this location lightly guarded. Inside the cave, Rayon noticed a frightened child tied nearby. Realizing a hostage situation, Rayon quietly observed the cave entrance, noticing two mountain bandits guarding the snowy camp. Nearby, a burly man sat beside the hostage, appearing experienced with swords and combat. From the shadows, Rodon estimated many enemies nearby, realizing Snow Tiger members likely gathered. The hostage boy breathed nervously, clearly frightened, while the bandits kept watch beside him. Rothon carefully gripped his sword, confirming the enemies still had not noticed them. Hidden among trees, Runan observed quietly while waiting for Raycon's next decision. Rayhan asked Runan focus on him, calming her worries about rescuing the captured child. He explained she must release mana outward when he signals during the attack. Runan accepted the plan seriously, preparing herself while trusting Ron's strategy. Meanwhile, the bandits complained lazily, unaware danger approached through the snowy forest. Suddenly Runan stepped forward boldly, surprising the guards guarding the cave entrance. The bandits shouted in confusion, demanding to know who the mysterious intruder was. Runan released her aura, spreading mana outward to block sound across the battlefield. The bandits realized their voices could not travel, shocked by the sudden magic barrier. Taking advantage immediately, Rayon rushed forward swiftly, preparing to eliminate enemies behind them first. Rayon suddenly rushed forward from the forest, preparing to eliminate 2 bandits immediately. With precise speed, Rayon aimed to slash both enemies at once before they reacted. Behind him, Runan maintained the mana barrier, concentrating carefully to block spreading sound. Suddenly the silence shattered as a loud crack echoed, breaking the fragile mana obstruction. Runan trembled slightly after the shock, realizing the barrier collapsed unexpectedly during Rason's attack. Rason immediately understood their presence might soon be discovered by nearby Snow Tiger bandits. Rayon charges through snowy forest, striking Snow Tiger swordsman, while protecting frightened Runan behind him. A bandit lunges toward Runan suddenly, yet Rayon swiftly intercepts the attacker with decisive force. Within moments, Rayon pins surviving enemy beneath sword, preventing escape across frozen battlefield. Rayon threatens the captured bandit, forcing him reveal information about Snow Tiger hideout nearby. Behind Raton, Runan steadies herself, regaining composure despite trembling from the sudden confrontation. Despite fear, Runan quietly observes the scene, determined to remain useful during dangerous mission. Under pressure, the bandit confesses Snow Tiger forces hide deeper inside forest cave ahead. Ron learns 39 enemies remain guarding hostages, while scattered patrols watch surrounding forest. The captive also reveals 1 hostage remains trapped inside, causing Roxanne's expression harden instantly. A frightened boy explains the remaining hostage is his younger sister still trapped inside. Runan reassures the boy gently, promising they will rescue the girl from danger. Rayon studies the cave entrance carefully, calculating risks of confronting numerous enemies guarding hostages. Considering the danger, Rayon decides they must signal instructors before attacking the bandit hideout. Runan raises the silent whistle and blows carefully, sending warning signal through mountains. Although hearing nothing, Runan realizes the whistle works secretly, alerting nearby instructors immediately. Runan blows the silent whistle while Raton watches carefully, waiting for the hidden alarm response. Moments later, distant bandits inside the cave suddenly react, realizing someone nearby triggered alarm. Runan shields the frightened boy while Round prepares himself as enemies rush outside. A bandit guard emerges from cave entrance, suspiciously questioning why a child appeared here. Soon afterward, the Snow Tiger leader arrives, demanding explanation about the whistle signal. Rayon firmly restrains captured bandit, proposing hostage exchange while observing enemies carefully. Inside the cave entrance, a frightened girl hostage stands nervously beside armed bandit guard. However, the cruel leader refuses negotiation, declaring the hostage life meaningless to him. Threatening demonstration, the bandit raises sword toward girl, attempting intimidate Rayon immediately. Rayon studies the situation calmly, realizing negotiation will never succeed against these ruthless bandits. Turning slightly, Rayon instructs Runan protect the boy and wait carefully for signal. Without hesitation, Rayon suddenly slashes the captured bandit, shocking surrounding enemies completely. Rayon charges forward instantly, cutting through approaching bandits before they understand sudden attack. While Rayon battles fiercely, the terrified girl drops toward ground during chaotic fight. Following Raon's command, Runan unleashes Frost Aura, freezing ground and surrounding bandits instantly. Snowy fog spreads across battlefield, while confused bandits struggle seeing clearly during sudden frost attack. Using the confusion, Rakon quickly carries rescued girl away from the chaotic battlefield. Furious bandits notice escape too late, shouting orders while rushing deeper into forest. Rakon and Runan regroup beside frightened children, realizing remaining bandits still search nearby. Despite injury bleeding from his arm, Rayon calmly plans eliminating remaining enemies. Runan notices the wound immediately, becoming worried about Rayon continuing battle alone. As Rayon prepares leaving, Runan suddenly grabs his sleeve, trying to stop reckless decision. Concerned, Runan warns fighting injured enemies alone remains extremely dangerous, even for Ron. She suggests waiting since instructors should soon arrive after hearing the silent whistle. Standing firmly, Ranon gently calls Runan's name while meeting her worried gaze. Calmly speaking, Rayon explains fear exists naturally for trainees and experienced swordsmen alike. However, Rayon reminds Runan that true danger comes from doing nothing while innocent people suffer. Rayon recalls destroyed village, remembering villagers who fought desperately protecting loved ones. Images of fallen defenders appear in his mind, strengthening his resolve against bandits. With unwavering determination, Rayon decides they cannot ignore those tragic deaths anymore. Rayon faces Runan calmly, reminding her they are swordsmen of the proud Zegart family. He explains their duty requires completing missions and honoring sacrifices made by fallen villagers. Ratan warns that fear of her brother's shadow will trap Runan forever if ignored, looking directly forward. Runan listens silently, as Ratan explains she must protect what she values. Rayon gently takes Runan's hand, saying her next path depends entirely on her decision. After speaking firmly, Rayon walks toward the cave entrance, leaving Runan alone with thoughts. Runan lowers her head quietly, reflecting deeply on fear and painful memories haunting her past. Within her mind, Runan rejects living forever controlled by past trauma and shadows. Determined expression appears as Runan decides step forward bravely toward brighter future ahead. Ranan Zegart moves swiftly through the attackers, slashing multiple bandits while maintaining calm focus. Several wounded enemies stumble backward as Rasan's precise sword strikes overwhelm their chaotic assault. Nearby criminals panic after witnessing a young boy defeat armed adults with frightening efficiency. Another bandit leaps from above, attempting to ambush Rayan, while companions surround him cautiously. Rayan reacts instantly, raising his sword and deflecting the descending attack with controlled strength. The sudden clash shocks nearby observers, as the attacker crashes down violently against ground. An older man watches carefully, confused about how the young swordsman vanished during combat. Raccoon suddenly appears behind him, moving faster than the man's eyes could properly follow. A swift slash echoes through the alley as another enemy collapses under Raccoon's clean strike. Ranon calmly demands surrender while standing before the remaining criminals blocking the narrow path. The bandit leader laughs arrogantly, dismissing the idea that a child could threaten them. Several criminals tighten their grips on weapons, preparing to surround Rakan together aggressively. One bandit suddenly notices Rakan's refined clothing, realizing the boy likely belongs noble family. Greed appears among the criminals as they consider capturing Ranson for ransom and profit. Ignoring their threats entirely, Ranson advances forward, sword raised, prepared to eliminate every enemy. Raon Zeghart identifies the Snow Tiger Claw Chief while raising his swords calmly above. Nearby bandits shout loudly after discovering the missing hostage and captured woman earlier. Raon quickly blocks an incoming attack, stopping the enemy blade before it reaches him. The Snow Tiger Chief mocks Raon while preventing him from escaping toward Runan. Amused by the battle, the chief grins widely, enjoying the chance to fight. Meanwhile, Runan Zeghart confronts another bandit, holding her sword despite visible hesitation. Runan demands the hostage release while standing firmly before the cave entrance. Determination fills her mind as she promises herself to protect the children there. Carefully gripping her sword, Runakan studies the enemy and prepares her next move. The bandit charges forward recklessly, encouraged by distant shouts, demanding Rayon's death. Another trainee suddenly appears beside Raynon, reminding her about Rayon's earlier instructions. The arrival briefly surprises Raynon, forcing her to shift attention from the rushing enemy. Runayan suddenly experiences frightening memories of her brother during a traumatic childhood moment. Fear overwhelms her thoughts as she remembers helplessly watching events unfold long ago. Despite trembling hands, Runayan questions whether she can protect others like Rayantine. Runayan trembles while memories return, recalling Rayton's voice encouraging her during difficult moments. Looking toward the cave entrance, Runayan sees enemies still threatening the frightened hostages nearby. Ron's calm expression reassures her silently, reminding Runan that she possesses hidden strength. Runan remembers sitting alone before, when Ronton approached and spoke gently to comfort her. He extended his hand patiently, offering guidance and showing her a path forward. The memory strengthens Runan's heart as determination slowly replaces the fear inside her. With renewed resolve, Runan grips her sword tightly while focusing her breathing calmly. Blue aura gathers around the blade as she charges forward toward the approaching bandit. Her powerful strike crashes downward, overwhelming the enemy before he can react properly. The bandit collapses violently after Runian's attack pierces through his defense completely. Confidence returns to Runian as she realizes Rayan's encouragement helped her overcome fear. Watching nearby, the Snow Tiger Chief begins noticing the trainee's surprising combat strength. The bandit leader stares seriously. Recognizing these young fighters are far from ordinary, Rayan grips his sword firmly, prepared to confront the remaining enemies without hesitation. Standing beside him, Runanan now faces the battlefield with steady eyes and courage. Rayan Zegart unleashes the Thousand Flames technique. First flame, creating blazing lotus-shaped aura. The flaming sword strike descends fiercely, cutting through the bandit with overwhelming power. After defeating the enemy, Rayan calmly retrieves a rare two-tone flower nearby. Renan Zeghart looks surprised, realizing the dangerous battle has already ended suddenly. A mysterious warrior observes the battlefield while recognizing the rare two-tone flower. The stranger introduces himself confidently as Richter, leader among the North and South Alliance. Ray questions the stranger calmly while studying the confident bandit's suspicious attitude. Richter proudly admits belonging to the North and South Alliance without hesitation. Hearing the name, Rakon immediately remembers stories describing Richter's dangerous reputation. Rakon recalls rumors about Richter destroying villages and spreading fear across many territories. Richter studies the young fighters carefully, realizing they belong to the powerful Zeghart family. With a dangerous smile, Richter considers whether eliminating the young swordsman would benefit him. In the snowy forest clearing, a rugged bandit confronts Renan Zeghart, sensing lethal intent. Renan calmly observes the opponent, his assassin instincts analyzing the man's threatening presence. Having survived a brutal past as an assassin, Renan remains completely unfazed by hostility. Snow drifts quietly around them while Renan slightly adjusts posture, revealing controlled confidence. Despite recognizing the enemy's strength, Renan believes victory is possible through precise technique, without hesitation. Renan draws his sword and challenges the man to attack him directly. The bandit pauses briefly, surprised that a young swordsman speaks with fearless certainty. Renan studies the opponent carefully, explaining that true warriors must understand danger before fighting. Hearing those mature words, the bandit laughs lightly while acknowledging Ren's unusual courage. Interest replaces hostility as the bandit remarks that Ren displays remarkable calmness. He explains that the organization called Vicious Wind has secretly observed Rakon's abilities. Suddenly leaping backward across the snow, the bandit suggests Rakon would fit their ranks. Standing atop a snowy ridge, the bandit asks the young swordsman to reveal his name. Renan answers calmly while keeping his sword lowered, showing neither fear nor hesitation. Introducing himself formally, Renan Zeghart declares his identity while snow falls quietly around. The bandit smiles slightly after hearing the name. Renan Zeghart spoken calmly before him. Snow scatters across the forest path as the man suddenly leaps away from Rasan. Rasan watches quietly while realizing the strange bandit has already disappeared without trace. Rasan steps closer through the snowy clearing, noticing Rasan still standing silently afterward. Curious about the situation, Rasan asks whether her earlier actions during battle were acceptable. Renan studies her briefly before acknowledging that Renan performed exceptionally well during combat. Under the wide winter sky, the group quietly leaves the snowy mountains together. Their first mission ends successfully after rescuing hostages and eliminating the dangerous bandits. Later at Zeghart territory, instructors evaluate the trainees returning from the mission. Family members decide to adopt the rescued children after learning their parents died. Soon afterward, Renan and Ronakan stand before the Patriarch inside the Zeghart Hall. Recognizing their achievement, the Patriarch awards bronze medals for completing the dangerous mission. Despite praise, Renan feels surprised when the Patriarch mentions the returned two-tone flower. Later that night, Renan encounters a servant waiting outside his residence unexpectedly. The servant explains Ren's mother requested to see him immediately after hearing mission results. Renan returns home at night, nervously asking a servant whether his mother heard everything. The servant happily admits he told her the heroic story about Renan defeating bandits. Moments later, Rakon's mother rushes forward after recognizing her son standing outside. Rakon quickly raises his hands, attempting to explain the misunderstanding before panic spreads further. Instead of anger, his mother suddenly hugs him tightly with overwhelming relief. Standing quietly in her embrace, Renan becomes confused by the unexpected warmth. His mother gently asks why Renan thought she would ever become angry. She explains the Zeghart swords exist to protect people and defend the weak. Because of that belief, she proudly praises Ren for rescuing hostages during the mission. Hearing her proud words, Rafan stands still while processing unfamiliar emotions. Nearby servants celebrate happily, impressed after hearing the story of Rahan's bravery. His mother continues, hugging Renan, calling him a good son and admirable young man. While embracing her, Renan silently admits emotions remain difficult for him to understand. Remembering the troublesome servant Dorian, Renan briefly complains about the exaggerated story. Despite confusion, Renan quietly accepts the warm moment, realizing the night ended peacefully. Morning light fills the quiet room as Renan gently places a small wooden wolf figure. Sitting on the bed, Renan stretches slightly while remembering Rakon's words from earlier. Thinking about Renan's encouragement, Renan realizes she no longer needs hiding inside shadows anymore. Smiling softly, Renan promises herself she will thank Renan properly next time. Elsewhere, the red-haired instructor relaxes lazily on a rooftop under the night sky. Watching Rakan and the bandit earlier, he quietly recalls the boy's fearless challenge. Under the quiet night sky, the Robert family's grand residence stands silent and heavily guarded. Inside the study, a long-haired noble calmly sits beside the fireplace while reviewing documents. Soft firelight reflects across his composed expression, revealing a man carrying hidden burdens. The noble carefully writes a report while reflecting on years of searching for cures. 17 years have passed, yet the mysterious wound on his hand remains completely unchanged. Despite countless medicines, skilled physicians and priests failed removing the lingering curse completely. A sudden memory surfaces, showing a dark figure rushing forward during a violent confrontation. The noble raises his wounded hand, wondering whether forgotten spirits are stirring again. Soon he dismisses the thought, deciding the past should remain buried forever. Far away, Ranon Zeghart stands beneath the sky as glowing messages announce his advancement. Having mastered several flame techniques, Ranon finally reaches the powerful expert realm. Despite success, Ranon calmly acknowledges the long path remaining before reaching true strength. Nearby, a floating blue spirit observes Raton while discussing his unbelievable progress. Although young, Raton confidently believes experience and determination matter more than simple age. The spirit ultimately accepts Ran's reasoning, recognizing the young swordsman's extraordinary potential. The blue spirit mocks Ranon, claiming the young swordsman cannot even scratch his finger. Ran calmly smiles, quietly admitting the spirit's words are correct for now. Still, Ran explains that in his previous life he never reached such strength. Hearing this honesty, the spirit reluctantly admits Rakan has improved more than expected. Suddenly the spirit angrily denies praising any human, especially someone like Rahan. Rahan calmly observes the reaction, realizing the spirit secretly acknowledges his progress. The furious spirit releases energy, shouting that Rakan deserves punishment beyond simple death. Rayon remains relaxed, warning uncontrolled rage will only weaken the spirit further. Laughing quietly, the spirit recalls ancient demons who once challenged him. Rayon stretches casually while deciding to end the conversation and continue his routine. The spirit panics, shouting loudly while floating after the departing swordsman. Soon the scene shifts to a training hall where an instructor ends practice. The red-haired elf instructor praises the students, while mentioning someone arrived late today. Afterward, trainees begin cleaning the hall while Rahan prepares to leave. Meanwhile, a green-haired boy opens a locker and suddenly notices someone standing behind him. The green-haired trainee panics when a stern girl suddenly appears behind him unexpectedly. Embarrassed, he quickly insists cleaning together with her would actually be an honor. However, the girl angrily orders everyone to leave immediately, refusing to waste time. Nearby, Rakan quietly observes, while instructor Rimmer approaches with his usual carefree smile. Students whisper that the strict instructor strangely behaves kindly whenever Rakan stands nearby. Rimmer casually claims he returned for something forgotten, confusing the watching trainees. Soon the instructor gathers everyone again, announcing an important matter requiring immediate attention. The trainees listen carefully while Rimmer reveals a second mission prepared for them. Although he laughs afterward, the unexpected announcement leaves the trainees uneasy. Rant silently reflects, remembering the difficulty and danger surrounding their previous mission. Rimmer explains rumors about violent orc raids threatening nearby villages and travelers recently. The mission requires trainees investigating the raids and protecting local people. Some students nervously question why instructors will not accompany them during this mission. Rimmer calmly explains leadership and judgment must develop through facing dangerous situations personally. He reminds them the best response always depends on carefully evaluating each moment. A green-haired trainee nervously asks whether escaping from battle might sometimes be acceptable. Rimmer answers survival may require retreat, depending entirely on the circumstances. Finally, the instructor announces everyone will depart for the mission in 2 days. Rayon Zeghart listens silently as the red-haired instructor warns trainees about careless preparation causing danger. Students begin arguing nervously about the sudden mission, while tension spreads throughout the crowded hall. Instructor Rimmer interrupts firmly, restoring order while Rayton calmly observes the uneasy trainees nearby. Buren Zeghart steps forward confidently, reminding everyone that panic wastes time needed for preparation. Other trainees reconsider his words while the instructor watches their reactions with quiet approval. Understanding the uncertain mission system, the students finally agree that preparation matters more than complaining. Instructor Rimmer explains that orcs are stronger and more aggressive enemies than trainees expect. Large numbers of orcs appear in the illustration behind him, emphasizing their overwhelming physical strength. He advises trainees focus on survival tactics and evasion instead of reckless direct confrontation. 2 days later, the Zeghart residence appears peaceful, while trainees quietly begin preparing supplies. Rain Zeghart carefully examines a lightweight backpack enchanted with magic for easier travel. Recognizing hidden meaning behind instructions, Ran realizes instructors expect students handle dangers independently. Suddenly, Wrath appears beside Rawan, mocking his calm attitude toward the dangerous mission ahead. The spirit warns that unpredictable events could destroy careful plans during battlefield encounters any time. Rathan remains composed while confidently stating that surrendering control to Wrath will never happen. Rathan Zeghart sits quietly inside his room, while Wrath floats beside him watching curiously. Suddenly, a knock echoes from the door, making Rathan wonder who arrived late tonight. Rathan cautiously approaches the door, alert and prepared for an unexpected visitor outside. Opening the door, Rahan freezes immediately after recognizing the familiar figure standing before him. Sylvia Zeghart stands calmly inside the hallway, surprising Raycon with her unexpected nighttime visit. Behind Sylvia, Instructor Rimmer appears briefly, revealing that he informed her about Raycon's mission. Rayan lowers his head slightly, apologizing quietly while standing before Sylvia inside the room. Sylvia watches him carefully, her expression serious as she prepares to give important guidance. She reminds Rayan that leading trainees requires responsibility beyond simply representing their group. Sylvia explains that poor decisions during missions could place every trainee's life in danger. Listening silently, Ron realizes the mission's difficulty and the burden placed upon him. Sylvia firmly instructs Ron to protect villagers while completing the dangerous monster raid. Looking directly at him, Sylvia says Raycon must prove himself as a Zeghart swordsman. Rayhan quietly admits he expected harsh anger instead of calm advice tonight. Sylvia finally reveals her worry and frustration, showing deep concern for Raycon's safety. Rayhan Zeghart stands silently as Sylvia suddenly embraces him, expressing warmth despite earlier tension. Sylvia gently tells Rayhan that this moment is not meant for scolding him, holding him close. Sylvia admits she feels proud seeing his growth since beginning training. However, Sylvia quietly confesses she still worries constantly about Rasan facing dangerous missions. Morning sunlight enters the room as mother and son remain standing together. Soon afterward, trainees gather outside, while Instructor Rimmer stands before them confidently. Rimmer warns the trainees that anything can happen once they leave the academy. Watching their nervous expressions, he orders them remain cautious during every situation. After giving final advice, Rimmer instructs the trainees begin moving toward their mission. Before departure, Rimmer sits casually while wishing the students luck on their mission. Ron quickly organizes the trainees into 4 orderly lines using their planned buddy system. Observing the formation carefully, Rimmer believes the students will handle the mission well. While watching Ron lead calmly, Rimmer recognizes his exceptional reasoning and leadership abilities. Despite Ran's intelligence and strength, Rimmer remembers the boy remains only 15 years old. Even so, Rimmer holds higher expectations for Rasan whenever the young swordsman returns. Instructor Rimmer watches departing trainees calmly, while another instructor suggests secretly following them now. Rimmer refuses immediately, explaining one trainee possesses extremely sharp senses, capable of detecting them. Yawning casually, Rimmer stretches lazily and claims he prefers resting before leaving later. Another instructor questions Rimmer's relaxed attitude, wondering whether delaying their departure remains acceptable. Rimmer smiles slightly and jokes that watching orcs might be more entertaining instead. Far away, the quiet forest hides approaching shadows moving carefully beneath darkness. Within the forest clearing, hooded figures kneel while confirming their target village location. Their leader calmly orders them begin moving immediately toward the village ahead. Dark figures agree silently while accepting permission to eliminate anyone obstructing their path. Near the village forest, Zeghart trainees travel quietly through tall trees under bright mountain skies. Raynon Zeghart walks calmly ahead, observing the surroundings while sensing unfamiliar presences approaching nearby. Soon several trainees from another group appear, surprising Rasan and forcing both sides stop. Among the group, Burin Zeghart studies Rayton carefully, recalling rumors about his delayed training participation. The trainees quietly observe Rahan, acknowledging that he already possesses impressive swordsmanship despite youth. Rahan calmly explains their team currently travels toward the forest for an assigned raid mission. Unexpectedly, Burin reveals his group also received orders involving the same mission objective nearby. Confusion spreads briefly because Rayon never received information about another squad joining operation beforehand. Later that night, discussion about the mission continues inside a lively bar near Forest. Inside the tavern, Rimmer the elf instructor listens, while another instructor analyzes training hall results. The instructor explains the 6th training hall focuses on teamwork during dangerous monster raid operations. Meanwhile, the 5th training hall students recently struggled with teamwork, experiencing repeated failures. Rimmer suggests sending both training halls together, believing cooperation may improve their battlefield performance. The instructors agree eliminating the orc threat quickly requires combining strength from both trainee groups. With permission requested from the Patriarch, the instructors anticipate an interesting outcome from mission. Burin Zagart notices confusion between groups and concludes a miscommunication occurred regarding mission orders. Confidently, Burin states his team can handle the mission alone without assistance from others. Hearing that claim, another trainee challenges Burin Zagart, accusing him of arrogance after training. The blue-haired trainee explains the 6th training hall values teamwork above individual sword skills. He confidently claims their group will outperform Rayan's team because cooperation strengthens their battlefield effectiveness. Despite confidence, he admits awareness of Rayan Zeghart's strength, while warning against underestimating them. Standing between them, Rairon quietly considers why instructors arranged both training halls. Here today, Rairon recalls instructor Rimmer believing experience, tactics, and teamwork determine success during dangerous monster raids. Realizing this possibility, Rairon suspects instructors intentionally arranged competition to force improvement through confrontation. Rahan remembers his mother requesting that he become a swordsman protecting innocent people. That promise motivates Raikon, strengthening his resolve to prove himself during this mission. Finally, Raikon calmly interrupts the argument, telling both sides to stop wasting time arguing. Raikon explains neither group will reach agreement through endless debate deep inside Forest. Instead, he proposes settling the matter through a simple bet between both teams. The trainees hesitate briefly, realizing neither side intends abandoning the mission easily. Rayon explains the raid mission likely involves many orcs, including powerful leaders, commanding them. To settle the argument, Rayon proposes a bet deciding who commands the mission. He suggests eliminating the orc leader first, allowing the winning team to lead. Both teams agree the proposal sounds reasonable, understanding leadership will depend on performance. Rayon calmly directs everyone toward the mountain where the orc raid mission awaits. Soon the trainees rush forward together across open ground toward the mission battlefield. Upon arrival, several trainees appear exhausted, while others collapse after intense sparring practice. Suddenly a black-haired trainee proposes another competition. Instead of paying everyone food, he declares the match will determine winners and losers before the real mission. The trainee confidently claims his sharpened senses allow him to detect attacks instantly. Using swift movements, he attacks multiple opponents while demonstrating impressive combat awareness. Nearby observers realize the trainees have already begun fighting fiercely before reaching battlefield. Runian quietly questions Rankun, wondering why he allowed the reckless trainees fight first. Rankun explains their confidence hides weakness, predicting their team will ultimately lose. Moments later, the arrogant fighter suffers a sudden counterattack, proving Rayton's calm judgment correct. A furious trainee charges forward angrily, shouting that nobody should underestimate their determination here. The long-haired trainee reacts with surprise, realizing the attack happened faster than expected. Moments later, the forest grows quiet as both training halls regroup after brief clashes. Standing beneath the sunset sky, trainees from both groups quietly observe their exhausted companions. The blue-haired trainee admits the fight proved harder than originally expected. Meanwhile, another trainee insists their team will eventually surpass their rivals through constant improvement. A senior trainee explains arrogance caused them to waste energy attacking, without planning proper tactics. He reminds everyone that warriors from other kingdoms train relentlessly and deserve respect. Nearby, Raikon listens silently while Rainton observes the discussion carefully beside him. Despite earlier defeat, one trainee asks whether their group still has another chance. Encouraged by Raycon's calm confidence, the trainees regain determination to challenge their rivals again. Finally, Raycon promises he will reveal a strategy showing exactly how they can win. 3 trainees from another training hall rest in the forest, mocking weaker students. One trainee proudly claims their group already defeated bandits from the dangerous Ironclaw organization earlier. Meanwhile, Martha Zeghart approaches them silently, already annoyed by their arrogant behavior. Martha glares forward, furious that the trainees insulted her group while boasting about success. Without hesitation, she launches forward, leading her squad into an aggressive formation attack. The trainees quickly rush forward too, believing their combined assault will overwhelm Martha's group. At that moment, Rayon Zeghart calmly appears nearby, observing their movements carefully. He recognizes the stance immediately and notices Martha intentionally copying a preparation posture. Suddenly Rayon intervenes, striking with precise movements that disrupt the opposing formation instantly. Several trainees collapse on the ground, shocked that their coordinated attack failed so quickly. Standing calmly, Rayon explains their opponent's change tactics after studying earlier combat information. Confusion spreads among the fallen trainees as they struggle understanding how everything changed. Rayon swiftly finishes the remaining opponents, breaking their defense before they can reorganize again. Martha watches carefully, realizing Rayon predicted enemy behavior by analyzing their previous battle patterns. The trainees finally understand their defeat came from Rayon, anticipating their strategy beforehand. Two trainees admit their earlier defeat happened because they arrogantly skipped proper preparation beforehand. Nearby, a nervous green-haired trainee worries that their group might lose again. Martha Zeghart angrily grabs him, forcing an apology after his careless pessimistic comment. Buren Zeghart calmly explains that although defeat was avoided, their stamina and aura decreased. He further admits their current situation places them at a clear disadvantage during upcoming fights. However, Ron Zeghart remains composed, believing their enemies are not the only ones analyzing tactics. Ron reveals Kane Zeghart possesses exceptional intuition and sharp senses among 6th Training Hall leaders. Using those senses, Kane studied earlier battles and deployed counter-strategies against their team. Racion calmly observes each opponent's strengths, already calculating how their formations function. Careful analysis shows Runian's powerful sword swings deliver destructive force, but lack flexible precision. Meanwhile, Buren fights swiftly, though his sword strikes rely on straightforward aggressive patterns. Rayon concludes their strategy should shift toward faster swordsmen capable of unpredictable movements. Martha initially resists Rayon's suggestion because she dislikes changing her preferred combat style. Despite resistance, Rayon patiently explains their opponents rely heavily on instinct rather than structured planning. Rayon quietly adds that while Kane's senses are impressive, his own perception surpasses them. Runian observes the battlefield calmly, noting that both groups continue fighting without clear weakness. Rayon Zeghart sits quietly nearby, thinking carefully while watching movements across the forest. Clearing soon, Kane Zeghart approaches confidently, stepping forward to confront Rayon directly. Rayon stands slowly, realizing Kane intentionally came searching for the flag position. Kane studies Rayon carefully, understanding that their earlier strategy suddenly changed the battlefield situation. Both swordsmen face each other quietly, knowing their duel will determine the battle outcome. Kane suddenly draws his sword, releasing powerful flames that surround his blade. Burning aura spreads violently, revealing Kane also controls a rare fire-type sword aura. With confident eyes, Kane declares his aura control surpasses most official swordsmen already. Rayon responds calmly, allowing his own flames to surge upward around his body. Blazing fire gathers along Rayon's sword, illuminating the battlefield with intense heat. Both warriors stand facing each other within swirling flames, preparing for decisive combat. Kane charges forward aggressively, launching a powerful flaming slash across the battlefield. Rayon quickly studies the attack pattern, analyzing the flames and sword trajectory. Despite recognizing the speed and heat of the attack, Rayon prepares his counterattack calmly. Kane Zeghart charges forward confidently, releasing blazing flames while declaring his strength superior. Rayon Zeghart calmly blocks the incoming strike, holding his sword steady against Kane's burning attack. Suddenly a massive explosion of fire erupts between them, engulfing the battlefield with intense heat. Kane's expression changes immediately as he senses something unusual within the swirling flames. Rayon pushes forward with controlled strength, forcing Kane backward during the violent clash. A powerful shockwave spreads across the ground, scattering dirt and leaves throughout the forest. Kane collapses onto the ground, stunned after realizing Rayon's fire aura surpassed his own strength. Standing above the fallen opponent, Rayon calmly acknowledges the claim about stronger flames. With steady eyes, Rayon quietly confirms that his fire truly burns stronger than Kane's. Several trainees notice Kane Zeghart approaching the forest clearing where Ron Zeghart sits calmly observing. Across the clearing, Rayon remains seated while surrounding trainees watch carefully, questioning Kane's sudden appearance. Kane crosses his arms thoughtfully, recognizing Rayon's tactic of targeting the opposing group's commander. Rayon quickly demonstrates how the strategy disrupted enemy coordination, allowing teammates easily overwhelm scattered opponents. Runian Zeghart acknowledges Rayon's judgment calmly, admitting the group succeeded because his preparation guided them. Buren Zeghart and another trainee formally recognize Rayon as temporary leader after witnessing victory. Burin smiles slightly, realizing the 5th training hall finally showed discipline and maturity. Rayon and Runan bow respectfully before Burin, maintaining proper etiquette despite recent intense training battle. Soon afterward, the trainees begin leaving the forest path while reflecting quietly on lessons learned. Burin reminds everyone real combat would cause casualties, emphasizing seriousness behind today's training exercise. Meanwhile, Kane watches silently, acknowledging Rayon's strategic thinking and leadership during the encounter. Kane quietly concludes Runan deserves recognition as the Academy's strongest trainee after witnessing today's battle. Nearby instructor Rimmer reflects privately, realizing his earlier assumptions about arrogant students were mistaken. Rimmer approaches Rayon calmly while other trainees gather nearby, listening attentively to the conclusion. Finally, Burin admits Rayon's planning taught valuable lessons about perseverance and preparing backup strategies. Burin Zagart reflects quietly, realizing his earlier confidence blinded him during the recent training battle. He recalls the moment defeat struck, recognizing Rayon Zagart's strategy completely overwhelmed his team. Facing Rakan sincerely, Burin acknowledges his mistake and expresses respect for Rakan's leadership. Rakan accepts Burin's gesture calmly, understanding both sides gained valuable experience from the confrontation. Soon afterward, time passes as the training hall prepares for another mission assignment. 2 weeks later, Runan and Burin travel through a snowy forest with fellow trainees. Standing on a ridge, the group looks down toward a quiet village surrounded by mountains. Rayon studies the settlement carefully, noting the mission objective involves capturing criminals hiding nearby. However, Rayon senses a strange presence nearby, feeling watched despite the quiet surroundings. The uneasy feeling grows stronger, making Rayon suspect hidden enemies observing their movement. Meanwhile, Burin considers the mission difficulty, believing ordinary criminals should not threaten trained students. Rayon turns toward Burin, asking him to lead the operation this time instead. Burin looks surprised by the request, confused why Rakan refuses the leadership role. Rakan calmly explains Burin should demonstrate what he learned since their previous battle. After thinking briefly, Burin accepts responsibility, promising to prove his growth during this mission. Runan and Martha stand beneath a snowy tree while Burin announces everyone must follow his commands. Nearby, Rayon quietly explains his decision to Martha, asking her cooperate with Burin temporarily. Martha walks forward confidently, confirming she will obey the appointed leader without hesitation. Rayon suddenly senses someone observing them and quietly confirms the feeling with Wrath. Wrath admits someone nearby watches their movements, but refuses to reveal the exact location. Rayon deduces the watcher must be alone because Wrath mentioned only one presence. Wrath becomes irritated after Ron exposes the hidden clue from his careless statement. Ron studies the forest carefully, suspecting the observer may belong to a larger group. Despite uncertainty, Ron decides to remain cautious and prepares himself for unexpected danger. Across the snowy mountains, a cloaked figure watches the trainees from a distant ridge. The mysterious observer recognizes the group as members of the powerful Zagart family. Another cloaked individual acknowledges the trainees while discussing their unexpected presence nearby. The masked watcher believes the Zagart group consists mostly of inexperienced trainees. Another figure confidently claims none of them noticed his presence during surveillance. They discuss controlling orcs near the village while wondering why trainees were sent instead. 2 cloaked observers stand on a snowy ridge overlooking the distant village and searching quietly. One watcher considers attacking immediately, believing eliminating the trainees could be easy. However, the other figure decides waiting is better, while investigating the village leader first. Meanwhile, Ron Zyghart and the trainees walk cautiously toward the quiet village entrance. Hidden nearby, a monstrous creature slowly emerges while watching the approaching group silently. The creature prepares an ambush, planning to destroy the village and trap everyone inside. Moonlight covers the quiet mountain village, while a wooden lodge glows warmly under night skies. Inside the lodge, Rayon Zyghart and several trainees quietly eat dinner after returning from patrol. During the meal, Ronan calmly evaluates Burin Zyghart's leadership and steady performance throughout training. Earlier memories surface as Rasun recalls Burin respectfully speaking with the village chief. Instead of using his Zyghart authority, Burin focused on calming villagers and organizing preparations. While eating silently, Radin concludes Burin improved greatly and now handles responsibility more carefully. Morning arrives as Ratan and trainees step outside, sensing something unusual around the mountains. Soon, the village chief approaches and reports dangerous monsters appearing frequently near surrounding forests. Listening carefully, Rantan learns the monster numbers recently increased far beyond previous seasonal sightings. The chief explains villagers spotted many orcs gathering nearby, far exceeding normal numbers. he warns that more than 100 monsters already roam the mountains near village paths. Understanding the danger, Rayon accepts guidance and prepares to investigate the forest immediately. A nervous mountain guide named Kanbar arrives. Worried about escorting Zeeghart trainees through dangerous paths, snow falls softly while Kanbar trembles, realizing the mission might involve overwhelming monster forces. Standing beside him, Burin calmly reassures the guide while leading trainees deeper into mountains. Ron Zeeghart gathers the trainees, warning them that orcs possess superior combat strength. Dark figures of orcs appear across snowy mountains, showing the dangerous enemies waiting nearby. Hearing the warning, the trainees answer firmly while preparing their weapons for battle. After giving instructions, Rayon orders several halls to patrol the surrounding forest carefully. Moments later, the Zeeghart trainees charge forward together through the snowy mountain path. Rayon leads the advance confidently, while the squad follows, ready to confront approaching monsters. Watching silently, Burin observes Ronan carefully while sensing his unusual calm battlefield awareness. Rather than rushing blindly, Ronan studies the entire battlefield before engaging the monsters. Suddenly, loud roars echo as several orcs rush forward toward the trainees. Runian moves instantly, slashing through approaching goblins and kobolds before they reach the formation. Despite their efforts, several monsters push through gaps and move toward another group. Two furious orcs suddenly charge directly toward the frightened mountain guide Kanbar. Ron immediately reacts, stepping forward swiftly while drawing his sword with controlled speed. His blade flashes repeatedly, striking both orcs with precise and overwhelming sword techniques. Within moments, the powerful strikes send the monsters crashing down across the snowy ground. Rayon swiftly strikes the attacking orcs, sending their weapons flying across the snowy battlefield. Both monsters collapse immediately as Rayon calmly stands between their fallen bodies. Kanbar quickly regains composure while Rayon checks his condition after the sudden attack. While walking through the mountain path, Kanbar recalls an old legend about this region. Long ago, knights and a goblin king supposedly fought fiercely across these mountains. Rayon listens carefully as Kanbar explains rumors about the Goblin King's ring hidden nearby. Hearing the legend, Rayon silently considers the meaning behind the strange monster activity. Standing alone along the snowy path, he senses many hidden eyes watching nearby. Rayon realizes numerous enemies might already be observing their movements from the forest. Memories briefly return, revealing Eden, a dangerous group among the 5 demons. The organization seeks to restore ancient times when monsters ruled humanity. Their members possess mysterious power, allowing them to control monsters and influence battles. Rayon remembers Daruth Robert and the tragic battle where the Shadow Squad was destroyed. That mission left Rayon as the only survivor among fallen comrades. Returning to the present, Rayon senses danger approaching while calming his restless thoughts. Rayon recalls the legend suggesting the Goblin King's powerful Mana Stone remains hidden standing. In the snowy mountains, Rayon considers the possibility of ancient power buried nearby. Suddenly, a massive orc leader appears, charging forward to attack Rayon directly. Before Rayon moves, Ronan steps forward swiftly, claiming the approaching enemy as her target. With precise sword movements, Ronan strikes decisively and defeats the orc leader instantly. Seeing the enemy leader fall, the trainees cheer loudly while regaining confidence. After the battle, Rayon questions Kanbar about the old Goblin King legend. Kanbar remembers that the village chief once returned with a mysterious red jewel. Realizing the jewel might be the hidden Mana Stone, Rayon begins connecting the clues. After finishing their mountain raid, Rayon Zeeghart and fellow trainees carefully search snowy surroundings. Seeing no remaining monsters nearby, the Zeeghart trainees calmly confirm their mission has ended. Soon afterward, the grateful village chief sincerely thanks Rayon and trainees for protecting Cebu village. While others leave, Burin Zeeghart quietly watches Rayon, curious about the raid's outcome. Rayon calmly reflects beneath a tree, evaluating whether events unfolded exactly as planned. Nearby Martha sits casually on a branch, observing Rayon thoughtfully while eating an apple. After descending the tree, Martha firmly promises Rayon she will follow his leadership. Later, Runan approaches Rayon, noticing his quiet expression while sunset colors fill the village. Runan gently guides Rayon back toward the village gathering where preparations begin. Rayon privately reflects that even Eden's agents will avoid interfering until their departure. During that quiet moment, Ronan realizes tomorrow's events will greatly influence their future missions. The following morning arrives peacefully near Cebu village, while Zeeghart trainees prepare carefully. Burin Zeeghart confidently acknowledges their group perfectly eliminated monsters across Cebu Mountain together. Other trainees proudly discuss their successful mission, while considering Rayon's leadership during battle. Listening quietly, Rasan reflects calmly, uncertain why Buran chose him to command earlier. Buran Zagart walks confidently among trainees, satisfied their mission ended smoothly, without serious injuries. Following Buran's direction, the Zagart trainees begin leaving the snowy forest path together. While everyone advances quietly, Rayon Zagart suddenly notices something unusual nearby and halts. Confused trainees question Rayon's sudden order, believing the mission already ended successfully. Rayon calmly explains their true mission may only be starting now. His statement shocks several trainees, forcing them reconsider whether hidden danger remains. Buran Zagart questions Rayon carefully, reminding him the monsters and orcs were defeated. Rayon reveals someone secretly watched their group earlier near the village hills. He explains the watcher disappeared immediately after observing their movements from distance. The trainees become uneasy after hearing Ra's claim about unknown observers nearby. Ronan describes sensing dangerous eyes watching them from mountains overlooking Cebu village. His calm explanation convinces the group their peaceful victory might hide greater danger. Buran understands Rayon purposely allowed him lead while Raikon searched for hidden threats. Realizing the plan succeeded, Buran acknowledges Rayon's careful judgment during their mission. Respectfully, Buran promises recommend Rayon as Zaghart's top trainee after returning home. Buran Zaghart reflects silently, realizing Rayon secretly investigated the enemy, instead competing with him. Rayon analyzes the battlefield carefully, noticing unusual cooperation between orcs and goblins during battle. He concludes someone must secretly control the monsters, meaning a hidden threat still endangers. Cebu village. Rayon informs Buran and trainees they will secretly return towards Cebu village immediately. Concern spreads because the enemy may notice their sudden return without preparation. Fortunately, a trainee reveals carrying stealth equipment prepared earlier for emergencies. Ranon calmly praises the trainee's preparation, acknowledging the importance of readiness during missions. Martha reminds everyone that teamwork and strategy matter when confronting dangerous monsters. Afterward, Rasan firmly orders the trainees to follow his commands without hesitation. Far away in darkness, a mysterious figure quietly prepares the next stage. Using strange magic, the cloaked figure resurrects fallen orcs with eerie green energy. The revived monsters roar violently, gathering again under their unseen commander, standing above the horde. The unknown leader orders the monsters attack without mercy. Meanwhile, Rayon's group witnesses surviving orcs suddenly appearing across the snowy forest path. Realizing Rayon's warning was correct, Buran prepares seriously for the coming battle. Rayon quietly tells Buran that enemies are still watching them somewhere nearby. Calmly analyzing the situation, Raikon explains the enemy controlling monsters is likely human. Despite seeing numerous orcs ahead, Rayfon insists the timing for intervention remains wrong. Martha and the others react with concern after Raikon mentions the dangerous organization Eden. From the snowy hill, the trainees overlook Cebu village while considering the hidden enemy. Ron acknowledges Eden's strength but warns everyone that caution is absolutely necessary. Buran becomes frustrated, arguing they cannot simply watch villagers die without acting. With anger rising, Buran questions Raykon's decision and challenges his sense of honor. Clenching his hand tightly, Buran declares that a true Zagart swordsman must fight immediately. Ranon Zagart rejects hesitation, declaring true Zagart swordsmen confront enemies without fear. Firm resolve appears across Rayon's face as he disregards whether others follow. Without pausing, Raikon charges down the slope toward approaching hostile enemies ahead. Runian observes Raikon advancing forward, deciding silently she will join battle. Soon afterward, Runian leaps from the cliff, descending swiftly before silent trainees. Nearby recruits accept Buran's logic, believing Zaghart honor demands confronting demonic opponents. Many trainees start chasing Rayon, convinced protecting villagers outweighs hesitation or fear. Buran organizes recruits quickly, ordering the 5th Training Hall support from behind. Carefully watching movements, Buran analyzes battlefield conditions while measuring risks before engagement. Runian and Buran consider Rasan's unusual actions, sensing strategy guiding his bold advance. Meanwhile, Martha explains calmly, she restrained her squad earlier, preventing reckless behavior. Buran understands her reasoning, recognizing discipline may avoid needless losses during chaos. Studying snowy peaks nearby, Buran evaluates terrain advantages yet doubts enemy retreat. Further reflection convinces Buran that victory demands tactics beyond ordinary battlefield methods. Concealed nearby, an orc soldier prepares, signaling allies already surrounding battlefield positions. A trainee battles a charging orc, urging nearby recruits coordinate teamwork. He warns failing to halt orcs immediately will endanger the village. Rayon observes unusual ferocity among orcs. Noticing aggression unlike yesterday's encounter, guarding forest edges, trainees suddenly detect hidden figures emerging quietly between trees. Recognition spreads quickly when someone identifies attackers as Eden's feared Green Phantom Corps. Studying battlefield carefully, Rakun estimates over 40 enemies approaching through forest paths. Realizing danger, Rakun swiftly assigns Kane and Runton protect weaker trainees. Runan accepts calmly, drawing her blade while preparing unleash freezing aura. Moments later Runan unleashes Frost Aura Ice Pillar, freezing several charging orcs. Zone surviving orc growls angrily, struggling against ice binding his body. Ron activates Continuous Flow Sword technique, channeling powerful wind aura along blade. Using Autumn Wind Sword, Runan cuts through enemies with swift sweeping strikes. Rakon senses danger above, noticing a cloaked assassin preparing hidden attack. From treetops, an enemy fires poison needles, forcing trainees react immediately. Rayon commands recruits throw poison gas bags, quickly disrupting assassin's ambush. Raynon realizes poison gas spreading rapidly, ordering trainees cover mouths immediately. Several recruits struggle breathing as smoke thickens, forcing cautious retreat across battlefield, even while exposed. Raynon notices his body resisting poison due Wrath's protection. A sudden explosion erupts nearby, violent shockwaves sweeping battlefield and startling Raton. Raton senses destructive energy approaching, recognizing terrifying power unfamiliar to him. Soon Martha charges forward fiercely, her sudden arrival drawing Raton's attention. Martha leads reinforcements aggressively, ordering recruits eliminate Eden soldiers without mercy. Seeing Martha arrive, wounded trainees regain courage and stand, despite poison. Rayon studies battlefield silently, realizing Renayan remains missing among chaos. Several Eden soldiers panic suddenly, realizing reinforcements threaten their operation's success. A mysterious voice questions whether soldiers intend abandoning battlefield duties. Hearing the voice, Martha and Renayan instantly recognize terrifying presence approaching. Massive orc warrior appears confidently, revealing himself as Eden's Green Battle Phantom. Before trainees, the monstrous commander displays intelligence beyond ordinary orc warriors. Calmly, the creature demands Rayon surrender information about their recent mission. Martha steadies her sword calmly while facing the massive orc commander. The monstrous warrior claims recruits weak, declaring resistance only hastens inevitable deaths. Suddenly the creature swings weapon violently, unleashing devastating shockwave across battlefield terrain. Rayon collapses briefly after blast while towering orc commander stands unharmed. Other trainees panic searching for Rinshan, fearing brutal strike hit her. Martha slowly rises, astonishing commander by surviving the overwhelming attack. Orc commander mocks trainees proudly, declaring their lives will soon end. Raising weapon high, monstrous warrior prepares deliver final devastating strike. Before attack lands, a calm voice interrupts suddenly stopping execution. A blonde swordsman descends swiftly, flames spiraling fiercely around his blade. With blazing speed he attacks, unleashing Thousand Flames technique against Orc. Flaming strike crashes violently, forcing massive commander stagger backward heavily, landing smoothly behind stunned enemy. Blonde swordsman steadies stance confidently. Orc commander laughs briefly, acknowledging surprise strike yet showing little fear. Calmly observing, blonde swordsman reveals plan to finish battle through assassination. Rankon Zagart faces the horned enemy calmly, listening while the monster analyzes his earlier strike. Carefully observing Raycon's breathing, the creature concludes the powerful attack exhausted most stamina already. Realizing the assessment might be correct, Rayon tightens his sword grip despite heavy exhaustion, standing across the clearing. Rayon studies the towering warrior while quietly probing information about leadership. The horned fighter dismisses the question arrogantly, explaining superiors would never appear personally here. Suddenly the creature lunges downward with crushing speed, attempting to overwhelm Raynton instantly. Reacting instantly, Rayson raises his sword, realizing the descending attack carries tremendous destructive force. Explosive impact follows, as the massive strike crashes downward like falling thunder across the battlefield. Unexpectedly, Raynwan blocks the blow, surprising the monster with defensive precision beyond expectation. Relentless clashes erupt afterward, as Raon exchanges rapid sword strikes against the enormous warrior. Despite pressure, Raon maneuvers carefully, redirecting blows while conserving energy against overwhelming strength. Watching nearby, a blue-haired trainee struggles understanding the sudden escalation during combat. From distance, Runan observes calmly while explaining Raon deliberately matches the monster's strength evenly. She notes Raon hides advanced techniques, revealing only fragments while controlling the duel's pace. Silently understanding the explanation, The trainee realizes Rayon's displayed strength represents merely the beginning. Rayon continues clashing blades with the horned phantom, realizing his remaining strength cannot last long. Watching closely, Ronian studies Rayon's strained movements while silently measuring his exhausted condition. Behind the trees, several trainees gather nervously, concluding they should assist Rayon immediately. Runan calmly steps forward despite warnings, believing hesitation would only abandon their struggling ally. Another trainee argues their strength cannot match the monster's overwhelming power guarding the battlefield. Unmoved by fear, Runian prepares her sword, maintaining unusual composure, despite looming danger. Nearby, the blue-haired trainee feels ashamed realizing hesitation nearly stopped him, aiding Rayon. Remembering their identity as Zeeghart swordsman, he decides abandoning comrades would disgrace their name. Martha listens briefly before sighing, warning the responsibility would fall upon them. Determined together, the three trainees advance cautiously toward the battlefield, where Raysun fights fiercely. Meanwhile, the horned phantom pauses briefly, acknowledging Raycon's skill, despite being merely a recruit. Breathing heavily, Raycon steadies his sword, while announcing his name without hesitation. The monster studies Rayon's golden hair carefully, suspecting noble blood from the Zeeghart lineage. A mysterious figure observing from afar remarks that Rayon carries Northern King's powerful heritage. Deciding mercy unnecessary now, the phantom withdraws recruitment words and prepares lethal combat. The horned phantom roars fiercely, unleashing violent power while declaring he will kill Rayon. Rason braces himself as the monster suddenly accelerates forward with terrifying murderous momentum. Dark energy erupts around the phantom, signaling a reckless assault fueled entirely by rage. Rason realizes immediately the creature has grown faster, pushing its damaged body beyond limits. Heavy sword swings crash toward Rakan, forcing him backward across the cracked battlefield. Despite exhaustion, Rakan steadies himself, struggling to maintain control of his fading flame aura. Suddenly Martha charges from behind, raising her weapon high while targeting the phantom's head. Her sudden strike lands brutally downward, interrupting the monster's relentless attack against Rasun's. Surprised by interference, the phantom mocks the small group attempting to challenge him. The monster prepares another attack when Ronin suddenly moves across the battlefield. Cold power gathers around her blade as frost aura spreads through the air. With calm precision, Ronin activates the technique known as Breath of Winter. Seizing the moment, the blue-haired trainee charges forward while shouting fiercely. Using the continuous flow sword technique, he unleashes starlight-entwined radiance toward the phantom. The attack collides violently, yet the trainee struggles desperately against the monster's immense strength. The horned phantom grabs the blue-haired trainee easily, mocking their attempt to defeat him. Despite the overwhelming strength, the trainee refuses surrender, believing the struggle still delays danger. Confused by their persistence, the phantom briefly pauses, realizing their resistance only buys time. Martha suddenly charges forward, releasing Titan Aura, while preparing her strongest meteor form strike. Her powerful blow crashes against the phantom's body, forcing the monster slightly backward. Enraged by repeated interference, the phantom lashes out violently against the surrounding trainees. A brutal counterattack throws Martha and the others aside, scattering them across the battlefield. The phantom questions their foolish determination, mocking their willingness to sacrifice themselves. Before the monster finishes speaking, blazing energy suddenly spreads across the ground behind him. Rayon rises calmly within swirling flames, thanking his companions for buying precious recovery time. Ronan watches quietly while Rayon promises their risky effort will not be wasted. Seeing the renewed power, the phantom finally grows wary of Rayon's hidden strength. Fiery aura explodes outward as Rayon activates a technique he recently mastered. Golden flames gather around his sword while the Thousand Flames technique begins forming. Rayon unleashes winds of blazing dominion, sending massive flames roaring toward the phantom. The phantom realizes too late that Rayon's power exceeds his earlier expectations. Blinding flames consume the battlefield while Rayon's attack descends with overwhelming force. The blazing strike crashes down violently, engulfing the phantom within Rayon's devastating sword technique. Rason Zeeghart raises his blazing sword high, unleashing flames while confronting the towering green phantom. Moments later, Rason lowers his gaze calmly, embers drifting through the air after battle. Ahead of him, the massive green phantom stands motionless before slowly collapsing into dark smoke. Runan steps forward silently, watching Rayon while quietly acknowledging the overwhelming result. Nearby trainees gather around, realizing Rayon defeated Eden's terrifying green battle phantom alone. Despite victory, Rakan lifts his sword again, warning enemies might still remain nearby. surrounding trainees quickly raise their weapons, preparing themselves to eliminate remaining Eden phantoms. After tension fades, Buren Zeghart approaches Rayon, while observing the battlefield carefully, calmly studying Rayon. Buren acknowledges that Rayon's leadership guided everyone through danger. Buren speaks firmly, expressing his belief about honor and responsibility expected from Zeghart swordsmen. Rayon pauses briefly, slightly surprised after hearing Buren suddenly offer sincere praise. Behind them, Runan and Martha quietly observe while reflecting on the fierce battle. Holding his sword calmly, Rayon credits his companions for creating opportunities during battle. Standing among the trainees, Rayon sincerely thanks everyone for their courage and determination. Nearby, Buren declares he will grow stronger, so he can fight independently next time. Martha stands calmly before Rakan Zeghart, reflecting on the fierce battle against Eden's Green Phantom. Raon expresses gratitude toward Martha, acknowledging her effort helped weaken the dangerous Phantom earlier. Although wounded and exhausted, Martha quietly accepts the praise while maintaining her composed expression. After the tension fades, Rain suddenly struggles to remain standing as fatigue overwhelms his body. Runkin quickly rushes forward, catching Rayton before he collapses onto the snowy ground. Concern fills Runtan's eyes as she supports Rayon carefully, checking whether he remains conscious. Runakin explains she noticed Rayon's condition earlier, recognizing signs of severe exhaustion. Hearing her explanation, Rayon slowly understands that she had been watching him closely. Feeling relieved and grateful, Rayon quietly thanks Runan for protecting him during weakness. Suddenly glowing blue messages appear, announcing the destruction of Eden's Phantom Army. Additional notifications reveal Rainton successfully completed the extreme battle trial and gained rewards. Examining the results carefully, Rainton learns his abilities increased and new traits unlocked. One reward reveals the powerful trait called Unbreaking Spirit, strengthening resistance against overwhelming attacks. Another skill named Sunset Strike grants Ranon an explosive finishing technique against enemies. Nearby, Wrath complains loudly, while Rakan calmly studies the strange system rewards. Rakan gestures dismissively, while Wrath floats nearby, angrily protesting Rakan's calm attitude afterward. A loud scream erupts from Wrath as Rayon walks away through the quiet forest. Later villagers begin repairing damaged barricades while trainees organize debris across Cebu village. After resting briefly, Rayon wakes inside the wooden lodge and slowly stands up. Opening the door, he notices the barricade repairs finished while he slept. Soon someone calls Radon outside, informing him people are waiting nearby. Runan approaches carrying a wooden bucket, checking whether Radon has fully recovered. Hearing that villagers gathered outside, Radon wonders why they are waiting. Moments later, flames illuminate the village square as residents assemble together. The people of Cebu village kneel, respectfully, expressing gratitude toward the Zeghart swordsman. Villagers explain that the trainees protected their homes and risked lives during the battle. Rayon quietly listens as villagers promise they will never forget the swordsman's bravery. Walking away afterward, Rayon reflects on the emotions spreading among his comrades. Buren, Runan, and Martha stand behind him, silently sharing the peaceful evening moment. Rayon realizes their respect, along with villagers' gratitude, created a feeling unfamiliar yet comforting. Ron walks quietly under the dark sky, remembering his past life as Daruth Roberts' assassin. During those years, Ron believed the world contained only missions, violence, obedience, and survival. Memories surface showing Daruth receiving every achievement, while Ratan remained unseen and unrecognized. No villagers and trainees gather around Ratan, acknowledging his courage after protecting Cebu village. Clenching his hand, Rayon realizes this sincere recognition feels completely unfamiliar to him. Looking toward the moonlit sky, Rayon silently vows to witness moments like this again. Rayon approached the village elder, seeking information about the recent orc attacks tonight. The elder acknowledged Rayon politely, listening carefully to questions about the village's situation. Rayon asked specifically about who orchestrated the attacks. Learning about the 5 demons, the elder explained his confusion, describing the village as ordinary and defenseless against attackers. Rasan recalled the village's history, including the red gem retrieved from Cebu Mountain. Shock overtook the elder, as he realized the gem might have caused these attacks. Rayon listened as the elder explained the gem's presence would continuously provoke orc assaults. The elder feared the village could not survive without removing or safeguarding the gem. Rayon decided to personally take responsibility, planning to secure the gem with himself. Rayon prepared to confront Eden directly, knowing the gem might attract more dangerous attacks. The elder reluctantly agreed, trusting Raon to handle the gem and prevent future catastrophes. Raon affirmed his path, vowing to protect the village and follow the Zeghart legacy. Raon remembered decades ago when Glenn Zeghart saved the village from a monstrous assault. Villagers had survived, treated kindly by Glenn, leaving a vivid impression on Ran's mind. Rayon now considered the responsibility, recognizing he must act wisely to continue Zeghart's protection. Rayon followed the elder into the mountains, heading toward the location of the gem. The elder revealed the gem buried within the ground, covered in protective fabric carefully. Rayon examined the red stone, realizing the cloth concealed its mana energy completely. A glowing red stone appeared, capable of summoning a monster with the Goblin King's power. Rayon instructed the elder to wrap the stone carefully, preventing accidental energy activation. The elder admitted he could never detect it previously, hidden by the cloth's magic. Suddenly, a muscular warrior appeared nearby, surprising Rayon, who had not noticed his approach. The warrior introduced himself vaguely, holding a terrifying ogre-like helmet in his hands. Ron quickly realized the helmet indicated the presence of Eden, the Mad Blood demon. Eden confronted Ronan, blaming him for previous events and preparing to punish him personally. The demon's presence made Ronan's body tremble, understanding the overwhelming strength he faced. Rekon drew his sword, ready to defend the village and prevent a massacre. Eden's anger escalated, claiming Rekon's actions caused this confrontation and the ongoing threat. The elder stood behind Rekon, offering support while witnessing the demon's immense intimidation power. Rayon focused, determined to protect the village and stop Eden from causing further destruction. Rayon's opponent confronted him, presenting two options, while displaying overwhelming magical pressure nearby. One choice was futile resistance, risking failure, while the other granted control over Rayon's body. The demon emphasized these were the only choices, leaving Rayon no time for hesitation. In the village, another soldier observed the repairs, questioning why his presence had been required. The soldier received criticism for speaking without permission, realizing discipline was strict under hierarchical order. Only one person could issue orders, emphasizing the chain of command within the soldier's hierarchy. A young woman appeared with a basket of fruits, intending to offer them directly to Rayton. She explained, she picked fresh fruits herself, wanting to ensure Rayton received the best. Another villager noticed her devotion, jokingly commenting that anyone observing might misinterpret her actions romantically. Suddenly an explosion occurred, throwing the young woman and soldiers off balance amid flying debris. They quickly realized the village chief's house was the target of a violent attack. Urgency spread, commanding villagers to gather weapons and protect the remaining structures from destruction. The soldiers rushed to investigate, worried about Rayhan's condition amidst the chaos and collapsing structures. They called out to him, desperately seeking confirmation that he remained unharmed in the chaos. Bloodied and exhausted, Rayhan appeared, signaling he had survived but struggled to maintain his strength. Ra steadied himself, breathing heavily, preparing for the next confrontation against the overwhelming enemy forces. His focus intensified, understanding that survival depended on strategy, quick decisions, and protecting the villagers. With resolve, Rayon readied his sword, determined to face the approaching threats without faltering. Rason Zygarde collapsed, exhausted, while the village chief struggled to maintain consciousness nearby. A young ally quickly caught the village chief, ensuring he remained out of danger. Ron commanded the group to evacuate, taking responsibility for the gem and village safety. Villagers struggled to breathe as a mysterious presence approached, causing fear and panic around them. The group observed a towering orc, clad in dark armor, emanating an ominous aura. Recognition spread among them. The orc's appearance suggested allegiance to Eden, a dangerous enemy. The orc towered over the group, challenging their strength and mocking the Zygarde name. Raon shouted orders, forcing his companions to focus their energy and prepare for combat. Everyone readied themselves, understanding the orc's immense power required strategic coordination and extreme caution. Rayon instructed one ally to evacuate the villagers while others retreated and prepared to fight. The companions focused their aura and weapons, standing together against the imposing orc threat. They positioned themselves carefully, knowing direct confrontation could be fatal, without concentrated skill and timing. The orc loomed closer, its overwhelming presence forcing the group to surpass personal physical limits. Rayon and his companions steadied their stance, readying both aura and sword techniques simultaneously. They braced themselves for the decisive clash, understanding their survival depended on perfect coordination. The orc's menacing presence loomed over Ranon, challenging his confidence and strategic judgment quickly. Ranon analyzed the battlefield, aware that villagers and allies were vulnerable behind him. Determination strengthened his stance as he prepared to exploit any opening in defense. The orc advanced relentlessly, forcing Rayon to calculate attack trajectories and evade potentially fatal strikes. Each step Rayon took increased tension, with only minimal options for safe retreat remaining. He adjusted his aura and sword movements, preparing for a sudden counterattack with precision. Flames erupted as Rayon executed a rotating sky technique, striking the orc with incredible force. The orc staggered slightly, but quickly regained posture, forcing Rafan to adapt strategy immediately. Rafan narrowly redirected the attack, protecting allies and maintaining his advantage, despite overwhelming pressure. Retreat was impossible. So Round continued pressing forward, maintaining focus while enemies assessed his limits. He considered morale, realizing every action influenced companions watching from safe distance nearby silently. Each strike and maneuver demonstrated skill, aura control, and precise timing under extreme life-threatening conditions. Rayon executed another sequence, combining flame and sword techniques to maximize damage against the orc. The orc faltered, his massive armor sparking from concentrated strikes, signaling Rayon's upper hand momentarily. With one final maneuver, Rayon showcased overwhelming precision, leaving enemies struggling to respond effectively at all. Ron collapsed under exhaustion while a companion secured the village chief safely nearby. He instructed allies to evacuate everyone, taking responsibility for protecting the village. Ron prepared mentally, knowing a dangerous presence approached, threatening all with immediate attack. Villagers struggled for breath as the towering orc in dark armor drew near. Recognition spread among the group, understanding this creature served Eden and was extremely powerful. They readied themselves, realizing Rayon would need precise strategy to survive this encounter. The orc challenged their strength, mocking the Zeghart name, forcing a defensive stance. Ron shouted orders, ensuring allies focused aura and sword readiness simultaneously to prepare. Each fighter braced carefully, understanding direct confrontation without strategy could prove deadly immediately. Rayon directed one ally to evacuate villagers while the others prepared for battle. Aura and weapon synchronization heightened, each fighter maintaining precision against overwhelming power. Companions held formation, knowing mistakes could allow the orc to destroy their defense. Rayon launched flame-enhanced attacks, redirecting energy while assessing openings in the orc's guard. Orc staggered slightly, but recovered quickly, forcing Rayon to adapt strategy immediately. Redirection allowed him to defend allies while striking effectively despite tremendous enemy pressure. Pressed forward, continuing offensive maneuvers, showcasing skill and aura mastery under extreme circumstances. Each action demonstrated both control and timing, influencing morale of watching companions nearby. The orc faltered, his armor damaged. Signaling Rakon's precision gave them a temporary advantage. As the Academy explains combat ranks, warriors using aura are divided by strength today. Beginners barely sense aura, struggling to control energy flowing weakly through their bodies daily. Experts release sword energy outward, demonstrating overwhelming power that ordinary fighters cannot approach easily. Observers realize Rowan already matches experts, yet he still battles dangerous enemies relentlessly today. Despite such talent, a massive orc appears, forcing Rowan and allies into battle immediately. Martha watches seriously, noting Ronan possesses expert-level strength, despite being first-year cadet. Meanwhile, Runyan studies movements quietly, believing Rain discovered weakness within the orc's attacks earlier. Suddenly Rain Jion dashes forward, blades colliding as he intercepts the monster's brutal swing instantly. Rasan turns calmly, locking eyes with Martha, silently confirming their teamwork through experience today. Without speaking further, he leaps sideways, avoiding the orc's strike while counterattacking swiftly again. Rasan and Martha observe carefully, realizing Rasan predicts openings after studying enemy patterns closely. Recognizing his leadership, they prepare weapons, determined to defend frightened villagers beside Rotan. Today, confidence spreads quickly as Rakan unleashes aura, charging directly toward the towering orc fearlessly. The furious monster snarls arrogantly, believing the young swordsman cannot threaten his power today. At Rayon's command, every Zeghart trainee rushes forward together, launching a coordinated attack instantly. Rayon and his comrades charge forward together, believing their combined strength can defeat the orc. Their blades descend rapidly, striking the monster from multiple directions with coordinated determination. However, the orc grins menacingly, revealing he had anticipated their attack from beginning. Ron coughs painfully after the clash, realizing the orc unleashed a devastating fighting spirit. The monster calmly explains that Rakan has already surpassed expert-level strength. Enjoyment fills the orc's expression as he watches hope slowly disappear from their faces. The orc suddenly leaps forward, declaring every one of them will die here today, bloodied yet determined. Martha struggles upright, while staring fiercely toward their overwhelming enemy. The orc praises Rayondon briefly, admitting the young swordsman exceeded his expectations slightly. Despite that praise, the monster slams Rayon away effortlessly. With overwhelming brute strength, Rayon staggers back, realizing the difference in power between them remains enormous. Still, Rayon steadies himself, while calculating a desperate strategy against the terrifying foe. Towering above Rayon, the orc reveals himself as an Eden berserker. Understanding the danger, Rayon quietly admits that his original plan has completely failed. He orders Zyghart recruits to retreat immediately and evacuate villagers while he remains behind. Realizing time is running out, Rayon urgently orders everyone to retreat immediately. Burin hesitates angrily, refusing to abandon Rayon, while the terrifying blood demon still stands. However, Rayon firmly commands the recruits to retreat and focus on saving villagers. Runan glances back worriedly while retreating, clearly unwilling to leave Ratban behind alone, blood running across his face. Rahan quietly watches his comrades begin escaping the battlefield. The orc mocks the retreat, confidently declaring none of them will escape his reach. Suddenly Ratan whispers toward Wrath, calling upon the mysterious power hidden inside him. A glowing blue presence appears, revealing Wrath eagerly awaiting this dangerous moment. Rakan proposes a wager, promising to restore Wrath's body using overwhelming rage. Dark blue energy spreads around Rayon as he prepares to unleash Wrath's terrifying power. Wrath's influence erupts violently, forcing Rayon to endure immense rage flooding his body. The orc suddenly pauses, sensing something strange emerging from Raycon's weakened form. Confused, the orc questions how Rayon suddenly recovered, despite severe injuries moments earlier. Calmly gripping his sword, Rayon refuses to reveal the secret behind his strength. Standing firmly before the monster, Rayon declares he will accompany it until death. Rayon commands everyone quickly, instructing cadets to help wounded villagers escape danger. Exhausted cadets struggle through forest paths, carrying injured survivors to safety carefully. Martha observes the group silently, realizing Rayon confronts the monster alone. Several cadets anxiously discuss Rathan fighting, despite severe injuries to his arm. Martha scolds hesitant cadets angrily, frustrated they stand helplessly doing nothing. Rathan joins them, acknowledging Martha's words while urging determination to return. Quickly, Rakan organizes cadets, instructing movement before the dangerous situation worsens further. He explains, Crane already went ahead to request additional reinforcements nearby. Rakan notices movement suddenly, observing a huge ogre emerging from shadows. Shock spreads across Ron's face, seeing the monster approaching as Forest King. Another cadet points toward a second ogre blocking the group's escape route. Multiple ogres quietly surround cadets, tightening a deadly trap around them slowly. Martha notices something unnatural, recalling rumors that Eden controls monsters with magic. Ron anticipated such ambushes, assuming enemies had released ogres in advance. Despite preparation, cadets feel despair as overwhelming enemies trap them completely. Hearing encouragement, cadets realize Rayon continues fighting ogres alone without rest. Understanding Rayon's sacrifice, Martha urges cadets to act quickly, leaving hesitation behind. Determination spreads across cadets as they decide to help Rayon immediately. One ogre attacks violently, forcing cadets to brace against its powerful strength. Suddenly, wind energy erupts, scattering leaves while disturbing ogre's advance dangerously. Rayon and cadets watch surprised, as the wind pushes monsters backward suddenly. A massive ogre leader observes calmly, mocking cadets' futile attempt to survive. Nearby Raikon stands wounded, covered in blood, exhaustion weighing heavily upon him. Pain surges through Raycon's broken arm, questioning why he keeps risking everything. Collapsed against a rock, Ratvan feels unbearable pain throughout his entire body. Memories surface, reminding him that his past life would have chosen escape, despite fatigue. Rasan slowly rises again, responding to someone calling his name. Ratvan recalls Sylvia hugging him, wishing he would become a proud swordsman. Memory strengthens Rayon's determination as thoughts of comrades fighting beside him return. Those memories anchor Rayon firmly, giving him strength to confront all monsters. Rayon recalls Rayon's kindness and Martha's loyalty, bolstering his resolve during battle. Despite injuries, Rayon grips sword tightly, refusing to abandon comrades depending entirely. Determination strengthens inside Rayon as he decides to survive and return safely. A blue spirit suddenly appears, revealing enemies controlling monsters near Rayon's position. The spirit mocks Rasun arrogantly, praising awareness, but ridiculing his weak condition. Ra struggles to stay standing, bearing the enemy's overwhelming pressure constantly. The ogre attacks violently, striking Rasun and throwing him across the battlefield. Calmly, the monster decides to kill cadets, first to break Rakon. Hearing that plan, Rakon refuses silently, realizing he must stop the monster. Rakon directly challenges the ogre, declaring his name and noble lineage boldly. Standing behind the monster, Rasan vows to become continent's strongest swordsman soon. He promises continuing battle fiercely until his heart finally stops beating completely. Facing death calmly, Rasan admits he regrets never expressing his true feelings. Impressed by Ran's courage, the ogre acknowledges bravery expected from a true warrior. With remaining strength fading, Rankon prepares a final desperate strike against monster. Rankon counters the ogre's attack, focusing all strength into precise sword movements. Wind surrounds battlefield, carrying leaves scattered across the field as Rankon advances. He swings sword determinedly, refusing to yield despite exhaustion and unbearable pain. Suddenly a figure appears, a red-haired warrior, arriving just in time. Rayan notices the ally smiling confidently while wielding a long sword effortlessly. The red-haired warrior signals he will handle the ogre, giving Rayan relief. Ran faced the enormous orc, gripping his brilliant sword tightly ready. The orc glared fiercely, questioning why Ranan dared enter dangerous territory. Igniting his aura, Ranan prepared to strike with controlled, precise force. Launching forward quickly, Ran struck the ground, debris scattering everywhere rapidly. Losing footing, the orc stumbled as Rakan's strike destabilized its foundation. Advancing steadily, Rakan examined the orc's defenses, detecting weaknesses carefully. Surprisingly strong, the orc resisted Rayan's attacks with unwavering defensive skill. Adjusting stance expertly, Rayan swung to bypass the armor strategically. Realizing danger, the orc roared, sensing power might overwhelm completely. Striking fluidly, Rayan moved faster, demonstrating skill beyond normal limits. Observing cautiously, Instructor Loomer noted Rayan's effortless and precise strike methods. Loomer considered carefully, understanding Rayan's teaching intentions remained hidden subtly. Rayan performed a final strike, keeping sharp focus, avoiding unnecessary mistakes. The orc staggered, losing strength under relentless pressure and precise attacks. Observers recognized fully that Rayan's actions taught lessons clearly simultaneously. Aggressively, Rakan struck the orc, showing his controlled swordsmanship skill. And during strikes, the orc tried to maintain balance against Rakan's attacks. Rakan's aura blazed, forcing the orc to respect his unmatched abilities. Releasing energy, Rayan pushed the orc backward with precise, forceful strikes. The orc's defense faltered under Rakan's careful, strategic, relentless assault. Rakan analyzed the situation, exploiting vulnerabilities while maintaining sword control continuously. Attacks intensified rapidly, displaying Rakan's speed, strength, and precise combat timing. The orc attempted counterattacks, but could not match Rakan's unpredictable movements. Composed, Rakan controlled battle's pace while quietly observing and teaching tactics. Techniques activated. Rakan formed a controlled field, dominating surrounding area strategically. Under tactical pressure, the orc could not resist Rahan's accurate strikes. Observers understood Rahan's demonstration showcased both overwhelming skill and teaching clearly. Striking at multiple angles, Rayan forced the orc to retreat cautiously. The orc fell victim to Rayan's precise and relentless sword technique. Rayan's teaching remained evident, showing skill, power, and consequences clearly observed. Concluding the battle, Rakan stood calmly while the orc acknowledged him, reflecting on strength. The orc realized arrogance hindered proper combat understanding. Rakan's final actions left lasting impressions, demonstrating skill and teaching simultaneously. Standing calmly, Rakan reflected on battle outcomes and the lessons learned clearly. His gaze shifted toward companions, showing approval for observing technique carefully. Observers understood that Rakan's actions conveyed strategic teaching beyond normal comprehension. Concentrating deeply, Rakan formed a sword field, using spiritual energy precisely. The orc struggled inside the field, unable to maneuver effectively against Rakan. Observers noted Rayan's mastery, controlling space itself with his extraordinary skills. Rakan advanced carefully, attacking while the orc countered ineffectively and recklessly. The orc repeatedly faltered, unable to anticipate Rayan's fast, precise strikes. Maintaining composure, Rakan ensured actions demonstrated both power and practical teaching. Pausing briefly, Rakan addressed students, explaining sword field's function and purpose. Clearly experience, aura growth and control remained crucial for mastering this powerful technique. Observers internalized the instructions, understanding lessons came through engagement and observation. Reminding companions, Rakan ensured that lessons from the battle were not forgotten. Students watched silently, absorbing each precise movement Rakan demonstrated throughout the engagement. Finally, the orc acknowledged defeat, respecting Rakan's skill and his overwhelming technique. Sunlight illuminated the Grand Academy, its towers radiating knowledge and authority clearly today. The Patriarch demanded explanations, questioning the extraordinary tale of Rayan's recent battle. a confident red-haired elf reported Raynon's clash against Eden's feared Mad Blood demon. Ron faced the massive demon alone, fully prepared despite overwhelming surrounding dangers silently. Witnesses remembered him defending villages, standing resilient against threats ordinary warriors couldn't withstand. Deadly attacks struck, yet Rayon survived, earning recognition from all watching observers nearby. The Patriarch frowned, struggling to accept Rayon's remarkable accomplishments immediately in front. Calmly, Rayon explained swordsmanship and strength, showing mastery exceeding all expectations through discipline. Elverin Sap emerged as a tool, boosting Rayon's endurance and tactical advantage efficiently. The Elder concluded Ron deserved the priceless treasure for achievements and enduring extreme dangers. The elf remained composed, explaining his desire to guide Ron's growth quietly. The Patriarch considered intentions carefully, noting potential benefits for both Academy and trainees. The Elder commanded Lowen to gather lords once all trainees returned safely. The elf reflected, realizing nearly 20 years had passed since last recognition openly. Questions arose regarding trainee arrival, while the room prepared strategies concerning Ra-Khan's education. Trainees approached the Academy gates, anticipation filling the air as sunlight shone brightly. Ron silently evaluated surroundings, walking among them with careful observation and precise calculation. The training area revealed challenges, preparing newcomers for intense sessions immediately ahead effectively. After the Mad Blood Demon attack, villagers suffered great losses, leaving devastation and despair. Rayon and companions helped rebuild, restoring village structures through tireless and coordinated effort efficiently. Severely injured villagers rested, while Ratan recovered carefully at the chief's house quietly. Ratan reviewed rewards, discovering traits that temporarily increased strength and mental resilience significantly. Indomitable will strengthened abilities, letting him resist extreme mental pressures effectively and reliably. Even with Wrath's rage, Rakan confidently controlled both his body and mind precisely. The system explained skills were optimized to provide necessary abilities immediately upon learning. Wrath plotted to claim Rakan's body later, but he stayed vigilant against threats. Rakan planned strategy, ensuring growth and preparation before system or enemies could act unexpectedly. The Academy welcomed trainees, starting advanced training under close supervision from senior instructors carefully. Rakan entered confidently, ready to demonstrate skills and maintain control over new abilities. Fellow cadets observed him, understanding challenges and witnessing growth from past victories. Clearly, trainees returned exhausted, showing fatigue after completing long journeys through grueling training conditions. Rayon listened carefully as superiors instructed the group not to rest immediately. The group followed orders to Patriarch's Hall, observing protocol strictly and silently throughout. Cadets bowed deeply before Patriarch, showing respect and formally acknowledging his authority clearly. Fissers whispered quietly, noting Rayon's accomplishments and impressed by surviving the Mad Blood Demon. Rayon observed strategically, realizing the meeting might present an opportunity for progress efficiently. He contemplated his situation carefully, knowing growth must happen quickly for upcoming challenges. Previous encounters guided him, evaluating risks and planning actions to prevent future threats safely. Patriarch acknowledged Raykhan's importance, requesting detailed report on recent events and involvement clearly. Rayon described Cebu village events, explaining how the Mad Blood Demon threatened villagers directly. He clarified incidents, including interference attempts and measures he undertook to protect everyone effectively. Patriarch listened intently, scrutinizing report, while remaining cautious about potential inaccuracies or deception. Rasan challenged falsehoods, defending truth regarding Green War Demon attacks on the village successfully. He confronted officers, asserting misinformation couldn't obscure reality of his decisive, accurate actions effectively. Authority figures evaluated carefully, realizing Rayon's integrity and abilities through his courageous testimony clearly. Rahan instructed Dorian to prepare those, signaling readiness for demonstration precisely and clearly. Dorian acknowledged silently, understanding seriousness, while Rahan observed surroundings carefully and efficiently. The items appeared, helmets of Green War Demon and Mad Blood Demon displayed clearly. Rayon requested permission from Patriarch, asking politely if he could draw his sword respectfully. Patriarch granted permission, allowing Rayon to show swordsmanship and demonstrate the power he possessed. Ron drew sword smoothly, igniting flames that immediately drew attention from everyone watching nearby. Observers noticed sword energy, creating display, previously unseen within the Academy Hall completely. Flames and power confirmed Ron's strength, showing potential to defeat Green War Demon easily. Rahan demonstrated clearly, proving skill effectively and leaving no doubts among all observers present. Patriarch addressed trainees formally, praising Rahan's precise actions and effective performance without hesitation today. Everyone acknowledged accomplishment, feeling relief and admiration for Rayon's disciplined, decisive handling of challenges. For first time in decades, Elflimmer said, "Marvelous," showing rare appreciation openly. Rayon handed Goblin King's Mana Stone and Eden's Goal to Patriarch carefully. All trainees received bronze medals. Rayon earned silver, reflecting achievements fairly and accurately, despite rewards. Rayon knew he had not gained additional martial arts knowledge previously. Rayon reflected silently on missed opportunities, realizing Patriarch planned to grant second reward later. He discussed midnight meeting with Lowen requested personally by Patriarch for careful planning. Rayon considered second reward's potential, understanding importance of preparation before attending meeting thoroughly. Rayon arrived at the academy, warmly welcomed by his attentive mother and maid. Martha checked Rayon's arm, ensuring he almost fully healed from injuries recently. He explained to his mother he had confronted Eden's demons alone bravely. Feeling guilty, Martha reflected on her words causing Rayon to face danger. Rayon expressed gratitude, claiming her encouragement strengthened him to fight with confidence. He admitted, fearing the mad blood demon and nearly used cadets as bait. Remembering Martha's advice, Rayon gained courage to endure and stand in combat. Her words empowered him to remain calm, focused, and composed during fighting. Martha's expression softened, realizing her support influenced Rayon's survival and impressive resilience. Rayon saw cadets panicking unexpectedly and intervened to restore calm and order. Later, he received urgent orders from the Central Martial Hall Master promptly. Rayon anticipated authorities might punish him for failing to gather required mission intelligence. He instructed Judiel carefully, explaining steps to maintain secrecy and protect herself. Rayon emphasized safe letter writing while avoiding suspicion from any surrounding individuals. Judiel listened carefully, understanding Rayon's strategy ensured her safety and intelligence collection. Rason reminded Judiel again, stressing the importance of hiding information from others. Silently, he considered her potential usefulness could also create dangerous traps later. Judiel understood she must act cautiously to ensure both their survivals together. Gazing out the window, Rason planned the rest of his complex tasks. Later, he arrived at the Patriarch's hall for questioning and instructions immediately. The Patriarch requested thorough explanations about Rason's movements and tactics during the mission. Rason explained, river footwork, emphasizing the basic techniques taught to academy trainees. The Patriarch criticized the method, mentioning its limits against stronger, experienced opponents. He offered improved footwork techniques, rewarding Ron for uncovering Eden's hidden motives. Ron felt surprised that Glenn would personally teach him advanced footwork directly. Carefully observing each step, he recognized this rare training opportunity's great value. The Patriarch highlighted improvement, giving Radon chance to surpass previous skill limitations effectively. Glenn prepared to demonstrate movements, igniting a mystical aura, signaling a critical moment. Rayon focused intently, mentally preparing to replicate these advanced footwork techniques precisely. Recognizing the training's significance, he knew it would transform his future mastery. Observing Glenn, Rayon studied the Supreme Harmony steps with deep concentration and awe. These movements expanded his perspective, showing synchronized footwork's immense potential and precision clearly. He realized Glenn's instructions were foundational, emphasizing discipline and accuracy for future mastery. After completing training, the Patriarch dismissed Rakon, mentioning rewards depended on Eden's motives. Rakon acknowledged the Patriarch's words, thinking carefully about his next action strategically. The attendants watched Rahan train, expressing concern regarding mastering Supreme Harmony steps alone. The Patriarch questioned whether Rahan could understand Supreme Harmony steps' full complexity correctly. Advisors noted he learned the initial step instinctively, forming the foundation for additional techniques. Though unaware fully, Rayon's understanding promised eventual mastery through repeated effort and experience. Training with his spirit companion, Rayon focused daily to internalize Supreme Harmony steps. Initially struggling, he failed to maintain precise execution despite repeated careful practice consistently. Encouraged by his companion, Rayon continued training to eventually master Glenn's advanced martial techniques. Sylvia found Rahan resting, reminding him to recover before overexerting during practice routines. He reflected on progress, realizing Supreme Harmony steps required patience and consistent discipline. Despite failures, Rayon remained committed, planning disciplined practice to achieve his ultimate potential. Rayon rested outside, observing the maids discussing his training and their cooperative efforts. He noticed their excitement, realizing today's events might disrupt the normally calm routine. Mentally preparing, Rayon understood staying observant would prevent unforeseen danger effectively immediately. Rayon learned Raiden Zeghart had arrived, creating tension threatening the household suddenly. Recognizing Raiden as Baldur Zeghart's son, He realized the situation could escalate quickly. When Raiden attacked the maids violently, Raiden readied himself to intervene decisively immediately. Raiden Zeekhart entered the academy, instantly drawing everyone's surprised and cautious attention. Servants questioned his motives, unsure why a descendant entered the annex today. He intimidated the staff and mistresses, asserting authority through sudden forceful actions. Despite announcements, the staff remained confused, unable to confirm Raiden's arrival. Clearly, supervisors argued over miscommunication, showing no official documents approved Raiden's entry. His presence created tension, forcing preparation while avoiding direct confrontations immediately. Raiden reflected on events, realizing Ranon captured attention from the influential family unexpectedly. Anger grew within him, frustrated that his achievements were being overshadowed. He demanded recognition, threatening anyone interfering and asserting superiority over all witnesses. Martha and other maids attempted intervention, fearing Raiden could harm anyone nearby unnecessarily. A subordinate spoke against him, trying to enforce limits despite violent authority. Raiden responded aggressively, intimidating the staff further and refusing perceived disrespect. He confronted Rayon, testing intentions and evaluating if the young descendant posed threat. Rayon stayed composed, signaling confidence and readiness, without provoking immediate battle escalation. The atmosphere became tense, foreshadowing strategic conflict between Raiden and Rayon. Raiden confidently introduced himself, asserting lineage as the true martial hall master. Rayon immediately challenged him, preparing to defend position with precise swordsmanship. Rayon blocked the strike effortlessly, showing superior skill and combat strategy. Raiden reacted angrily, trying to intimidate Rayon while proving estate ownership. Rayon countered decisively, demonstrating control and denying Raiden authority over the property. Shocked, Raiden fell to his knees, overwhelmed by Rayon's confident dominance. Rayon raised his blade, signaling refusal to tolerate any further provocations today. A witness intervened, attempting to prevent violence between Rayon and Raiden carefully. Everyone nearby felt intimidated, submitting attention while Rayon maintained full control strategically. Raiden confronted Rayon again, ignoring allies' warnings and testing his limits aggressively. Staff pleaded for Rayon to step back, prioritizing safety over hierarchy disputes. Rayon remained resolute, prepared, maintaining composure, while intimidating Raiden effectively. His anger grew, planning retaliation and asserting family superiority boldly towards Rayon. Rafan ignored threats, holding stance firmly, and refusing to escalate conflict further. Tension remained high, foreshadowing future confrontations over status and family power. Rasan threatened further provocation, claiming it would cause suffering worse than death. Mistresses and maids feared him handling the situation violently without hesitation entirely. Rayon reassured them, promising to personally resolve the incident and maintain control. He confronted the patriarch formally, demonstrating obedience and respect in his statements strategically. The patriarch listened, learning details of Raiden's attack and unprepared annex staff. Raiden explained every action, ensuring severity and Raiden's aggression were clearly understood. Allies watched Raiden, noticing his calm demeanor and precise swordsmanship attentively. Raiden attempted manipulation, claiming the staff lied despite overwhelming evidence against him. Raiden remained silent, allowing facts to speak while maintaining focus completely. Raiden angrily grabbed him, demanding acknowledgement while witness restrained the situation carefully. The Patriarch's observer confirmed Ron's account, proving Raiden acted dishonestly entirely. Ron exposed the truth, showing Raiden's behavior while asserting control effectively. The Patriarch questioned Raiden, demanding clarification regarding the annex events immediately. Raiden became shocked, realizing Raytheon presented facts accurately, exposing deception clearly. The Patriarch noted discrepancy between Raiden's claims and reality, preparing decisive action. Raiden asked the Patriarch if he had been lied to directly. Both sides had failed. The Patriarch announced punishments would be administered fairly. Ranon accepted judgment calmly, preparing to follow orders while observing Raiden carefully. He emphasized Raiden's attack on staff, highlighting unjustified violence and clear disrespect. The Patriarch noted Raiden's aggression, while evaluating Rayon's claims for accuracy meticulously. Rayon maintained composure, ensuring testimony stayed factual and authority remained intact clearly. The Patriarch warned Raiden, questioning whether he understood severity of current predicament. Rayon confirmed details, explaining his position firmly without escalating or threatening unnecessarily. Witnesses verified Raiden entered Annex without authorization, proving dishonesty completely. Rayon requested a duel, asserting swordsman's worth should be judged through combat fairly. The Patriarch agreed, deciding duel would entertain, while testing both combat abilities. He announced duel scheduled in 1 week at the Great Training Hall precisely. Raiden Zaghart received instructions from his father to face a rival publicly. Carefully, he planned his strategy to defeat the enemy efficiently and safely. The young noble considered the risks if failure occurred, ensuring Annex protection. Raiden felt confident his skills as a mid-level expert ensured victory today. Remembering previous mistakes, he prepared with precise techniques and focused determination. His father suggested caution, advising him to limit damage and secure control. Raiden acknowledged the guidance, preparing mentally for the duel with careful attention. Attendants observed the estate grounds as Raiden positioned himself ready for combat. Spectators debated the duel's danger while noting Raiden's impressive technical proficiency clearly. Raiden expertly wielded a flexible sword learned from elder brother Baldur's masterful teachings. His techniques adapted continuously, displaying skill beyond ordinary swordsmen's limited conventional methods. The young noble stayed composed, integrating lessons from multiple mentors into his fighting. Two maids quietly watched, fully trusting Raiden yet remaining concerned for safety. A noblewoman encouraged confidence, recalling Rayon's insistence on maintaining trust and skill. Raiden gripped his weapon tightly, stepping forward, prepared for decisive confrontation firmly. Rayon trained rigorously outdoors, focusing on precise swings, stance, and controlled sword movements. Judiel brought a simple meal, ensuring he remained nourished and properly energized. He silently accepted it, grateful for her concern, while continuing rigorous practice. Rayon discovered a guide detailing advanced sword techniques for efficient skill development. The manual included illustrations showing stances, attack speed, and careful footwork instructions. He realized Judiel thoughtfully prepared the materials, combining instruction with personal guidance. Both Rayon and Judiel spent a week refining abilities and mental concentration diligently. The duel day came, with family observing, anticipation and tension filling the arena. Rayon stood ready, analyzing his opponent carefully, calculating weaknesses with precise judgment. The enemy charged fiercely, attacking with obvious confidence and aggressive initial movements quickly. Rayon moved fluidly, vanishing from sight and repositioning strategically behind the opponent. The opening strike surprised his rival, showing Rayon's skill, learned from careful study. Rayon planned further maneuvers, staying composed while observing counterattacks and opponent reactions closely. Both fighters displayed speed, power, and tactical awareness during the intense duel carefully. Attendants and Judiel watched silently, trusting Rayon's abilities while anticipating his success. Rayon struck decisively, overwhelming his opponent with speed, precision, and relentless tactical advantage. The rival fell repeatedly, confused by Rayon's sudden movements and agile sword techniques. Rayon's precise attacks disoriented him, showing mastery through observation and rigorous disciplined practice. Rayon reminded his foe of consequences, controlling combat pace while enforcing strict rules. The opponent grew frustrated, attempting reckless attacks that Rayon skillfully anticipated and countered. Superior positioning allowed Rayon to exploit minor mistakes and maintain complete control consistently. He struck targeted areas, punishing past arrogance, while emphasizing respect and tactical efficiency. The enemy endured multiple blows, each calculated as repayment for careless previous actions. Rayon's duel intensified, demonstrating control over timing, movement, and his flexible sword usage. The rival attempted counters, but Rayon evaded, appearing strategically in advantageous positions instantly. Rayon pressed attacks, showing mental sharpness and physical superiority over his struggling adversary. Offensive pressure continued, leaving the enemy confused, exhausted, and unable to predict upcoming movements. Despite initial strength, Rayon's timing and experience allowed him to dominate the engagement effectively. The opponent recognized errors too late, failing to adjust while Rayon maintained control. Rayon readied a final strike, observing weaknesses carefully and planning decisive conclusion thoughtfully. The maids watched Rayon, noting how skillfully he controlled his sword during combat. They realized his fight prioritized protection over personal pride, safeguarding those he cared. Rayon acted decisively, eliminating advantages without focusing on self-interest or personal glory unnecessarily. Reflecting on his past, he recognized he had never truly belonged within family. Rayon previously rejected cold reality, training secretly to improve strength and strategic capability. This resolve strengthened him, allowing confrontation with enemies without hesitation or moral uncertainty. During combat, Rayon enforced rules strictly, refusing any retreat or opponent evasion immediately. The enemy resisted, but Rayon's control and timing kept him off balance consistently. Every attack and defense demonstrated Rayon's skill, discipline, and careful study of techniques. Rayon's final strike immobilized the opponent, ending the duel while minimizing unnecessary injury. The audience witnessed his victory, understanding Rayon's actions were strategic and motivated by justice. Family members acknowledged his superiority, realizing Rayton fought for others, not personal glory. Ranon Zeghart remained victorious, while his defeated opponent lay completely on ground. Angrily, Raiden's father shouted, showing disappointment over his son's public duel failure. Observers loudly cheered, celebrating Rayon's impressive skill and undeniable fighting talent. Excited students shouted, acknowledging Rayon's incredible performance with unwavering admiration for him. Veteran servants watched respectfully. Impressed Rayton received recognition without any official noble status. The elder noble observed Rayon's technique, admiring his unusual mastery at young age. Rayon demonstrated precise martial steps, using a system refined through personal rigorous training. Even skilled sword fighters struggled, but Rayon mastered techniques within only a week. Crowds attentively watched, praising the young swordsman's skill and extraordinary public performance. The noble elder reflected, realizing his family's obsession with strength could not persist. He considered Rayon's potential impact on unjust treatment toward indirect family descendants. The duel ended, and both combatants fulfilled all predetermined official formal conditions. Publicly, Raiden confessed, kneeling before his mother and the maids, sincerely apologizing. Supervisors confirmed proper supervision, ensuring all duel requirements were completed according to rules. Rayon maintained composure, observing the duel's outcome while ensuring order and discipline. Elder Glenn warned the true martial hall against ever interfering with the annex. Maids finally relaxed, easing tense expressions after the stressful duel concluded successfully. After events concluded, Rayton and companions returned home, finally free from obligations safely. Ran's close friend expressed amazement at his improvement over the short period. Observers noticed Rayon's aura appeared transformed, demonstrating mastery and extraordinary combat talent. His remarkable abilities surpassed expectations, impressing supervisors monitoring the training hall diligently. Conversation emerged about Rakan joining the elite Black Tiger unit post-graduation ceremony. Senior swordsmen advised caution, emphasizing careful consideration before assigning trainees to elite divisions. Graduation exam results would determine affiliations, highlighting Ron's exceptional performance above all peers. Martha, Birkin, and Ronan were recognized as strong, prepared for selection exercises. Rakan reflected confidently, certain he earned recognition for his incredible combat capabilities. Instructors noted Rakan's combination of talent and kindness, distinguishing him among all students. A grateful girl sincerely thanked Rathon for previously saving her from Lord Karun. She prepared for rest, allowing Rathon personal time to recover from exertion. Rathon remained calm, processing the events that had unfolded thoughtfully and carefully. The academy shone under sunlight, as students prepared for an important day ahead. A cheerful student greeted the patriarch, showing jewels gained through careful planning Rayon's help. The patriarch observed calmly, noting the resources acquired from the 5th training hall. The red-haired student requested permission to alter the upcoming trainee's graduation examination. The patriarch questioned details carefully before agreeing to consider modifications to existing rules. Acknowledging the request, he listened carefully, understanding the importance of changing the graduation exam. The red-haired student highlighted trainees' experiences, recalling risks during previous real-world combat missions. All trainees completed major trials, proving they required a more challenging graduation test. The proposal emphasized survival, ensuring students endured real-world conditions without extra support available. Trainees faced a new trial, testing abilities beyond typical classroom learning procedures carefully. Their survival determined recognition, allowing progress while demonstrating individual skills independently and confidently. This method elevated students, ensuring passing participants achieved higher recognition within knighthood formally. The red-haired student requested patriarch approval for survival-focused graduation exam reforms officially. The patriarch observed carefully, noticing the student's growth and wisdom beyond prior expectations clearly. The proposal represented change, preparing trainees for challenges outside the protected academy environment. The patriarch watched Rason closely, noticing expressions and engagement with the trainees carefully. Rason's behavior shifted, showing excitement previously hidden behind reserved, cautious public demeanor consistently. The red-haired student expressed embarrassment, flustered by attention received from the patriarch directly. Rakan reflected thoughtfully, realizing teaching students allowed him to grow beyond personal combat expertise. The patriarch questioned which student might eventually surpass expectations, considering Raton or others carefully. Discussion focused on trainees' potential, highlighting uncertainty over which student would excel eventually. Rayon submitted a detailed report regarding the graduation exam, ensuring preparations were complete carefully. The patriarch warned of consequences if incomplete, stressing responsibility for managing important examinations thoroughly. Raison revealed the report was prepared fully, showing readiness and respect for the patriarch's instructions. Students gathered in the courtyard, anxiously waiting for the instructor to finally arrive. The instructor appeared, explaining his slight delay was due to visiting the nursery beforehand. He announced that today would reveal the trainees' companies, determining strategic groups for survival exercises. The instructor lectured the students, emphasizing how survival experience prepares them for dangerous, unpredictable challenges. He recalled past student struggles, warning about repeated mistakes that could have ended disastrous outcomes. The trainees listened carefully, realizing their training would push them far beyond ordinary expectations. The instructor formally introduced the graduation exam, declaring its primary subject would focus solely on survival. Students would abandon their identities and survive alone across various lands, equipped only with a sword. Alternative exams existed for those intimidated, but the main challenge required courage, preparation, and strategic thinking. Rant and fellow trainees immediately confirmed they would undertake the survival test without hesitation or complaint. The instructor cautioned them against rushing decisions, explaining outcomes could change drastically depending on chosen paths. Each student considered risks seriously, knowing instructors expected resourcefulness, adaptability, and maximum determination during trials. The instructor distributed assignments, informing each trainee of their distinct destinations across deserts, canyons, and jungles. Burin was assigned the Levine Desert, Wartha to the Don Canyon, and Runan to the jungle. Rayon, along with the remaining students, mentally prepared to face challenges and demonstrate unwavering survival skills. Rayon was informed he would travel to Haven Castle in the northeast region soon. The instructor explained the castle is dangerous, known for challenging battlefields requiring extreme preparation. Ron was given a month to prepare, ensuring readiness before embarking on his assignment. Observers noted Ron's intense training recently, emphasizing his reduced sleep to improve combat abilities. They debated whether he should attempt the exam, considering the extreme dangers of Haven Castle. However, they acknowledged the opportunity for growth outweighed risk, supporting Ranon's preparation fully. Ranon focused entirely on training, striving to master sword techniques and increase his offensive skills. He studied movements carefully, calculating enemies' likely behavior to gain advantage during future survival exercises. Potential threats, including multi-headed beasts, were visualized in his mind to simulate combat scenarios accurately. Rayon practiced elemental fire techniques, enhancing speed and precision with concentrated control over attacks. He planned a 3-week training routine to optimize strength, endurance, and adaptability before the departure. He recognized that acquiring necessary skills required deliberate investment of effort and unwavering discipline consistently. Rayon approached the Patriarch, exchanging his silver medal to obtain new swordsmanship equipment for training. The Patriarch allowed Rayon to decide, trusting him to choose wisely for maximum combat effectiveness. With equipment secured, Rakron prepared mentally and physically, determined to excel in the upcoming exam. Rakon explained his goal was to reinstate his mother as a direct family descendant. He revealed his intent to use silver medals strategically, instead of pursuing gold medals. The Patriarch listened carefully, asking Rason to explain the reasoning behind his previous mission decisions. Ron described learning from his past experiences, realizing strength mattered more than collecting awards. He emphasized using silver medals to gain skill efficiently, preparing for upcoming dangerous survival exams. The Patriarch agreed, acknowledging Rakon's approach as thoughtful and beneficial for future assignments. Raton was presented with the Rabid Fang sword, an essential tool for Haven Castle challenges. He understood the weapon's importance, accepting it gratefully as a crucial resource for survival exercises. With proper compensation ensured, Rakon prepared mentally to train and maximize the sword's potential. Ron questioned the Patriarch regarding his lack of fear about Haven Castle assignments previously experienced. He explained past missions taught him resilience, highlighting necessary strategies to survive unexpected dangerous situations. The Patriarch listened, acknowledging Rason's insights and reinforcing the importance of continuous growth and training. Rason affirmed he would endure hardship, believing the experience would strengthen him for future survival trials. The instructor reminded him that survival exams required determination, skill, and the ability to overcome challenges. Raon accepted the responsibility willingly, committing fully to face trials without regrets and with perseverance. The Patriarch advised Ron to broaden his thoughts, emphasizing versatility beyond basic swordsmanship alone. Ron thanked him respectfully, acknowledging the importance of strategic thinking and skill development consistently. Observers noted Rayon's determination, recognizing his intentions to pursue mastery thoughtfully and independently. Instructor Lim Fair commented on Rayon's character, stating he acted intentionally with thoughtful precision and planning. The The patriarch confirmed Raon's actions, understanding that the rabid fang sword required careful handling and focus. Raon accepted responsibility for mastering the sword, appreciating the guidance and trust placed in him. The rabid fang sword was presented, symbolizing an opportunity for Raon to grow stronger efficiently. Rason acknowledged that learning the sword's techniques entirely depended on his effort and dedication daily. He committed to the challenge, preparing both mentally and physically to maximize the weapon's potential. Raon questioned why the exam would not intimidate him, recalling previous survival training experiences vividly. He realized continuous exposure to danger had strengthened his resilience, allowing him to face Haven Castle. The patriarch confirmed Raon's insight, explaining growth comes from pushing beyond personal limits consistently over time. Raon concentrated deeply, honing his rabid fang sword skills through constant combat training. He engaged tirelessly with other trainees, improving abilities only gained through experience. Endless practice refined his reflexes, preparing him thoroughly for the graduation exam. Raon challenged himself further, striving to reach greater mastery during rigorous training. By observing foes carefully, he learned essential techniques and integrated movements precisely. That night, Raon fully comprehended the rabid fang sword before final evaluations. The following morning, a maid attended to Raon, checking all his injuries. He confessed the secret of feeding a rage worm previously hidden carefully. Judel remained quiet, understanding the situation, while Raon accepted full responsibility. Raon described his survival approach, relying on fear control during early days. Maid and companions listened attentively as he explained balancing caution with controlled strength. Experiences and mistakes taught him methods to safeguard others without risking himself unnecessarily. Raon reflected on Lady Sylvia's expression, realizing all actions protected the annex. He admitted previous speculation about the rage worm was unnecessary, reinforcing loyalty. Ultimately, Raon understood his skills and courage effectively defended the annex entirely. Judel observed Raon closely, noticing subtle shifts in behavior and increasing confidence. The mask Raon wore gradually faded, revealing his true personality consistently. Raiden's assault on the annex showed Raon's courage and protective instincts clearly. Raon collected crucial information about the main castle, planning upcoming strategic actions. Judel realized Raon's intelligence significantly aided understanding threats and strengthening defenses. Gratitude appeared as she recognized Rason's careful, insightful, and precise assistance. Judel revealed having a younger brother, separated previously, whose safety worried her deeply. She explained, following orders ensured she could reunite with her brother safely. Determined, she promised Rakan she would rescue him, despite dangerous obstacles ahead. Judel assured Raon she would act decisively while he faced threats. She stressed loyalty, obeying orders precisely ready to protect Annex and allies. Her gaze reflected determination, showing commitment to save her brother and uphold trust. Raon questioned Judel about her plans and responses concerning providing Karen's information. Judel responded calmly, confirming she would act responsibly and follow instructions without hesitation. Their mutual understanding solidified, showing trust and strategic coordination between master and servant. The red-haired instructor told trainees to survive for 1 year and return. Completing trials would allow students to grow stronger and reach even greater potential. Raiden stood prepared as the top trainee, ready to give a speech. He reminded everyone surviving initial battles would be difficult, yet growth awaited them. All trainees had survived prior dangers, fulfilling duties and gaining valuable experience. Raon encouraged them to honor the 5th training hall through disciplined effort. Observing closely, Raon reflected on his unusual calmness and strategic thinking maturity. He admitted his natural talents still required constant training and relentless daily practice. The advanced Rabid Fang sword appeared, demonstrating precise technique and powerful offensive capability. The red-haired instructor smiled, impressed by Raycon's progress and remarkable combat skills. He reminded Raycon that his achievements repaid respect, owed to instructors and peers. The instructor emphasized returning alive, maintaining skill, loyalty, and discipline during every mission. Ratan promised he would witness the birth of a new king proudly. He instructed trainees to bow, formalizing respect and tradition for the head instructor. Raon's words inspired everyone, reinforcing determination to survive, improve, and succeed consistently. Raon's fellow trainees showed determination to grow stronger and survive alongside him. They urged Raon not to die, promising support while encouraging continued survival. Raon silently considered their words, recognizing their honesty and genuine concern for him. A trainee offered Raon shaved ice, showing kindness and trust before challenges. Raon accepted it gratefully, appreciating the thoughtful gesture from his caring companion. The moment strengthened their bond, encouraging teamwork and trust among all participating trainees. Rayon guided Dorian and companions to commercial city Carmelin to prepare strategically. Dorian asked anxiously about the destination, worried about unknown dangers and upcoming exercises. Rayon explained organizing equipment was necessary, ensuring readiness for the intense battles ahead. Rayon entered the bustling commercial city of Carmelin, eyes scanning the crowded central market area. He observed merchants arranging goods, realizing many items were available, yet none fulfilled their mission. Rayon decided that traveling below the city would reveal the black market's secret location. The younger companion questioned Rakan about accessing the black market, showing excitement and curiosity simultaneously. Rakan confirmed he knew the black market location, sharing confidence derived from prior experiences. The companion explained growing up within the merchant association provided knowledge of underground trading networks. Ron processed the new information, realizing the companion's insight would greatly simplify locating hidden market entrances. He instructed them to proceed immediately, preparing for potential danger while descending toward the secret tunnel. The pair moved through the city unnoticed, cloaks shielding their identities from observing citizens nearby. Arriving underground, Ragon and companion stood in awe, observing the immense space of the black market. The market's organization impressed them both, with neatly arranged stalls, intricate lighting, and hidden corners. Ray confirmed plans to locate specific items by checking the underground auction catalog carefully afterward. Finally, Rayson discovered the rare black butterfly listed within the catalog, preparing for tonight's auction. He calculated timing and bidding strategy, knowing precise observation would ensure success during the first round. The companion watched attentively, realizing Rayon's meticulous planning demonstrated experience and exceptional skills beyond expectations. Rayon realized the item's price was unexpectedly high, requiring careful thought before making purchases. He decided saving gold from other resources would allow acquiring the rare, expensive auction item. The companion followed Rayon willingly as they moved toward a pawn shop for additional funds. Rayon carefully observed every stall, scanning for anything useful before the underground auction would begin. He noted some items, but many appeared unimportant, failing to match the auction's expected value. Eventually, Rason identified a crucial item, previously used by a patriarch of House Zyghart. Rason approached the vendor, inquiring about the ring, understanding its magical properties and hidden significance. The companion protested, realizing the vendor attempted to overcharge by demanding 5 gold coins immediately. Dorian quickly negotiated, reducing the cost to a single gold coin without causing unnecessary conflict. After securing the ring, Rayon examined it, sensing unusual energy not noticeable to ordinary individuals. He mentally noted potential applications of the ring, considering upcoming auctions and rare magical items. The companion silently observed Ron's careful evaluation, impressed by his foresight and strategic thinking skills. Ron confirmed the purchase with the vendor, ensuring the transaction proceeded without revealing their true identities. Other auction attendees remained unaware, providing Rayon the advantage of secrecy and tactical observation opportunity. With their initial goal achieved, Rayon and companion prepared for the upcoming auction and related challenges. The vendor offered tenfold payment for the ring, surprising Dorian and catching him off guard. Rayon observed carefully, recognizing the woman understood the ring's true value and magical significance. Dorian hesitated slightly, realizing the item could easily yield far more gold than expected. Rahan refused higher offers, holding firm and asserting control over the transaction with silent authority. The masked woman demonstrated confidence, instructing him on proper protocol for acquiring rare items correctly. He evaluated her demeanor cautiously, noting experience and influence subtly guiding her negotiation strategies efficiently. The woman demanded compliance, asserting her authority while Rakan calculated the best tactical response carefully. Ron remained calm, understanding threats from her were measured yet carried potential consequences if ignored. He assessed risk factors, considering both immediate benefit and long-term implications before continuing negotiations. Rayon and Dorian proceeded to the auction floor, anticipating the black butterfly item's upcoming competition. The masked woman planned to acquire the item, preparing strategically, while monitoring Rayon's movements discreetly. Ron analyzed auctioneers and bidders, preparing mental notes to ensure he would not be surprised. The auction began. Items sold rapidly, with Ranon focusing attention on the black butterfly immediately. He confirmed the item's presence, calculating timing and strategy to outmaneuver rival bidders effectively. The masked woman and Rayon now shared a silent competition, their plans intersecting for the auction. The auction began with the pet butterfly, glowing magically and drawing attention from every bidder. Rakan carefully observed the bidding, noting every increment and calculating the optimal strategy to acquire it. Dorian raised his bid strategically, ensuring Rayon could maintain control while keeping competitors at distance. The bids quickly escalated, reaching 50 gold coins, surprising both bidders and the watching crowd nearby. Rayon noted the high price, realizing further increases would be unnecessary given current market reactions. The masked woman declared the butterfly sold, confirming her success, and temporarily securing her desired magical pet. Ran and Dorian analyzed the situation, realizing the butterfly was strategically manipulated by the masked woman. He planned to intercept or reclaim the butterfly, preparing for a stealthy maneuver before the next auction. Dorian expressed concern, understanding the risks, while Rayon resolved to act immediately, despite possible complications ahead. Assassins across the continent were renowned for remarkable skills and distinctive traits. Rasun remembered his previous existence, where stealth brought him considerable fame frequently. Shadows were navigated silently, allowing him to observe the room cautiously and carefully. Intelligence regarding Princess Jannah reached Rayon, highlighting her importance in the Balkar Kingdom. Her magical ability and talent for detecting rare artifacts impressed all observers. Discussions concluded that attempting to claim her could cause unexpected dangerous complications quickly. Plans were made to protect the princess while avoiding the ongoing black market auction. Dorian was instructed to remain alert and await Rasun's return immediately. The young master vanished quickly, leaving Dorian and others surprised by sudden movement. Wealthy merchants concentrated on ornate items, unaware of Rayon observing everything silently nearby. Observing the auction layout, Rayon identified the black butterfly as a valuable object. The butterfly's cage required careful timing to ensure successful collection without mistakes. The black butterfly contained potent mana, responding automatically to stronger nearby auras. Rayon observed its behavior, noting reactions to high-purity mana without causing disturbance. Preparation was thorough, ensuring retrieval of the artifact would not endanger the mission. One player noticed the black butterfly had disappeared during the ongoing card game. Panic spread quickly as participants realized the artifact was no longer visible immediately. Ron moved swiftly through shadows, pursuing the butterfly with unmatched speed and precision. Dorian followed nervously, fearing failure could trigger conflict with the Balkar Kingdom swiftly. Regret filled him for not stopping Ron before complications escalated dangerously further. Despite concern, Dorian remained composed, monitoring the young master's movements and evaluating outcomes. Ratan returned, triumphantly with the butterfly, astonishing Dorian, and surprising everyone nearby completely. Verification confirmed the mission's success, ensuring the black butterfly remained safely in possession. Preparations began cautiously for the next stage of the night market operation promptly. The princess confronted Rayon, demanding the artifact and asserting authority clearly with threats. Rayon evaluated options, weighing whether returning the artifact remained safe or risky strategically. Final warnings were given, urging him to decide carefully regarding the auction outcome. Her expression revealed disbelief, realizing the artifact might already have been taken unexpectedly. Confidence exuded from Rayon, proving he had secured the artifact successfully without issue. Observers recognized the butterfly's possession now shifted power and control entirely under Rayon. Others' doubt increased after Rayon's successful retrieval of the valuable black butterfly quickly. The princess demanded respect, confronting him angrily about authority and rightful ownership clearly. Composure remained, with Rayon preparing mentally and evaluating potential combat carefully beforehand. Threats were delivered by the princess while instructing attendants to intervene if necessary. Her guards were ready for immediate escalation, yet Rayon remained unconcerned about presence. Authority was questioned calmly, implying his skills could exceed their combined efforts entirely. Physical action was taken, incapacitating the nearest guard with precise, rapid, and controlled strikes. Shock struck the princess, realizing she had underestimated his formidable combat skills accurately. Allies observed from afar, understanding that caution and strategic timing were required immediately. Approach was deliberate as Rahan confronted the princess, while avoiding unnecessary attacks personally. Identity was revealed, showing he was Rayon Zeghart, the renowned and feared swordsman. Recognition came instantly, with the princess understanding the implications of this encounter clearly. High-ranking observers noted his identity, warning that prior actions could trigger political consequences. Ran remained composed, calculating risks while remaining aware of strategic and environmental factors. Adjustments were necessary for the princess, realizing Rayon's unmatched abilities required careful consideration. Exceptional assassins were recognized continent-wide for unique skills and remarkable tactical expertise consistently. Memories of a previous life reminded Raon of flawless, undetectable movements during missions. Shadows were navigated cautiously, ensuring every motion was observed to prevent being discovered. Companions informed him of Princess Jaina, emphasizing her significance and extraordinary magical abilities. She was capable of detecting rare artifacts, enhancing her importance to the kingdom. Ron devised careful strategies to secure the butterfly without attracting unnecessary attention effectively. Dorian was instructed to remain alert, while Ron executed the retrieval plan efficiently. Swift movement through shadows concealed the mission, maintaining secrecy from all nearby observers carefully. Anxiety gripped Dorian, fearing consequences if Rakon failed, recognizing the inherent risks involved. The princess and Rasan reconciled formally, establishing mutual understanding to prevent future conflicts and misunderstandings. Clearly, Rasan remained vigilant, ensuring that every artifact and participant remained safe, while maintaining strategic advantage consistently. He prepared for subsequent missions, planning precise movements, while monitoring both allies and potential threats continuously. A mystical black butterfly could not digest mana while hovering near the unusual flower. The two-tone flower could never accumulate mana, requiring a meeting to release its curse. Only after absorbing mana from the butterfly could the flower produce a top-grade elixir. Raman examined his newfound abilities, discovering energy improvements and status increases overnight without external interference. His strength, dexterity, stamina, and magic senses rose significantly after consuming the combined mystical essence. Few people realized Rayon's extraordinary progress, maintaining secrecy about this rare magical procedure's results. Rayon approached Dorian at the workshop, discussing the plan while walking through the bustling streets. Dorian expressed astonishment at the sudden improvement in Rayon's aura and overall energy levels. Rayon silently reflected, focusing on training while disregarding recognition or acknowledgement from his family. Rayon's strength surpassed everyone else in the 5th training hall, drawing attention from all trainees. The 5th training hall gradually followed Rayon, seeking to learn or borrow some of his power. Dorian hesitated, struggling with ethical dilemmas about using Rayon's strength, ultimately deciding to follow. Rakan instructed Dorian to retrieve swords and prepare the workshop for immediate combat training today. Dorian ran alongside Rahan, keeping pace while processing the implications of his master's sudden growth. He felt nervous but determined, trusting Rod's guidance and following wherever his expertise would lead. Rakan and Dorian approached the workshop, entering carefully while following the instructions given previously. The blacksmith observed their arrival, immediately recognizing Ran as a young swordsman of skill. Ran explained the purpose of their visit, presenting the recommendation from the 3rd prince. The blacksmith studied Rakan thoroughly, noticing his energy signature surpassed many older, skilled warriors. Despite Rakan's youth, his aura and strength suggested impressive mastery, beyond typical adolescent expectations. Dorian looked on nervously, questioning how Rayron's abilities had grown so significantly overnight. Rayron silently demonstrated his aura, allowing the blacksmith to gauge his full potential. The artisan commented on predicting people's skills, acknowledging Rayron's exceptional capabilities immediately without hesitation. Rahan introduced himself formally, maintaining composure while Dorian nervously repeated his own name politely. The blacksmith revealed his reputation across Orwin and Balker, surprising Rahan and Dorian simultaneously. He considered Rayon's presence unique, explaining why he rarely encountered such promising young swordsmen. Rayon clarified his purpose, emphasizing his desire to create a strong sword for training. Dorian questioned whether Rayon wanted him to craft a permanent weapon, seeking clarification carefully. Rayon explained the temporary purpose, intending to use the sword until proper mastery could develop. The blacksmith confirmed, offering tools and equipment freely, allowing Rayon and Dorian to choose wisely. Rayon surveyed the workshop, impressed by the quality and craftsmanship of swords displayed carefully. Every weapon in the shop was exceptional, representing master artisans' skill across the continent. He considered his options thoughtfully, searching for a sword that could suit his abilities. Dorian marveled at the extraordinary craftsmanship, realizing selecting any sword would be extremely difficult. The blacksmith silently observed, noting Rasun's unique energy, emanating strongly from his very presence. Suddenly, Rasun's aura flared, highlighting a weapon with dark energy among the many swords. Ran grasped the sword, which immediately radiated demonic energy, responding to his aura precisely. The blacksmith shouted warnings, instructing Dorian to ensure Rantan handled the sword cautiously and carefully. Dorian hesitated, confused by the energy, yet understood the danger if mishandled incorrectly. The demonic energy manifested, forming a glowing blue, angry entity challenging Rant's control over it. Rayon calmly resisted the entity, asserting his mastery and preventing it from consuming any further power. The energy acknowledged Rayon's strength reluctantly, remaining contained within the demonic sword under his command. Rayon assured Kubert, confirming he would remain safe, despite the sword's overwhelming demonic influence nearby. Kubert remained cautious, observing the sword's energy while wondering what made it uniquely powerful and dangerous. Rayon examined the weapon carefully, realizing it was no ordinary sword but infused with rare essence. Kubert explained the sword's history, revealing it was originally meant to appease Saran villagers' souls. Rahan listened carefully, understanding the sword was imbued with tragic energy and lingering grudge. The villagers had been massacred by the White Blood cult, leaving no survivors behind. Kubert admitted the sword's intent had failed, and the soul's energy accumulated dangerously inside. Rayan held the demonic sword, noticing the immense spiritual pressure flowing into his awareness. Fully memories and suffering of Saran's victims surged into Rayan's mind, demanding recognition and careful handling. Rasan reflected deeply, realizing the sword's power could be used for justice or revenge eventually. He acknowledged the sword's history, accepting responsibility to wield it while controlling its dangerous energy. Rakan prepared to embark on his journey, considering the sword's title and symbolic purpose carefully. The demonic energy returned to the sword, confirming Rakan as its master and rightful wielder. Kubert observed silently, astonished by the sword's recognition of Rahan without hesitation or external intervention. Rakan named the weapon the True Soul Sword, intending to carry it on his journey. Rayon sincerely thanked the blacksmith, showing true gratitude for receiving both swords today. The blacksmith said crafting a Rising Star's weapon brings a great honor. Rayon promised to visit Zeghart later, receiving blessings before continuing his journey onward. He reflected on his skills, realizing he now wielded the powerful demon sword. Rankin considered achieving Mind-Blade unity, merging past skill with exceptional sword techniques. The blacksmith quietly admired Rahan, believing his name could shake the entire world. Ran and Dorian traveled northward, watching the landscape slowly become covered by snow. They adapted to repeating scenery while moving cautiously, aware of possible approaching dangers nearby. Eventually, they reached their destination safely, weary but prepared for the upcoming challenge. Rakan arrived at Haven Castle, ready to take the Academy's crucial graduation test. Dorian complained about the battlefield smell, but Rakan ignored minor distractions calmly around them. They studied the castle carefully, understanding the trials required precision, strength, and endurance. Dorian complained about cold weather and training, upset with lack of proper rest. Rasan responded calmly, emphasizing the importance of movement and consistent practice for sword mastery. Despite complaints, Dorian struggled, while Rasan maintained focus and perfect form during training. Dorian scolded Rayan for overtraining, though it caused fatigue during harsh winter conditions. Rayan stayed silent, observing surroundings carefully while preparing mentally for the upcoming castle encounter. A figure appeared, questioning their mercenary identity and noting they arrived later than expected. Deputy Commander Tython introduced himself, taking responsibility for guiding the mercenaries throughout the castle. Rasan answered respectfully, while Dorian struggled to rise, exhausted from the long prior journey. Tython instructed them to follow, emphasizing careful observation and obedience during the upcoming tests. Ran walked through the castle grounds, noticing villagers with weary faces from prior battles. Walls were rebuilt and scarred, with lingering smells of blood filling the surrounding air. He mentally reviewed the scene, understanding devastation matched exactly what Judel had previously explained. Rasan reflected on preparations, noting villagers' resilience and dedication impressed him greatly and profoundly. He observed streets and repairs carefully, recognizing signs of struggle and gradual recovery. Clearly, a young woman, Yua, asked about the mercenaries carrying groceries quietly through streets. Yua hurried to the castle, explaining her grandfather required assistance while Rantan observed cautiously. Rantan followed silently, noting the castle's entrance appeared heavily guarded and imposing for newcomers. She entered the gate, signaling to Rantan and Dorian while preparing for the test. Rahan and Dorian arrived at the castle, formally recognized as Zeghart trainees from House. Commander Milan Bradoon greeted them, asserting authority and introducing himself directly to the trainees. Rayon recognized their Zeghart lineage, acknowledging Bradoon's reputation as an experienced and formidable warrior. Bradoon, called Giant of the North, had protected Havon Castle for over 20 years. Rayon noticed his eyes, sensing the strength of a warrior trained for decades. The commander confirmed their status would remain secret, known only to himself and few others. Raynon understood Limfenter's plan brought them here to gain vast battlefield experience efficiently. Bradoon explained the castle offered no comfort, only cold winds and harsh endless combat. Ronan accepted the situation, determined to strengthen himself, despite physical and mental challenges thoroughly. Dorian questioned harsh training, while Ronan reassured him, showing readiness for any battlefield scenario. Bradoon noted their attitude, informing them they would begin at the bottom rank immediately. Orders were given to Charles, placing them in the 3rd Reconnaissance Unit for experience. Raycon and Dorian followed their guide, cautiously observing each detail of the fortified castle. Braydoon's subordinate disapproved of their attitude, yet they continued obediently learning about surroundings carefully. Even with lingering suspicion, Raon remained focused, preparing for upcoming training and battles strategically. Observers noted Dorian's fear, while Raon appeared calm and seemingly unaffected by surrounding stress. The commander observed appearances could deceive, stressing Raon and Dorian already completed rigorous training. He ordered careful monitoring, instructing subordinates to observe trainee reactions before making judgment calls. Questions arose regarding the Zeghart letter, confirming authenticity and specific instructions for the trainees carefully. Subordinates confirmed the letter came from the house, requesting detailed reports on all activities. Raon remained unaware of the larger plan, cautiously observing reactions from everyone present silently. He noticed Dorian cleaning, preparing the room neatly for their arrival and comfort carefully. The trainees appreciated the improved room, contrasting its prior neglected and dreary state fully. Raon examined the source of prepared items, observing Dorian's organization and efficiency carefully. Dorian displayed assorted colored curtains, ensuring the room met Ron's expectations completely and fully. Ron checked all contents, realizing Dorian anticipated every possible requirement with meticulous planning successfully. Subordinates asked if unpacking was complete, preparing them to head to reconnaissance duties promptly. Captain Radin introduced himself, directing Raon and Dorian to prepare immediately for reconnaissance mission. The trainees followed orders, understanding the importance of procedure while adapting quickly to their environment. Despite intimidation, Ron and Dorian remained composed, ready to face challenges ahead strategically and efficiently. The Grand Patriarch sat firmly, observing his grandson's progress with careful and suspicious scrutiny today. He recalled the secret banquet and Ron's accomplishments, keeping important details hidden intentionally. The red-haired elf observed silently, considering how Rakon's recent actions impacted political and family status. The Patriarch explained how Rakon cleverly handled the princess without causing unintended political consequences immediately. His companion noted, Rason had completed multiple dangerous missions, maintaining secrecy successfully during each assignment. The elf laughed slightly, understanding Ron's ingenuity in stealing magical artifacts and defeating rival threats. The Patriarch informed them that previously dispatched agents were now recalled, preventing further interference in family matters. The elf reacted with surprise, realizing Raycon's influence forced significant adjustments to previously planned strategies quickly. Reports of Rayon receiving a legendary sword caused both curiosity and cautious concern among the observers. The Patriarch grew angry, blaming Lowen for misunderstandings that almost complicated Rayon's status within the family. The elf intervened diplomatically, explaining the situation could improve relationships and prevent conflicts between family branches. The agents quietly observed, realizing Radson's strategic movements shaped outcomes far beyond their immediate understanding previously. The elf warned the Patriarch that Rad's lessons were harsh, ensuring mistakes would be remembered permanently forever. Suddenly, a scream echoed across the estate, signaling another dramatic event was unfolding outside the palace. Nearby cadets and citizens looked toward the commotion, fearing danger while trying to maintain their composure carefully. The 3 cadets observed Mount Sterlin, understanding snow and monsters made it extremely dangerous today. One cadet admired the view briefly, appreciating the beautiful scenery despite their harsh conditions. The leader suggested a test before the reconnaissance mission to measure everyone's survival and skill. The cadets examined unusual footprints in the snow, questioning whether they belonged to an ice troll. Raycon analyzed the tracks carefully, concluding they did not match the size or depth expected. He explained the footprints originated from a quadruped animal, not a troll, accurately reasoning the situation. The team identified one track as belonging to a mountain goat, correctly deducing the animal species. Ranon estimated when the footprints were made, determining their direction could allow tracking toward its path. He pointed out marks on trees as signs of a dire wolf's presence nearby, accurately. The cadets learned dire wolves marked territory with claws, and one of the wolves was dead. Raon explained, wolf behavior, teaching cadets how to interpret old tracks and differentiate from dangerous animals. The team reflected on Rayson's knowledge, realizing his survival instincts far exceeded typical cadet expectations consistently. The final panel revealed hazing tests for newcomers, showing how dangerous Mount Sterlin challenged inexperienced trainees constantly. Rayon recognized this was not traditional hazing, but real-life survival lessons designed to educate effectively. He instructed the cadets to identify tracks, testing skills while reinforcing discipline in a practical way. ran and analyzed the surroundings carefully, preparing to ignore distractions, while searching for important signs quickly. He used his unique spirit energy to detect hidden forces moving through the snowy forest. The cadets observed silently, amazed at Rayhan's ability to sense threats without revealing his presence. Rayhan explained how he acquired the spiritual technique previously, enabling him to sense hidden energies nearby. He demonstrated its function, showing the cadets how to detect invisible forces accurately without relying on sight. The elf complained, surprised that Rayhan chose not to rely on the traditional legendary senses. Rayhan emphasized his senses were superior to ordinary methods, allowing him to operate independently in danger. He also explained potential risks, describing how external interference might affect the body unexpectedly during usage. The spirit energy guided him, ensuring he would understand the cold energy technique without mistakes. Rain discovered a new technique, Glacia, that normal humans could not learn without precise cold energy. He understood the difficulty, instructing himself to remain focused and control his mind completely while learning. The cadets looked on carefully, recognizing this extraordinary skill was far beyond anyone else's normal comprehension. Rayhan prepared to practice Glacia, focusing on calmness and concentration as the spirit guided his movements. The surrounding environment remained silent, emphasizing the importance of control and discipline during this difficult training session. He felt the energy flow, realizing mastery would require patience, high-quality control, and absolute mental focus constantly. Ron concentrated deeply, connecting his inner cold energy with the external energy surrounding him carefully. He examined the flow, noticing how snow and ground merged seamlessly with his controlled energy. The spirit energy guided him, showing how the essence connected his abilities with precision. Ryan visualized the cold energy, realizing indirect connection allowed him to perceive distant movements clearly. He focused, feeling the environment slow down, enhancing his senses beyond normal human limits completely. Observing carefully, Rayhan saw Dorian and a dire wolf successfully hunting, demonstrating extreme natural awareness. Run detected unknown presences nearby, realizing someone or something approached while remaining invisible to ordinary sight. He analyzed quickly, identifying the signs of a predatory creature and preparing for immediate action. The cadets noticed his sudden alertness, trusting Rayhan's instincts as the situation became increasingly dangerous. Rayhan tracked subtle vibrations in the snow, recognizing they originated from enormous shark mole creatures moving swiftly. He calculated trajectories and prepared for engagement, knowing these predators could strike with tremendous sudden force. The cadets followed cautiously, impressed by Rayhan's extraordinary ability to detect invisible threats efficiently and silently. The shark moles appeared suddenly, their aggressive movements forcing Rayhan and the cadets to react immediately. Rayhan assessed the battlefield instantly, deciding the best approach to neutralize the predators without unnecessary risk. The cadets prepared for combat, witnessing Rayhan's exceptional mastery over perception and cold energy control continuously. Rayhan and his companions suddenly faced enormous shark-like creatures, appearing unexpectedly in the snowy forest. He focused carefully, preparing to act decisively while keeping the group members out of danger. The creatures charged forward, forcing Rayhan to react quickly as he calculated their attack patterns. Rayhan skillfully intercepted one creature, striking precisely while preventing the others from reaching the squad. His companion observed him carefully, realizing Rayhan's abilities could be trusted even during sudden emergencies. Rayhan reassured the group, asking them to call reinforcements while he handled the dangerous attackers. The remaining companions watched anxiously, following Rayhan's instructions and staying behind to avoid potential deadly threats. Rayhan positioned himself strategically, assessing the enemy's movements and preparing to strike with maximum efficiency. He drew his sword calmly, signaling his readiness to engage the threatening shark creatures directly. The creatures charged simultaneously, forcing Rayhan to attack rapidly while maintaining perfect balance and precise control. He slashed through multiple enemies using swift sword techniques, moving carefully to avoid dangerous counterattacks. Rayhan executed advanced maneuvers, combining agility and sword mastery to eliminate threats, threatening his group entirely. Rayhan realized the new sword's performance exceeded expectations, allowing him to hold multiple enemies simultaneously. Normally, he would require his aura, but the sword alone performed exceptionally against these creatures. He continued fighting confidently, relying solely on his sword techniques while controlling the battlefield precisely overall. Rayhan analyzed the battlefield carefully, learning quickly from each encounter and honing his combat skills. He realized his abilities improved faster than expected, gaining confidence through real-life battle experience. Rayhan evaluated every move carefully, preparing to face enemies efficiently, using precise and controlled techniques. The companions observed Rayhan's progress, impressed that he could handle threats without relying heavily on reinforcements. Rayon confirmed he brought backup as precaution, maintaining control over both the battle and surroundings. His squad members realized the danger they avoided relied entirely on Raycon's quick thinking. The leader of the group watched Raycon, astonished by his abilities and calm tactical precision. He recognized that Rayon acted decisively, demonstrating skills beyond what a normal soldier could perform. Everyone became silent, realizing Rayon's performance had surpassed their expectations, earning respect immediately and silently. Rayon's companion reflected on the battle, acknowledging the young man's courage and exceptional swordsmanship demonstrated. He apologized for underestimating Raycon initially, admitting the team survived only because of his actions. Rayon accepted the apology calmly, confirming that trust must be earned through results and effort. The companions finally understood Rayon's capabilities, realizing he could handle critical situations independently without hesitation. Rayon's strategic thinking impressed everyone, earning both their respect and recognition as a remarkable talented swordsman. His identity became clear to them, solidifying trust while revealing his remarkable potential for future missions. Rayon's companions praised him enthusiastically, recognizing his decisive actions saved everyone from imminent deadly danger. He humbly acknowledged their gratitude, confirming teamwork succeeded because he had strategically brought reinforcement squads. The squad celebrated their victory, preparing to return to their base after completing the mission. At the tavern, companions discussed Ron's abilities, amazed by his speed, skill, and battlefield awareness. Ron quietly ate, observing their conversation while considering the unusual behavior of new recruits carefully. The young cadets expressed astonishment, questioning how someone so young could display incredible swordsmanship. Rayon's companions shared stories of his exploits, reinforcing the perception that his combat abilities were extraordinary. They debated his age and appearance, still struggling to reconcile his youthful look with immense power. Ron remained calm, focusing on enjoying a meal while remaining fully aware of the conversation. A young server introduced herself, explaining available menu items and ensuring all guests understood their selections. Ron considered her recommendations carefully, evaluating options while interacting casually with his companions and the spirit companion. The companions expressed surprise at the menu's variety, commenting on unusual food choices with curiosity and amusement. Rasan selected a mint chocolate dessert, acknowledging the tavern's unique offerings, while calming the spirit companion. His companions laughed and conversed, enjoying both food and the light-hearted atmosphere, following their recent intense battle. The group appreciated Ranson's leadership, realizing his presence combined tactical skill with both care and extraordinary judgment. Raycon's companions questioned him curiously, amazed he defeated 6 shark-like creatures without significant assistance. He acknowledged their praise humbly, maintaining composure while understanding their respect and admiration for his skills. Raycon shared insights into his training, explaining how experience and observation shaped his growing abilities. The young cadets laughed and argued, astonished by his speed, precision, and surprising tactical thinking. Rayon observed them calmly, analyzing how they perceived his actions and decision-making during the battle. They continued debating his abilities, noting his youthful appearance contrasted sharply with his overwhelming swordsmanship skill. The server delivered a mint chocolate dessert, presenting it carefully while highlighting the tavern's specialty offering. Rayon tasted the ice cream thoughtfully, observing the refreshing sensations spreading immediately throughout his body carefully. His spirit companion commented, acknowledging Rayon's keen instincts for identifying techniques analogous to human training methods. Rayon questioned his spirit companion about applying glacia techniques effectively while balancing offense and defense simultaneously. The spirit confirmed proper usage, explaining that consistent practice improves efficiency, power, and precision over time. Ronan considered a challenge, proposing a 6-month training goal to fully master glacia techniques independently. The spirit agreed, forming a friendly bet to monitor Raycon's progress over a fixed, defined time frame. Raycon accepted the bet, understanding the challenge would enhance both his skill and personal determination further. They prepared mentally for training, setting the conditions and acknowledging each step of the upcoming challenge. Rayon and Dorian walked together, heading back to their dormitories after completing daily activities carefully. Yua appeared suddenly, running toward them quickly, holding something in her hands for Rayon. She offered a small bag of pineapple cookies, smiling brightly while Rayon expressed sincere gratitude. Rayon accepted the gift, thanking Yua politely, showing appreciation for her thoughtful gesture warmly. Yua smiled, encouraging them to visit again whenever they desired more of her baked goods. Both boys waved goodbye as night fell, leaving the academy grounds behind peacefully under stars. A sudden emergency arose as patrol members ran through a dense forest during heavy snowfall. the soldiers discovered ice trolls gathering aggressively, threatening the area near human settlements immediately. One soldier urgently decided to report the situation quickly to Commander Milland without delay. A watchtower showed night sky as soldiers received orders to eliminate the ice troll threat swiftly. The patrol team expressed surprise because their first mission ended only yesterday with recent success. The commanding officer insisted they follow higher-ups' instructions, leaving no choice but immediate deployment forward. Earlier, Patrol Team 2 discovered ice trolls near underground pit. Number 4, unexpectedly without warning. The commander considered 13 trolls already present, fearing additional groups might appear during ongoing operations. Leaders decided to strike Pit 4 first before investigating nearby shark moles strategically and efficiently. The commander instructed his subordinate to lead the Wolves' mercenary team on mission immediately. Orders required scouts to investigate northern regions, ensuring ice trolls' activity was thoroughly assessed carefully. Another soldier volunteered to take Patrol Team 3, trusting their strength for upcoming dangerous encounters. The vice commander hesitated briefly, acknowledging Raycon's previous battlefield experience could influence the mission's expected outcome. Patrol members prepared themselves mentally, trying to rest early, despite anticipating another immediate dangerous assignment. They entered their dormitory quietly, aware that unexpected emergencies often arrive during night hours unexpectedly. Dorian worried about the effectiveness of his sword against ice trolls' thick armored hides defensively. Ron explained how trolls' regenerative abilities made careful combat planning and precise attacks essential immediately. Dorian reluctantly accepted his master's advice, while mentally preparing for the upcoming first encounter efficiently. Ray suggested alternative methods, emphasizing dueling the troll could reduce fear and boost confidence quickly. Both trainees agreed to train immediately, focusing on skills essential for defeating ice trolls effectively. The night passed with strategic exercises, allowing Dorian to feel slightly more confident about combat. The next morning, soldiers gathered at Havun Castle gates, ready to take attendance for inspection. Ron and Dorian stood together calmly, prepared mentally and physically for the challenging mission ahead. They discussed the duel briefly, agreeing it improved their readiness for real combat against dangerous enemies. Rayon encountered a tall man introducing himself as Beto, captain of the mercenary wolves. Beto greeted Rayon politely, and mentioned his mercenaries desired to duel Rayon someday eagerly. Rayon shook hands firmly, acknowledging Beto's introduction while staying cautious about his unknown intentions carefully. Rayon silently considered Beto's expression, sensing something off about the mercenary captain's hidden motivations. The captain excused himself, leaving Rukun and Dorian to prepare for their next patrol mission. Dorian panicked slightly, realizing that their next assignment would arrive immediately without any time for rest. The two trainees discussed the difficulties of confronting ice trolls with thick, regenerating armored hides. Ron explained strategies for dueling ice trolls effectively, emphasizing aura infusion and careful combat timing. Dorian reluctantly agreed, acknowledging that learning from Rayon directly could improve chances of survival drastically. Rayon instructed Dorian on overcoming fear, using training exercises to build confidence against formidable opponents. They practiced long into the night, refining speed, timing, and critical attacks against imagined ice trolls. By morning, Dorian felt more prepared mentally, while Rakon remained focused, observing every detail meticulously. Yua appeared, carrying food gifts for Rahan, celebrating his first expedition with thoughtful gestures genuinely. Rahan and Dorian expressed appreciation as Yua shared jerky and treats made carefully by family. The trainees prepared to depart again, strengthened physically, mentally, and emotionally by training and support. The commander instructed all soldiers to line up, preparing them for their dangerous mission carefully. He explained two objectives: eliminate ice trolls and patrol areas between the mountains and sea. Rayon observed silently, focusing intensely on the mission's importance. While evaluating potential threats ahead strategically, the trainees sensed unusual energy radiating from the mountains. Faint but noticeable and concerning immediately, the floating blue companion questioned Rasan about the energy, considering whether it might be a known individual. Soldiers began marching toward the mountains together, determined to complete the mission without causing anyone harm. Scouts received orders from their captain to carry bags carefully before starting their mission. Rayon and Dorian observed the harsh treatment, noting unfair practices and strict hierarchical rules. The scouts expressed frustration, but accepted duties reluctantly, acknowledging they had no real authority. They discussed strategies to handle excessive burdens while maintaining strength and readiness for future combat. Rayon noticed differences from previous missions, realizing the current load management was slightly improved. Despite minor improvements, scouts continued carrying heavy gear after completing dangerous tasks in the cold. Raycon analyzed the ranking system, recognizing the absolute power assigned based on strength and hierarchy. He internally criticized absurd traditions while observing scouts risk themselves first encountering traps or enemies. The unfair conditions motivated Ran, planning silently how to address leadership problems without openly confronting authority. Ran identified the Snow Attack Squad's leader as the root cause of recurring toxic traditions. He decided defeating that leader was necessary to change the harmful patterns affecting scouts directly. Rayon observed his comrades' reactions, mentally preparing tactics to handle future missions more efficiently and safely. The scouts arrived at the forest clearing, but discovered the ice trolls were nowhere nearby. Captain Radin confirmed his sighting, verifying 13 ice trolls had been present on the outskirts. The team remained cautious, realizing reports could be inaccurate, requiring vigilance during scouting and mission execution. Scouts were assigned to carry heavy equipment while Radon and Dorian observed their strict treatment. The team accepted duties reluctantly. Understanding limited authority forced them to obey unfair instructions. Radon noted minor improvements compared to previous missions, but scouts still faced exhausting cold exposure. The group discussed burdens and hierarchy, realizing scouts endured constant responsibility without proper recognition. Rayon silently analyzed the system, noticing absolute power dictated how leadership assigned risky assignments. The scouts continued performing post-mission cleanup, completing tasks despite extreme snow and icy terrain conditions. Ron identified Captain Adequal as the source of toxic traditions affecting scouts repeatedly over time. He concluded defeating this leader was essential to protect scouts and improve future mission efficiency. Rakan prepared mentally to handle leadership challenges strategically, while keeping all scouts safe during operations. Scouts arrived at the forest clearing, but ice trolls reported earlier were completely absent from location. Captain Radin confirmed Radon's previous sighting, recalling 13 ice trolls observed near forest outskirts recently. The team remained alert, understanding reports might be inaccurate and scouting required careful vigilance and assessment. Rayon examined snow carefully, using skills to detect subtle traces of hidden troll movements effectively. He located tracks toward the frozen valley, northeast of Mount Sterlin, confirming their precise location. Leadership reacted with tension, while scouts relied on Rayhan's accurate observation to plan safe engagement. Rayhan explained his method for detecting trolls using energy perception across frozen forest terrain efficiently. Other scouts questioned feasibility, noting the frozen valley distance seemed too far for accurate confirmation. Despite doubt, deputies acknowledged Radon's technique could be effective, considering his previous exceptional scouting observations. Ron's red eyes reflected focus and determination, signaling his analytical assessment of subtle environmental clues. He recalled lessons from brilliant sword lover Diaz, who taught energy perception techniques within dangerous terrain. Redon's knowledge inspired confidence, convincing some allies that his skills could reliably identify hidden threats. Scouts asked about travel time, while Rakhan calculated 30 minutes to reach target positions precisely. Additional time was added for tactical positioning, ensuring advantageous ambush setups along critical forest routes. Deputy commanders realized Radon had already figured out where to strike while minimizing scout exposure. The team prepared to climb Mount Sterlin. Understanding danger increased after sundown with potential monster attacks. Scouts depended on Radon's strategy to prevent monsters from advancing, relying heavily on precise timing. Deputy commanders debated the situation, reluctantly accepting Radon's tactical judgments and proposed movement plans for safety. Rayon proposed a bet to secure respect from the Snow Attack Squad while confirming his accuracy. He demanded cooperation, ensuring scouts would not only follow instructions, but also share workload efficiently. Leaders hesitated but realized trust in Radon was necessary to complete missions successfully without mistakes. Radon agreed to the bet, asserting he would accomplish the mission successfully. The Snow Attack Squad leader reluctantly accepted, acknowledging Radon's confidence and strategic competence fully. Deputy commanders ordered the team to move toward the frozen valley immediately, preparing cautiously. The scouts climbed the slope, aware the trolls might react unpredictably during blizzard conditions. Radon's careful planning allowed scouts to advance efficiently, maintaining strategic positioning for potential ambush opportunities. Opposing forces noticed unusual movement, realizing Radon's team had anticipated troll positions far ahead strategically. Radon had erased troll tracks, confusing enemies and forcing them to reconsider their expected movements. He calculated additional delays, using terrain knowledge and magical perception to manipulate enemy timing precisely. Opponents recognized they had been outmaneuvered, unable to act quickly, while scouts remained effectively concealed. The enemy considered relocating trolls, but realized it was too late to prevent Radon's advantage. He observed the battlefield, preparing dark magical energy to further enhance tactical positioning strategically. Radon's manipulation ensured that enemies unknowingly moved into traps, setting up perfect engagement timing automatically. Ken and several scouts stared across the snowy mountains, shocked by unexpected signs of trolls nearby. Massive ice trolls suddenly collapsed in the distance, their enormous bodies crashing heavily across frozen ground. Confusion spread among the scouts as Ken struggled understanding how Rayon eliminated enemies from afar. Rayon calmly reminded Ken about their earlier bet while watching the battlefield quietly. Snow Attack Squad's responsibilities were mentioned as Rayon confidently insisted they would handle chores afterward. Ken angrily protested Rasson's confidence, yet Rasson immediately stopped the argument with firm authority. Rasson addressed his squad seriously, explaining the mission while snow drifted quietly across battlefield. Archers from multiple units stepped forward carefully, preparing their bows for coordinated combat. Raising his arm sharply, Rayon ordered the archers to lock arrows before releasing volleys. Arrows rained violently across battlefield, striking ice trolls and leaving several monsters collapsing instantly. Remaining trolls roared fiercely before charging forward, ignoring their fallen companions across the snowy ground. Rankin commanded his squad decisively, instructing soldiers target necks and hearts during battle. Observing carefully, Rayon studied the organized formation surrounding him, while the squad moved together. During fierce combat, a dark-haired warrior fought brutally, displaying unusually savage movements against trolls. Nearby soldier suddenly questioned Rayon's stillness, wondering why he continued observing battlefield silently. Rayon quietly observed the battlefield while Dorian worried about his unusually calm behavior today. Dorian noticed most monsters already retreating, yet Rayon remained focused on something unseen nearby. Suddenly Rayon declared he had another opponent, surprising Dorian and shifting attention elsewhere. Meanwhile, another squad member confidently remarked that the battle was progressing better than expected today. Their coordinated assault overwhelmed many trolls quickly, leaving several monsters confused across battlefield. Observing quietly from distance, Rayon prepared carefully while others unknowingly praised his leadership. A veteran swordsman felt uneasy suddenly, sensing an unfamiliar presence approaching the battlefield rapidly. Realization struck him instantly as a powerful troll warrior appeared, alongside a strange shaman. Both creatures stepped forward ominously, signaling arrival of far stronger enemies than ordinary trolls. Without warning, the troll warrior suddenly leaped through air, descending violently toward the swordsman. The warrior realized escape was impossible as the monstrous attacker closed distance instantly. Impact exploded across snow as the troll's brutal strike slammed directly toward him. Nearby fighters shouted urgently, warning Ranton that hesitation would certainly lead to death. Ron steadied himself calmly while allies recognized these enemies possessed abilities, unlike ordinary trolls. The troll shaman lifted its staff, gathering strange magic that began freezing surrounding battlefield. Rayon immediately warned every unit to lower their guard as the battlefield grew increasingly dangerous. Nearby commanders quickly relayed Rayon's orders, stressing extreme caution against the approaching shaman scouts, acknowledged the command firmly while preparing crossbows and tightening defensive formation carefully. The troll shaman suddenly raised its staff and unleashed a powerful freezing spell across battlefield. Explosive ice energy blasted forward violently, knocking soldiers away while freezing the snowy ground. Through the chaotic frost, Rayon stepped forward calmly, drawing attention from the enemy leader. Behind the battlefield, the troll warrior and shaman observed confidently while praising their strategic coordination. Rayon quickly realized the troll's strange movements were actually controlled by these hidden enemies. Recognizing the true threat instantly, Ranton identified the mysterious group responsible for orchestrating everything. The hooded sorcerer introduced himself proudly as a member of Eden's Blue Spirit faction. Dark magic circles expanded above him, while he activated a sinister curse spell, threatening every soldier present. The sorcerer declared none of them would leave alive. Rayon steadied himself, despite freezing magic spreading rapidly across the battlefield around him. The sorcerer challenged Raon arrogantly, announcing his intention to end the young swordsman's life. A sudden clash erupted as Raon dashed forward, striking against the sorcerer's defensive magic barrier. The troll shaman stared in shock, unable to understand how Rayon resisted the powerful curse. Rayon revealed his mastery of close combat, moving swiftly through the fading magical barrier. Using Rabid Fang sword techniques, Radon slashed violently and crushed the enemy's defense instantly. Standing calmly afterward, Rathan explained the enemy's sorcery left their close combat terribly vulnerable. Nearby soldiers realized the curse had broken once Rayon defeated the Eden sorcerer. Rakan immediately reminded everyone the battle continued and ordered suppression of remaining trolls. The soldiers responded quickly, acknowledging Rakan's command while the snowy mountains echoed with battle. A surviving enemy mocked them calmly, claiming their efforts failed to kill anyone. Rahan demanded answers about their ambush, promising mercy if the enemy revealed truth. The wounded enemy refused mercy, claiming the real objective involved splitting Havan Castle's forces. He revealed their hidden plan confidently, explaining another attack was already happening elsewhere. A distant explosion illuminated the mountains as Havan Castle suddenly came under attack. Tarakan mocked Ken's weakness, while Rakan stood nearby, observing quietly across the frozen battlefield. Gratitude was expressed sarcastically toward Ken's mercy, implying his compassion nearly caused failure. Suddenly a soldier warned Tarakan urgently, urging him immediately to look behind toward Havan Castle. Smoke rose heavily from Havan Castle, shocking everyone who believed the fortress was indestructible. The masked enemy revealed his original plan involved baiting them near the snowy battlefield. Using forbidden magic, he unleashed countless trolls that stormed Havan Castle relentlessly during night. Ronan realized the enemy relied on chaos created by trolls, invading the distant fortress. Without hesitation, Ronan struck fiercely, knocking the masked enemy down before he continued boasting. Despite bleeding, the villain laughed wildly, insisting Haven Castle would never collapse easily. The enemy mocked them again, claiming ice trolls already invaded Haven Castle's supposedly impenetrable defenses. Tarakan declared confidently that Haven Castle remains secure because its defensive magic never fails. Meanwhile, soldiers suddenly rushed forward, preparing themselves after sensing danger approaching across the snowy battlefield. A strange vibration shook the battlefield, making soldiers suspect powerful magic triggered beneath frozen ground. Ken realized suddenly Rayon had anticipated everything earlier, leaving their enemy completely trapped. Rayon concluded calmly that the villain's final mistake was underestimating Havan Castle's fall completely. The masked enemy shouted furiously, condemning the soldiers' arrogance, while snow continued falling across battlefield. Laughing wildly, the wounded villain promised everyone would soon suffer overwhelming despair afterward. Rayon swiftly executed the enemy, ending his threats before he could continue provoking chaos. Flames erupted violently across Havan Castle as thick smoke spread above towering defensive walls. Inside the fortress, soldiers hurriedly evacuated frightened villagers, while fires continued spreading uncontrollably. Commander Tarakan organized squads immediately, ordering soldiers from the North Forest to block approaching ice trolls. After returning to the castle, Tarakan questioned whether anyone noticed unusual movements before the attack. Rayon reported encountering trolls earlier, but believed the ambush involved the organization called Eden Despot defeating the monsters. Rayon suspected the situation remained unusual and possibly connected to larger plans. Tarakan explained that simple monsters normally lacked power capable of threatening Havan Castle directly. However, he admitted unexpected interference allowed the monster wave to begin earlier than predicted. Reports revealed many ice trolls gathering together while tremors shook the battlefield moments earlier. Suddenly powerful shock waves struck soldiers standing nearby, throwing them violently across frozen ground. Tarakan realized enemies manipulated the battlefield conditions, causing the ground to shake dangerously. Raising his voice firmly, Tarakan ordered frightened soldiers to remain calm and stop panicking. Tarakan addressed the soldiers firmly, reminding them Havan Castle had never fallen before. Raising his voice, he declared the fortress protected the entire continent beyond its walls. Pointing toward the battlefield, Tarakan warned countless families depended on their unwavering defense. Tarakan encouraged the troops confidently, insisting they already proved capable of overcoming impossible dangers. Gripping their swords tightly, soldiers responded with determination and pledged loyalty to his command. Watching quietly from behind, Rakan and Dorian recognized Tarakan's speech had restored morale. Tarakan quickly reorganized the defense, ordering remaining soldiers to reinforce the castle walls. Turning toward Rahan and Dorian, he commanded them to assist squads still fighting outside. Rahan questioned whether the young trainees should instead defend the walls safely. Tarakan explained the walls must confront the monster wave directly, despite potential casualties. However, he reconsidered, recalling Rakan's strength displayed during the previous dangerous battle. After brief silence, Tarakan decided to trust the young warriors despite his doubts. Facing them seriously, Tarakan assigned Rahan and Dorian responsibility, defending Havan Castle's highest walls. Dorian accepted immediately, expressing firm readiness to obey the commander's orders without hesitation. Soon afterward, Tarakan summoned a scout, demanding urgent updates regarding the enemy movements. A scout hurried across the snowy wall, urgently informing Tarakan the monster wave situation suddenly changed. Tarakan reacted immediately, stepping forward while demanding a clear explanation about the alarming report. Sweat formed on the scout's face as he struggled to explain the terrifying discovery. Soldiers nearby admitted they had never witnessed such an abnormal monster wave before. Tarakan silently processed the warning, while Rakan listened carefully beside the gathered troops. Soon after, Ran received orders to move toward the northern wall of Haven Castle. Before Haven Castle, Rathan observed enormous waves approaching, realizing their terrifying scale immediately. Reports described relentless monster waves attacking thousands of times, overwhelming defenders without pause. Ran quietly acknowledged understanding waves slightly, though sensing their magnitude remained extremely difficult. Historical knowledge explained that stopping waves always caused unavoidable casualties among defending soldiers. Therefore, Zeghart forces continuously practiced preparation, hoping to reduce the overwhelming damage. Memorials reminded everyone destroyed walls could rebuild, yet fallen people never returned again. Hearing those truths, Rayon accepted responsibility to protect as many soldiers as possible. A sudden roar echoed across mountains, signaling the monstrous wave finally approaching Haven Castle. Recognizing urgency immediately, Rakan ordered soldiers to ready themselves and prepare defensive formations. Standing before assembled warriors, Rayon raised his sword and inspired confidence across nervous ranks. Shield and spear soldiers moved forward while archers positioned themselves carefully atop castle ramparts. At Ran's sharp command, arrows launched simultaneously, streaking toward the advancing monsters below. Meanwhile, enormous trolls charged fiercely, roaring loudly while rushing toward Haven Castle's defenses. Arrow rain struck their bodies repeatedly, slowing monsters while soldiers continued relentless attacks. Despite heavy resistance, trolls collapsed violently, proving Rakan's defense strategy effective. A scout anxiously scanned distant terrain through binoculars, carefully monitoring movements across the battlefield ahead. Suddenly an enormous elite orc appeared, charging aggressively toward Haven Castle, with terrifying momentum. Soldiers rushed forward attempting interception, yet their weapons failed, stopping the powerful creature. Commander Milland stood firmly atop the gate, urging frightened soldiers to maintain disciplined ranks. Meanwhile, several monsters climbed castle walls, forcing defenders to push them down quickly. Experienced fighters prepared aura attacks, planning to strike once monsters reached dangerous proximity. Elsewhere, a wounded soldier collapsed while begging desperately for help against approaching enemies. A sudden blade strike cut down the attacker instantly, saving the injured soldier. Rantan approached calmly afterward, confirming survivors' safety while observing the brutal battlefield surrounding them. From the ramparts, Rayon witnessed winged monsters, descending rapidly toward crowded defenders below. Realizing the threat instantly, he ordered everyone nearby to brace themselves immediately. Moments later, a massive explosion erupted violently near the castle walls, shaking everything. The devastating blast threw soldiers across the ground, leaving bodies scattered around shattered stone. Rayon immediately noticed the explosion resulted from a powerful aura attack colliding against defenses. Ignoring warnings, Rayon prepared moving forward, determined investigating the mysterious aura attack personally. Rondon noticed Commander Milland, struggling fiercely while defending the damaged castle wall against relentless monsters. Despite severe wounds, Milland ordered soldiers protecting remaining walls, urging endurance during brutal assault. Meanwhile, Rayon realized the commander sacrificed himself deliberately, forcing enemies to focus attacks inward. Determination filled Rayon's expression as he declared protecting Haven Castle soldiers his true mission. Without hesitation, he leaped down from the ramparts directly into the chaotic battlefield below. Snow scattered beneath Rain's landing as enemies turned toward the lone swordsman immediately. Wrath questioned Rain's reckless choice. Warning survival against overwhelming monsters seemed nearly impossible. Facing an enormous elite orc, Rakan steadied his breathing and prepared to fight. The spirit mocked his emotional decision, predicting certain death waiting before him. Rakan tightened his grip around the sword, despite blood flowing from his injured arm. Memories of his oath as swordsman strengthened his resolve to stand firm. Firmly declaring his vow, Rayon promised no monster would pass while he remained. Charging forward bravely, Rayon clashed violently with the elite orc's massive weapon. The brutal battle continued relentlessly, as blades slashed repeatedly against monstrous bodies. Even covered in blood, Rayon exhausted his remaining aura while refusing retreat. Rayon continued fighting relentlessly, his sword slicing through monstrous bodies amid the violent battlefield. Blood covered the snow as Rason advanced forward, surrounded by fallen enemies everywhere. Exhaustion filled his expression, yet his crimson eyes remained focused on surviving the brutal fight. Horrors slowly passed beneath the dark sky as the full moon drifted across the silent night. Gradually dawn appeared beyond Haven Castle, while Rand stood alone among countless corpses. When morning light finally spread across the battlefield, no monsters remained standing before him. Within a dark chamber, a masked figure observes Ranon Zyghart through mysterious magical sphere. Cold amusement spreads across the watcher's expression, while examining Rakon's survival after catastrophic collapse. Satisfied interest grows silently as the observer considers Rayon an unexpectedly valuable harvest. Morning light fills a quiet room where Rayon suddenly awakens upon wooden bed. Confused memories surface gradually while recalling castle walls collapsing and desperate escape through cavern. Startled attention rises quickly when familiar voice calls Rayon's name from nearby doorway. Rayon notices a red-haired girl named Yua standing nearby with relief shining across expression. Gratitude and worry mix quietly as she explains many people feared Rayon might die. Meanwhile, Dorian waits beside the bed, relieved after witnessing Rayon finally recover consciousness. Calmly listening, Rayon learns Yua remained beside him continuously throughout the dangerous aftermath. Daily care and concern continued faithfully, while Yua watched over Rayon patiently. Warm sincerity appears as she reveals exhaustion from managing work alongside constant concern. Shortly afterward, Yua returns carrying freshly prepared soup meant for Rayon's careful recovery. Gentle instructions follow as she encourages Rayon to eat slowly because meal remains hot. Quiet gratitude fills Ron's expression while softly calling Yua's name after tasting warm soup. Rafan expresses sincere gratitude toward Yua for visiting daily and carefully watching over him. Cheerful laughter fills the room as Yua casually explains, caring for him was ordinary responsibility. Meanwhile, Ran suggests celebrating recovery with grilled frostnight meat while sitting carefully beside companions. Before leaving the room, Dorian reveals several people outside, impatiently waiting to meet Ranon. Curiosity spreads across Ran's expression while following Dorian through wooden doorway toward courtyard. Suddenly loud cheers erupt nearby, as soldiers realize Haven Castle's defender finally awakened. Gathered mercenaries surround Raon enthusiastically while expressing relief after fearing his death. Grateful soldiers praise Raison's bravery, remembering his fearless charge protecting comrades during battle. Commander Milland approaches calmly, acknowledging Raison's actions saved countless lives during unusual wave. Milland explains the wave appeared earlier than expected and carried far greater danger. Despite chaos, Rayon immediately leaped into battle and defended castle walls without hesitation. Because of his determination, the devastating wave ended without a single casualty. Commander Milland formally thanks Raynon on behalf of Havun Castle for heroic defense. Another knight named Edersol approaches nervously, admitting he has long misjudged Rayon's abilities. A shamed realization spreads quietly as he confesses previously treating Rayon like inexperienced mercenary. Edersol admits Rayon's fearless defense perfectly embodied the spirit expected from true swordsmen. Respectfully bowing his head, Edersol sincerely apologizes for previously doubting Rayon's courage and judgment. Commander Milland announces soldiers successfully resisted the monster wave and deserve grand celebration festival. Excited soldiers immediately prepare for festival while discussing plans to visit tavern together. Curious Raynon wonders why everyone behaves strangely enthusiastic after such exhausting battle. Milland calmly suggests Rayon should join festivities later after finishing important officer meeting. Meanwhile, Deputy Commander gathers corps leaders together and instructs them to follow immediately. Dorian enthusiastically encourages Rayon to celebrate while joking about young heroes enjoying victory. Above Havun Castle, peaceful sky appears calm after violent chaos finally ended. Inside council chamber, Milland reminds officers Ron deserves meaningful reward beyond simple praise. Deputy Commander proposes giving Ranon something far more valuable than ordinary gold payment. Milland reveals his intention to reward Raccoon with Havun Castle's treasured artifact. Officers react with shock, misunderstanding proposal, and thinking legendary sword symbol might be given. Milland clarifies the symbolic sword represents castle honor, while real artifact remains different reward. Quiet anticipation fills the chamber as commanders prepare to reveal the artifact chosen. Commander Milland opens a secured chest and reveals Havun Castle's treasured white soul armor artifact. Carefully observing the armor, officers understand it possesses far greater value than symbolic sword. Milland explains Rayon deserves powerful protection after risking his life defending countless soldiers. Several commanders immediately support the decision, believing such reward suits Rayon's bravery. However, Edersol cautiously raises concern, questioning whether Rayon truly is ordinary mercenary. Suspicion spreads among officers as they recall Rayon's extraordinary combat ability during battle. Memories of Rayon's martial arts convince them his strength surpasses typical mercenary warriors. Milland calmly acknowledges doubts yet insists Rayon has proven sincere loyalty through actions. Confident conclusion follows as Commander declares Rayon belongs beside Havun Castle's defenders. After 10 months away from Zeghart Castle, Raycon quietly watches snowy mountains surrounding Haven Fortress. Cold wind brushes Rayhan's blonde hair while memories of recent battles surface slowly. During relentless training and warfare, he learned controlling sword aura and surviving brutal conflicts. Gradually Ran realized Haven Castle soldiers trusted him. After defending them against monstrous waves, successful defense against the monsters earned Rayon growing admiration from warriors stationed nearby. Meanwhile, tales about Rayon's heroic battles quietly spread across distant lands beyond mountains. Far away within Levine Desert, travelers walk beside a camel through dusty streets. One young man hears rumors describing Haven Castle's hero protecting soldiers during battle. Another traveler explains people now call the warrior sword demon across continent. Blue-haired Burin reacts with surprise after hearing Rantsegart mentioned in conversation. Nearby companion explains Rayon's strength continues growing after surviving countless dangerous battles. Hearing the news, Burin realizes the rival he seeks surpassing becomes stronger again. Curiosity appears when Burin questions why his companion seems excited about Rayon's rising reputation. Calm expression answers that challenging powerful opponents makes future battles more meaningful. Confident smile forms as Burin declares stronger rivals only push him toward greater strength. Under the bright desert sky, two travelers discuss a mysterious swordsman gaining attention everywhere. Conversation shifts toward rumors spreading about Havun Castle's defender across distant regions. Hearing the story, a long-haired swordsman reacts with surprise after recognizing the name mentioned. Seated calmly on rocky ground, the swordsman reflects on Rasun's growing strength carefully. Thoughtful expression forms while considering how much stronger Ran might have become recently. Suddenly his attention sharpens after sensing monsters approaching from the rocky cliffs behind. Nearby companion calmly studies the surroundings, acknowledging Ran's talent while evaluating the rumors. Sweat appears across the swordsman's face as a strange pressure becomes noticeable. Uneasy realization grows when he senses Rayon continuing to grow stronger somewhere far away. Calm curiosity emerges as the companion asks who could provoke such intense reaction. The swordsman quietly explains that Raton once saved his life during battle. Because of that encounter, Raton became both a rival and unforgettable figure. Deep inside Kadam Jungle Base, mercenaries discuss rumors about Havun Castle's hero. Runan listens silently while companions debate whether those incredible stories are believable. Calmly she concludes, Ranon Zeghart is stronger, both physically and mentally than them. Inside Kadam Jungle Base, mercenaries question whether anyone could surpass Runan's strength today. Seated calmly beneath the tree, Runan listens while companions analyze Ranon Zeghart carefully. Curiosity grows when another fighter wonders if Runan trains here to surpass Rant calmly. Runan explains her goal involves becoming strong enough to stand beside Rantin someday. She quietly promises herself to avoid becoming a burden during dangerous battles. Far away at Haven Castle, Rayon continues training while months slowly pass. Sitting within the frozen wilderness, Rakan practices sensing surroundings without opening his eyes. Gradually, his awareness expands farther than sight, revealing distant movements across snowy terrain. Wrath protests loudly nearby, while Rakan acknowledges the strange power growing within him. Snow falls across Mount Starin, while Rakan quietly studies the towering peak. Determination strengthens because overcoming future enemies requires extracting hidden power from Wrath. Suddenly Wrath calls Ran's name while floating beside him in cold air. Wrath proposes a bet regarding Ran's survival inside the brutal training environment. Ran remembers the Academy's test, demanding students survive alone here for 1 year. With only 2 months remaining, Wrath wagers Rakan cannot endure the harsh conditions. Standing within the snowy mountains, Rakan listens, while Wrath confidently proposes a dangerous wager. Suspicion crosses Ran's mind as he calculates the remaining months of isolation training. Meanwhile, soldiers from Balker and Owen kingdoms secretly arrive near Havun Castle after the Blue Spirit's defeat. Without hesitation, Rakan accepts the bet, believing survival here remains within his abilities. A glowing system message appears confirming Wrath's wager and outlining the conditions clearly. Floating beside him, Wrath promises advice because of their unusual companionship during training. Suddenly Wrath warns Rantan to gather allies and immediately leave Haven Castle. Confusion spreads across Rosfan's face, while he questions the sudden warning. Wrath reveals a terrifying prediction that Haven Castle will soon disappear without leaving any trace. Following a peaceful month after monsters appeared, Haven Castle stayed calm as Ron carefully observed surroundings. Across the academy courtyard, students walked normally, unaware their calm days would soon shatter. Approaching graduation examinations left Rayon quietly reflecting about limited time and heavy responsibilities. While strolling through castle streets, Rayon noticed unusual movement spreading across evening skies. Suddenly large flocks of crows circled overhead, forming unnatural gatherings beyond distant mountains. Carefully watching that disturbing scene, Rayon suspected this behavior signaled approaching danger. Moving closer, Rayon noticed a frog strangely resting upon the cold ground. Because Haven Castle remained freezing, the frog's presence seemed unnatural and suspicious. Gradually Rayon realized environmental disturbances hinted monsters might soon approach again. From an iron pipe, dripping water created quiet splashes inside nearby basin. Suddenly alarm bells rang loudly across Haven Castle, alerting soldiers and civilians. Urgent shouts spread quickly through streets announcing a dangerous monster wave, approaching confused. Soldiers questioned events since monster waves rarely appeared during this season. Quickly commanders ordered everyone toward castle walls as Rakan prepared for battle. Determination filled Rakan's expression while he rushed ahead, refusing passive waiting. Suddenly a lifeless frog collapsed onto stone ground, while uneasy silence lingered. Soon afterward chaos erupted when monsters violently attacked soldiers across Haven Castle. Wounded defenders shouted desperately, realizing this monster wave appeared unusually larger. Standing among injured soldiers, Rayon examined battlefield, carefully sensing something unusual. Unlike earlier waves, these monsters showed no murderous intent toward defending humans. Slowly Rayon understood the creatures rushed desperately towards something beyond castle streets. Suddenly Wrath appeared beside Rayon, warning him a terrifying presence approached. The spirit explained the incoming threat would not stop until Haven Castle collapsed. Hearing that unsettling warning, Rayon realized this attack concealed greater danger ahead. However, Wrath refused explanations, telling Rayon instead to witness disaster. Personally, immediately Ron approached Commander Milland, seeking urgent plans against unstoppable enemy. Milland appeared grim, acknowledging the strange situation currently made little sense. Quietly Ron accepted Milland's resolve, knowing questioning strategies now would change nothing. Both warriors agreed Haven Castle must stand, despite sacrifices protecting innocent civilians. With firm determination, Rayon gripped his sword tightly, preparing to defend fortress. Suddenly a massive monster lunged behind Rayon, roaring while chaos spread everywhere. Instantly Rayon reacted swiftly, slashing the creature before it could strike. Nearby soldiers fought desperately, realizing this monster wave behaved strangely different. After defeating the attacker, Rayon noticed unusual movement spreading throughout Haven Castle. Suddenly animals rushed through streets, fleeing desperately from something unseen nearby. Commander Milland quickly ordered Tarragon, sending troops evacuating civilians beyond castle walls. Milland urgently repeated orders while soldiers hurried, carrying evacuation commands immediately. Before departing, Milland warned Rayon retreat remained necessary if circumstances turned hopeless. Quietly Rayon listened, remembering the commander previously predicted danger approaching Haven Castle. Milland expressed gratitude toward Raygon's dedication protecting Haven Castle and innocent citizens. Watching frightened civilians gathering nearby, Rayon briefly considered abandoning this battlefield. However, strong determination returned quickly, as Rayon rejected escaping alone completely. Suddenly surroundings darkened unnaturally, while strange crimson energy covered entire battlefield. Rayon realized over 12 hours passed yet dawn strangely never arrived. Staring across distant horizon, Rayon wondered why sunrise still refused appearing. Within crimson darkness, a towering demon figure appeared, while Rayon watched silently. Instincts and memories warned Rayon escaping immediately was necessary before confrontation. However, Rayon steadied breathing, realizing retreat now abandoned Haven Castle entirely. Behind Rayon, Wrath revealed the enemy's identity as approaching ruler Sloth. According to Wrath, Sloth possessed strength equal to demon lords themselves. Calmly standing within purple shadows, the figure revealed himself monarch of laziness. From the dark sky, a monstrous presence descended, spreading terrifying pressure across the surrounding lands. Nearby soldiers observed cautiously, while the enormous demonic figure slowly approached their position. Commander Milland watched the terrifying silhouette carefully, questioning how such a being could exist. Ran listened silently while Wrath floated nearby, calmly explaining the dangerous identity behind that presence. Through careful observation, Rondon realized the approaching entity possessed power beyond ordinary demons. Wrath revealed the terrifying truth that the figure was a demon lord named Sloth. According to Wrath, Sloth previously remained asleep for countless years inside the chaotic demon world. Despite endless wars surrounding him, the powerful demon never awakened from his deep slumber. However, something unusual finally forced the dormant demon lord to awaken completely this time. Wrath explained that unusual disturbances near Sloth eventually reached the sleeping demon lord. Any foolish creature approaching recklessly would immediately suffer destruction under Sloth's terrifying power. Eventually the awakened demon absorbed the chaotic demon world itself, becoming a terrifying existence. Hearing this explanation, Ron immediately realized the terrifying danger approaching their battlefield tonight. Wrath calmly stated that Sloth arrived specifically to eliminate those who disturbed his sleep. Understanding the hopeless situation, Ronan realized stopping a demon lord here was impossible. Within a quiet vision, a mysterious woman surrounded by glowing butterflies spoke about choices ahead. Memories surfaced as Ronan recalled his grandfather's strength and the lessons about responsibility. Soon afterward, Wrath explained only two harsh options remained against the approaching demon lord. Standing alone beneath the dark sky, Rayanton realized delaying any decision would mean certain death. Fearless determination grew as Rayton understood Wrath might forcibly seize control before everything ended. Therefore Rayton considered giving Wrath temporary authority to challenge the monstrous demon lord Sloth. Commander Milland approached slowly, noticing Rayon's unusual silence and calling him carefully. Gratitude appeared in Rayon's calm expression while he reflected on their battles together. Milland acknowledged Rayon's reliability during the Havun Castle defense and spoke firmly about leadership. Suddenly Milland raised his sword high, releasing intense lightning aura that illuminated the dark battlefield. Powerful energy surged across the air, while the commander prepared himself against the terrifying threat. Even while witnessing overwhelming power, Rayan wondered whether Milland had accepted an inevitable ending. Resolute courage filled Ron's heart as he refused to abandon the commander. Flames surrounded Ron's sword, while he declared his intention to fight beside Milland. Nearby, soldiers shouted desperately, refusing evacuation while promising to remain until the battle ended. Commander Milland warned Resund, seriously, insisting the young swordsman should retreat immediately and survive. Despite his injuries and exhaustion, Milland emphasized their duty was protecting citizens first. Following the commander's urgent order, soldiers began evacuating Havun Castle toward the southern gate. One loyal soldier shouted desperately, explaining every moment Milland fought bought civilians precious escape time. Nearby warriors pleaded anxiously for their commander to survive and return safely afterward. Meanwhile, Wrath quietly warned Rayon that the demon lord had already arrived. From the dark horizon, the demon lord Sloth appeared slowly, his presence overwhelming the entire battlefield. Sloth declared coldly that disturbing his sleep forced him to travel there. Personally, facing the terrifying pressure, Rakon felt flames erupt around his body instinctively. Struggling against the crushing aura, Rakon remembered Wrath's earlier warning about impossible choices. Determination hardened within him as he refused surrender, despite the overwhelming power. Comparing Sloth and Wrath internally, Rhanon realized both beings possessed frighteningly similar strength. Floating beside him, Wrath asked calmly whether Rayanton had finally reached a decision. Resolute determination appeared as Rayon proposed forming a dangerous agreement with Wrath. However, Wrath initially rejected the proposal, claiming Rayon confronting Sloth alone would change nothing. Rayon confronted Wrath fiercely, proposing a dangerous condition about controlling his body after death. Wrath rejected the idea angrily, believing Rayon's desperate proposal sounded completely unreasonable. Unwavering determination remained as Rayon insisted both of them would perish without cooperation. Millen noticed the strange aura around Rayon, while the young swordsman demanded an answer immediately. Wrath roared furiously as Rayon's relentless pressure forced him toward accepting the proposal. Blue energy suddenly erupted around Ron, spreading violently across the battlefield, like lightning. Demon Lord Sloth observed silently as the unusual power began rising from Ron's body. Standing calmly atop the castle wall, Ronton radiated unfamiliar energy that reached the demon's senses. Facing the distant demon lord, Ronan accused him of bringing chaos into the human stronghold. Ronan declared himself the vessel chosen to carry the overwhelming authority of Wrath. Shock spread across Wrath's glowing face as he struggled understanding Ron's sudden declaration. Even Demon Lord Sloth reacted with surprise, sensing the frightening transformation beginning before him. Rakan firmly declares himself Wrath's vessel, promising to carry the demon's will without hesitation. Wrath floats nearby, as Rakan exhales slowly, maintaining composure, despite the dangerous demonic presence. Raising his sword suddenly, Rayon threatens severe consequences if Wrath keeps disturbing his sleep. The horned demon watches carefully, surprised that Rayon boldly warns a demon lord directly. Suspicion grows inside the demon as he realizes Raycon's strange confidence may truly work. Observing from afar, the demon considers Raycon's reckless gamble and hesitates uncertainly. Raycon suddenly raises his hand, signaling the demon to descend immediately from the sky. Wrath's spirit explains Rad's power could dominate the continent if properly controlled. The horned demon quickly shouts for them to stop, sensing something dangerous approaching. A dark hand rises as the demon notices the bracelet holding Wrath's freezing energy. Wrath angrily demands revenge against the demon who dared threaten his authority earlier. The horned demon suddenly questions whether Wrath truly plans endless torment without allowing sleep. The demon realizes Rad possesses Wrath's energy bracelet and understands his deepest weakness. Rayon groans quietly while Wrath floats beside him, exhausted after the tense confrontation. Steady determination returns as Rayon confirms again that he serves as Wrath's vessel. Sloth calmly observes Ranon and Wrath, recognizing their arrival resulted from the sudden monster wave disturbance, standing before the castle entrance. Sloth explains the wave preparations required extensive demon forces recently. After hearing the explanation, Sloth claims his faction only defended their territory, turning away slowly. Sloth announces he intends returning to sleep after resolving matters. Rayon notices the surrounding demonic energy weakening slightly and realizes the opportunity approaching. A subordinate urgently warns Wrath that forcing his manifestation could cause dangerous consequences. Floating beside Ron, Wrath furiously accuses Sloth of harming his subordinates without permission. Sloth responds coldly, stating excuses mean nothing when demons violate others' territories. With steady voice, Sloth reminds Wrath that demons understand a simple rule. Wrath argues taking a life cannot balance the damage caused earlier tonight. The demon lord suddenly offers Ron a choice that shocks Wrath completely. Sloth asks whether Rathon will sacrifice sleep or lend Wrath's power willingly. Sloth calmly declares he already understands Rathon's ultimate intention during this confrontation. Powerful crimson magic forms around Sloth as he prepares killing technique targeting Wrath. Sensing danger instantly, Rayon dashes forward desperately, while shouting for the attack to stop. A mysterious system message announces Sloth's power being infused into Rayon's soul and body. Ron stands stunned as strange energy flows around him, slowly settling within his body. Watching nearby, Wrath panics dramatically, while Ron wonders if this unexpected power means death. Before leaving, Sloth suddenly hears Ron calling out firmly from the castle walls. Dark energy gathers around Sloth as he slowly turns, curious about Radon's sudden intention. Facing the demon lord calmly, Radon prepares himself while quietly announcing he has something important. Without hesitation, Sloth removes a glowing red stone and tosses it toward Rayon. Rayon receives the warm object and learns it is the Goblin King's magic stone. Holding the stone gently, Sloth explains its warmth allows him to sleep peacefully forever. Rayon requests Sloth stop the waves permanently, preventing further disasters across the continent. Sloth counters with a deal, offering the stone in exchange for avoiding Wrath's descent. Before Rakan understands completely, Sloth suddenly reaches forward and activates mysterious power. Purple magic surrounds Rathon's bracelet while Sloth calmly explains the change will help someday. Standing before Ranon, Sloth remarks the bracelet suits Wrath's strange preferences perfectly. After finishing the exchange, Sloth turns away and leaves the battlefield silently again. Ranon stands silently under the night sky, exhaustion weighing heavily on his injured body. Determination fills his eyes as he forces himself to remain conscious, despite overwhelming fatigue. Watching from afar, Sloth walks away slowly while Radon struggles to endure until sunrise. Rayon finally relaxes slightly after the confrontation, realizing the situation had been extremely dangerous. His body collapses onto the ground beside unconscious soldiers scattered across the ruined courtyard. Morning gradually approaches over Haven Castle, ending a long night filled with relentless tension. Rod slowly opened his eyes, realizing he survived the devastating battle against overwhelming demonic power. Across the ruined battlefield, exhausted soldiers stood beneath sunset skies, watching their commander recover cautiously. Meanwhile, Tarakan sensed terrifying residual energy, recognizing a transcendent being had appeared moments earlier. Soon afterward, a soldier hurried forward, relieved after confirming their commander remained alive. Tarakan carefully questioned the situation while observing strange reactions spreading among nearby warriors. Suddenly his expression hardened, realizing something unbelievable had appeared behind the approaching soldiers. Under the glowing sky, Radon quietly stood alone as sunlight formed a radiant halo. Turning slightly, Rayon confirmed he fulfilled the promise made before confronting the terrifying enemy. Far away, soldiers stared in disbelief, unable to understand how Rayon survived the overwhelming power. Later inside the fortress, officers gathered around a table discussing the mysterious outcome carefully. Nearby, Rakan rested peacefully while healers confirmed his condition remained stable. After the battle, confusion filled the chamber, because everyone remembered encountering overwhelming energy before losing consciousness. Suddenly, two soldiers finally concluded the terrifying aura belonged to a demon far beyond ordinary monsters. Legends claimed even powerful warriors could not challenge such demons without the Northern King. Despite every explanation, none understood how Rayon survived encountering such unimaginable demonic power. Officers analyzed the battle carefully, concluding Rayon could never defeat a demon king directly. Therefore the commanders reasoned that negotiation must have occurred, imagining a desperate agreement between enemies. Quiet reflection followed as Tarakan considered the possibility that Rayon sacrificed something precious to protect everyone. Soon afterward, the gathered soldiers revealed Ranpan belonged to the legendary Zeghart bloodline. Recognition spread quickly because Zeghart warriors were renowned among the continent's strongest fighters. Gratitude replaced suspicion as soldiers acknowledged Ran repeatedly risked himself to protect their lives. With firm conviction, Tarakan declared that everyone should support Ran from this moment forward. Meanwhile, Ranpan rested quietly within Haven Castle's medical room, after surviving the terrifying confrontation. Gradual awareness returned as Ranpan noticed the familiar surroundings of the fortress chamber. Moments later Ranpan sat upright, sensing unusual calmness throughout the room. Nearby, Yua remained asleep at the table, after tirelessly caring for him. Observing the prepared water basin and towels, Raygun realized she had been nursing him. Soft light illuminated Yua's peaceful face, while Raygun quietly acknowledged her silent dedication. Checking himself carefully, Rayon noticed his body felt unusually stable and balanced. Clenching his fist slightly, Rayon sensed heightened perception and strength, returning unexpectedly. Rayon quietly observed his condition, noticing his body felt unusually light after awakening. Suddenly Wrath appeared beside him, mocking Rayon's thoughts while floating angrily in the air. Despite Wrath's insults, Rayon calmly acknowledged the demon's unexpected help during the dangerous battle. Curiosity soon filled Rasm's mind as he questioned how surviving such a powerful enemy remained possible. A mysterious system window suddenly appeared, revealing his soul's level had increased significantly. Bright blue information panels displayed details describing strength gained after confronting a transcendent being. Further explanation revealed Rantan's abilities increased automatically while his body rested during recovery. Wrath reacted with disbelief, shouting angrily about such impossible improvement occurring without training. Understanding the situation, Rayon realized his body improved naturally after surviving the deadly confrontation. Rayon calmly estimated his overall power increased by roughly 11 points across multiple attributes. Wrath exploded with outrage, accusing Rayon of stealing excessive benefits from the dangerous battle. Their argument suddenly stopped when several soldiers entered the medical room with concern. The soldiers hurried forward, relieved after confirming Rant had finally awakened safely. One soldier explained the commander wished to meet Rakan immediately once he recovered. Later inside the command hall, officers studied Raynon carefully while discussing his rapid improvement. Inside the command hall, Tarakan spoke calmly while apologizing for questioning Raynon immediately after awakening. Attention soon shifted toward the recent battle as officers carefully asked how Raynon handled the terrifying monster. Standing quietly before them, Rayon realized the soldiers knew little about the true nature of demon kings. While listening to their assumptions, Rayon understood the officers suspected he possessed connections with demons. The commander explained their belief that Rayon negotiated with the demon king to protect everyone. According to their reasoning, Rasan might have sacrificed something precious to send the monster away. Suddenly Wrath erupted with anger, loudly rejecting the ridiculous claim that Rasan surrendered his soul. Despite the invisible demon's outrage, the officers sincerely believed Ran sacrificed himself for their safety. Moved by gratitude, the gathered soldiers lowered their heads respectfully toward Ran's supposed sacrifice. With deep sincerity, Tarakan declared that Haven Castle would always support Rahan Zeghart. Hearing this promise, Rayon calmly considered their words while quietly appreciating their respect. Finally Rahan made a request, asking permission to return to his family's household soon. Time quietly advanced, leaving only 1 week remaining before the Academy's long-awaited graduation ceremony arrived. Because of Sloth's lingering influence, Rayon gradually adapted while strengthening his body through relentless training. During recent months, deeper understanding of his techniques allowed Rakon to refine swordsmanship steadily. Tode Rakon prepared to leave Haven Castle, calmly reflecting on improvements within his peak physical condition. Across the courtyard, several comrades observed silently, while Ran stepped forward with composed confidence. Nearby soldiers watched from the training grounds, believing strongly that Rakan would succeed. Soon an instructor approached Rakan carefully, measuring the young swordsman before initiating the evaluation. With deliberate movement, the instructor removed his cloak and stepped onto the practice field. Dust scattered across the courtyard as the instructor lowered his stance, preparing for combat. Rayton immediately dashed forward, raising his blade while launching the first decisive strike. Steel collided violently, sending shockwaves across the arena as spectators watched intensely. Despite Rankrin's rapid assault, the instructor calmly deflected each blow with controlled movements. Watching carefully, several observers noted Rakon had improved tremendously since arriving at Haven Castle. Within moments, Rakon gathered fiery aura around his sword, demonstrating refined control. Even so, the instructor countered sharply, reminding Ronthon that this practice duel remained far from victory. Rakon surged forward aggressively, swinging his sword with speed while refusing to slow down now. Dark energy erupted violently as Rayon unleashed the Rabid Fang Sword technique toward instructor. Even so, the instructor reacted instantly, blocking the attack while studying Rayon carefully. Without hesitation, Rayon followed his strike with a fast punch aimed toward instructor. However, the instructor countered swiftly, stopping the blow before Rakon could press advantage. Surprise flashed briefly across Raton's expression, after realizing the attack had been blocked. Immediately afterward, the instructor launched a heavy counterattack, forcing Raton to retreat quickly. Sliding across the ground, Rayon stabilized himself while analyzing his opponent's overwhelming combat experience. Calm observation revealed Rayon possessed strong aura control, yet lacked endurance against masters. The instructor explained that Rayon's middle energy core allowed efficient aura control beyond ordinary experts. Yet that ability still placed Rayon within expert rank, remaining short of master level. Rayon acknowledged this reality calmly, understanding such an advantage could decide prolonged battles. Raising his sword steadily, the instructor declared that true mastery represented an entirely different realm. Instead of discouragement, Rayon smiled faintly after recognizing another path toward greater strength. Witnessing that reaction, the instructor realized Rakon still advanced forward despite the towering wall. Standing firmly across the courtyard, the instructor declared he would reveal the power Rakon had yet to achieve. Moments later, the instructor gathered immense aura, announcing calmly that he would demonstrate his true power. Blue lightning, like energy, erupted violently around him, releasing overwhelming pressure across the entire courtyard. Carefully watching the surge of aura, Rakon realized the technique resembled the legendary Ice Dragon sword. Meanwhile, the instructor admitted he would not use full strength against a student, even while limiting power. The instructor warned Rathon seriously to survive the upcoming attack. Electric aura wrapped around the instructor's blade, as observers sensed the terrifying force gathering. Within seconds, Rakon analyzed the technique, recognizing its immense speed and devastating destructive power. Instead of retreating, Raon decided firmly that dodging such an attack would prove meaningless. Flames suddenly burst from Raon's sword as he unleashed a newly developed technique. Fire and lightning clashed violently, creating explosive shockwaves across the training arena. Despite the destructive collision, both fighters remained standing within the swirling chaos. Watching nearby, two students gasped, after realizing Rayon faced the commander's attack directly. Shock spread among spectators as they struggled understanding how Rayon endured the overwhelming force. Amid drifting dust and fading lightning, Ransome slowly lowered his sword while the battlefield quieted. Breathing heavily after the clash, Rayon slowly lowered his sword while acknowledging the duel's conclusion. With respectful composure, Rayon bowed toward the commander, recognizing the valuable lesson gained. Around the courtyard, students erupted into cheers, celebrating Rayon's impressive performance, despite defeat. Turning toward the crowd, Rayon noticed many students praising his strength with excited admiration. Observing quietly, the commander reflected on Rakon's extraordinary growth and potential. Remembering the powerful clash earlier, the commander admitted that even protective energy became necessary. Snow-covered Haven Castle stood quietly beneath clear skies, while winter winds brushed surrounding walls gently. Several soldiers gathered near the gate, acknowledging Rakon's departure after months defending the fortress bravely. Commander Milland expressed gratitude respectfully, recognizing Rain's efforts protecting Haven Castle during dangerous battles. Rayon faced Milland and other soldiers calmly, sensing their concern about the patrol squad. Milland assured Rayon the patrol members would behave properly, promising discipline after Rayon's departure. Extending his gloved hand, Milland offered a respectful farewell while expressing pride for Rayon's growth. Ron accepted the gesture firmly, acknowledging their shared battles and promising greater strength someday. Behind them, soldiers watched proudly, believing Rakon would achieve even greater accomplishments beyond Haven. Rakon turned toward the road outside the fortress, preparing himself for the long journey ahead. While walking with Dorian, Rayon discussed returning quickly to attend the academy graduation ceremony. Suddenly, Yua hurried toward them, calling loudly before Rayon could completely leave the castle. Breathing heavily, Yua presented a carefully wrapped package she prepared for Rayon's upcoming journey. Rayon accepted the gift gratefully, realizing Yua prepared pineapple cookies, especially for his travel. Standing nervously before him, Yua gathered courage while preparing to request something important. Rayon noticed her anxious expression quietly, waiting patiently for the favor she wished. Yua hesitated nervously, admitting she could not reveal the request occupying her thoughts yet. Rayon listened quietly, observing her conflicted expression while calmly questioning the sudden hesitation. After promising to explain someday, Yua watched Ratan depart with Dorian along the snowy road. Standing alone near the castle path, Yua smiled gently while recalling the brief farewell. Warm determination filled her thoughts as she imagined following the path. Rakan continued walking. Meanwhile, Dorian hurried beside Rasan, reminding him about their approaching academy graduation ceremony. 1 year passed since trainees began preparing intensely for the demanding graduation examinations. Through relentless practice and countless challenges, every trainee steadily improved their combat abilities. Gradually, the once empty 5th training hall became crowded again with returning trainees. Inside the busy training hall, trainees discussed Renon's strength while observing their instructor nearby. Instructor Rimmer listened calmly, while students wondered about Radon's absence before graduation. Concerned trainees mentioned the approaching ceremony, worrying quietly about Rak's situation. Rimmer brushed aside their worries confidently, insisting Rakon was far too capable for danger. He instructed the trainees firmly to stop worrying and prepare carefully for graduation instead. Reassured by his confidence, the trainees thanked Rimmer before leaving to continue preparations. Rimmer maintained a relaxed smile inside the training hall, appearing calm despite growing concerns. Suddenly he panicked dramatically after hearing alarming news about Rakon and Dorian's absence. A nearby official explained helplessly that no information about Rasan's location currently existed. Later that evening, Rimmer confronted a formal official while standing atop a cliff overlooking Zeghart. The official explained strict surveillance from the Heavenly Sword Order prevented sending messages freely. Frustrated by the situation, Rimmer considered the possibility that Rasion might be hiding something. Inside the Grand Mansion, a nobleman listened quietly while receiving a report regarding Rasion. The messenger explained that rumors suggested Raison disappeared during the dangerous battle near Haven Castle. Growing irritated by uncertainty, Rimmer abruptly decided to meet the Patriarch personally for answers. While Rimmer hurried away through the forest path, the official watched silently beneath the night sky. Far away, a massive building known as the Zeghart Central Martial Hall stood illuminated. Inside the hall, a nobleman calmly suggested the unsettling possibility that Rakon might have died. Seated behind an ornate desk, the Patriarch listened. While an officer reported Rakon's delayed return, the officer explained that the monster wave suddenly ended after Rakon's group confronted it. Although uncertain, the Patriarch concluded Rant's survival seemed unlikely after such a battle. Inside the ornate hall, the nobleman calmly discussed uncertainty surrounding Rant's rumored disappearance. A document on the desk explained that graduation examinations evaluate trainees' yearly combat progress. Officials concluded that even if Rakon returned tonight, he could not qualify anymore. Leaning comfortably upon his chair, the nobleman considered Rakon's disappearance strangely amusing. After dismissing the officer, he reflected quietly that Rayon's journey likely ended already. With a faint smile, the nobleman murmured Rayon's name while remembering their rivalry. Morning sunlight shines above the training hall courtyard as cadets gather quietly for graduation ceremony. Groups of uniformed trainees stand in lines, waiting patiently while instructors organize the ceremony. Nearby observers notice Rayton Zeghart absent, causing several trainees to quietly question his whereabouts. Across the courtyard, several graduating trainees discuss their survival after completing dangerous missions together. Confidence grows among them as one trainee claims stronger abilities developed through harsh training. Suddenly Burin approaches the group, reminding everyone the graduation ceremony will begin shortly. Standing confidently before them, Burin orders the trainees to stop chatting and return seats immediately. Obediently, the cadets acknowledge his authority, understanding Burin's position among the academy's leading trainees. Walking away afterward, Burin reflects privately about whether certain classmates will ever mature. Soon Martha arrives nearby, adjusting her uniform while observing Burin with an unimpressed expression. Casually, she comments that Burin often talks excessively, despite graduation approaching quickly today. Remaining calm, Burin ignores the remark while maintaining confidence in his future abilities. Both trainees then notice Raynon still missing as graduation ceremony preparations continue inside Academy courtyard. A silver-haired student suddenly appears behind them, confidently stating Rayon will definitely return. Hearing that assurance, Burin quietly wonders how she knows Rakon's survival with certainty. Morning sunlight spread across the training hall courtyard as cadets gathered quietly awaiting graduation ceremony today. Several trainees whispered curiously, while wondering why Ratan had not appeared for graduation yet. Nearby observers speculated anxiously, fearing something unexpected might have prevented Rakon from attending today. Burin approached the group firmly, reminding them the ceremony would begin soon inside the hall. Despite Burin's warning, several cadets continued chatting while expressing relief about surviving harsh missions. Standing confidently among them, Burin urged everyone to stop lingering and return toward their assigned seats. Martha arrived calmly afterward, greeting the group while brushing back her long dark hair. Casual remarks from Martha suggested Raccoon might simply arrive later, before the ceremony began. However, Burin responded skeptically, wondering whether Raccoon encountered trouble while traveling toward the academy. Soon, a silver-haired student stepped forward confidently, insisting Rayon would definitely return soon. Her calm statement silenced the nearby cadets, who reconsidered doubts surrounding Rayon's absence. Moments later, an announcement echoed loudly, declaring Patriarch Glenn Zagart entering the ceremony hall. Under respectful silence, Glenn Zagart appeared before assembled trainees while officials prepared graduation proceedings. Attendance reports revealed one trainee missing, causing murmurs as students realized Rayon remained absent. Just before gates closed, sudden noise echoed outside, startling everyone and halting the ceremony briefly. From the entrance behind assembled trainees, Ranon Zeghart stepped forward calmly beneath the bright courtyard sky. A nearby instructor quietly remarked that Ranon always appeared last whenever important moments arrived. Standing firmly before everyone, Ranon introduced himself respectfully and reported his return to the ceremony. Shock spread across the courtyard as Burin and other trainees immediately recognized Rakon's sudden appearance. Relief quickly replaced their worry when they realized Rayon had safely arrived before graduation began. Several companions approached him briefly while expressing irritation about his extremely late arrival. Before the conversation continued further, the red-haired instructor interrupted firmly and ordered silence immediately. Above the courtyard balcony, Patriarch Glenn Zagart watched calmly while observing Rasun's delayed arrival. Officials reminded everyone that although Rasun finally arrived, he had not proven anything yet. With cold authority, Glenn Zagart declared that those who failed to prove themselves should leave. The command created heavy tension as students realized the Patriarch demanded proof of worth. Radcon remained silent, while the red-haired instructor watched curiously beside him. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Ranon, igniting flames and wind around the courtyard ground. Green and fiery energies collided violently before shooting upward toward the bright sky above. Stunned spectators stared upward as explosive light spread across the sky, like brilliant fireworks. Brilliant explosions of light spread across the sky as trainees watched Raon's power display. Many observers wondered silently what events occurred during the time Raon disappeared earlier. Raon stood calmly afterward, declaring the demonstration should be sufficient evidence of his strength. The red-haired instructor smiled confidently, while suggesting the graduation ceremony should proceed now. Patriarch Glenn Zagart observed quietly, noting Rayon appeared, stronger than before leaving the training grounds. Soon afterward, the instructor ordered preparation of the training hall for the ceremony. Officials called Rayon Zagart forward as the graduation ceremony prepared to begin formally. An announcement confirmed 43 trainees present, meaning every student attended without any absentees. Under the bright sky, the academy officially began the 5th training hall graduation ceremony. Under cold night skies, Rakon silently approaches Daruth Roberts' towering residence surrounded by guards. Inside the dark corridors, armed men suddenly collapse as Rakon eliminates them swiftly. Bloody bodies scatter across the floor while Rayon calmly advances deeper through the mansion. Moments later, Rayon kneels before Daruth Robert inside a quiet chamber beneath glowing magic circle. Daruth observes Ranon calmly, acknowledging the assassin's return after successfully completing the dangerous mission. Despite respectful behavior, Ranon carefully hides resentment toward Daruth while maintaining obedient composure. Publicly, Daruth Robert appears as Heavenly Sword, saint admired by citizens for noble deeds. Secretly, however, Daruth kidnaps children and trains them brutally as assassins inside Hidden Cavern. Young Ron once believed Daruth was righteous, trusting him enough to sacrifice everything. During a near-death mission, Ronan finally discovered Daruth's cruelty and horrifying betrayal. Since that moment, Ronan secretly planned escape while pretending absolute loyalty toward Daruth. However, Daruth already suspects betrayal and prepares another mission meant to eliminate Rayon completely. Daruth calmly orders Rayon toward a battlefield designed to unleash sealed demon power. Obediently, Rayon accepts the command while concealing anger and quietly preparing his desperate survival. After Ranon departs silently, Daruth watches from the window, already calculating the assassin's fate. Morning sunlight spreads across Epilan territory as Ranon quietly observes the peaceful, bustling streets. Inside a tavern, Raikon asks a bartender about the lord governing Epilan territory. Curious about Raikon's unfamiliar face, the bartender realizes the young traveler recently arrived. Soon nearby patrons eagerly explain the lord's reputation as a generous ruler protecting citizens. Several townspeople praise the territory's prosperity, claiming Epilan remains one of the safest regions. Hearing constant admiration, Rayon silently listens, while carefully studying everyone's trusting expressions. Walking through crowded streets afterward, Rayon hears citizens repeatedly praising their respected lord. Grateful vendors and workers describe how their comfortable lives exist because of the lord. Although praise echoes everywhere, Rakan continues observing quietly while suspicion slowly grows inside. Memories suddenly surface as Ran recalls being kidnapped young and raised brutally as assassin. Years of training, missions, and bloodshed shaped Ran into a weapon-serving Daruth Robert. Now escaping his control, Ran moves carefully while planning revenge against the manipulative master. Ran remembers Daruth Robert presenting himself publicly as noble protector admired by countless citizens. However, Rahan knows the Lord secretly kidnaps children and trains them mercilessly as assassins. Before deeper thoughts continue, a small girl approaches Ran and gently asks if something troubles him. A worried father approaches Rahan while carrying his daughter, apologizing for her sudden curiosity. The parents explain the girl noticed Rahan's troubled expression and became concerned about him. Kindly, the family assures Rahan their household will help if he faces difficulties. Standing silently, Raymond listens as they warmly encourage him to speak comfortably anytime. Although grateful, Rayon lowers his gaze and insists nothing is wrong with him. Turning away slowly, Rayon leaves the family behind, while quiet emotions remain hidden. Later inside the tavern, the bartender recommends Epilan as a peaceful place. He promises Rayon will meet generous people and easily begin a happy life. Despite those words, Rayon wonders whether someone like him deserves peaceful living. Memories of countless assassinations surface, reminding Rayon many victims were innocent people. Even escaping Daruth's control cannot erase the bloody past shaping his life. Rayon doubts a gentle future could ever belong to someone carrying such sins. As evening arrives, Rayon stands alone before preparing for the dangerous operation ahead. Secretly, several assassins gather nearby while reviewing their plan against Daruth Robert. Rakan explains they will expose Daruth's crimes after he pretends saving the territory. Hidden assassins quietly discuss the mission, while ensuring Daruth Robert remains completely unaware tonight. Raton calmly declares he will personally eliminate Epilan's patriarch during the operation. After leaving the group, Rakan moves silently toward the castle, while confirming guards remain absent. Inside the chamber, Rakan hides within shadows, while Daruth Robert sits calmly unaware nearby, quietly preparing poison. Rahan convinces himself finishing this mission will finally free him. Determined eyes focus sharply as Ranan approaches, believing killing Daruth will end everything. Suddenly a sharp voice interrupts the silent room, forcing Rahan to freeze instantly. Startled by the unexpected presence, Rahan realizes someone inside sensed movement nearby. Turning cautiously, a young figure notices the disturbance while demanding to know who appeared. Under dim evening light, a hooded assassin suddenly appears behind a frightened nobleman and child. Sensing danger immediately, the nervous father carefully tells the child to cover ears briefly. Fear fills the man's expression while he quietly accepts death, begging mercy for child. Standing silently behind them, the masked assassin listens as the desperate father pleads sincerely. Unexpected emotions disturb the assassin's calm thoughts while observing the father shielding child. Remembering cruel masters and countless murders, he concludes witnesses cannot remain alive tonight. Determination strengthens inside him as his hand slowly reaches the hidden dagger at waist. Before striking, memories appear showing the father previously helping helpless villagers during hardship. Conflicting thoughts shake the assassin's resolve, while compassion begins challenging his trained loyalty. Finally revealing himself, the assassin steps forward while another shadowed partner silently watches nearby. Desperation overwhelms the father, forcing him to kneel and beg protection for child. Silence fills the chamber as the assassin prepares to decide their uncertain fate. Sudden pain strikes the father's neck after the assassin secretly pierces him with poison needle. Calm explanation follows, as the assassin assures the poison will not kill immediately. Lowering his voice quietly, the assassin asks whether a hidden escape passage exists nearby. After hearing about a hidden coastal passage, the hooded assassin calmly considers the escape route. Looking toward the frightened father and child, he orders them to leave immediately. Accepting responsibility, the assassin declares he will personally handle everything remaining inside the mansion. Standing alone outside later, the assassin ignites flames across the mansion using powerful magic. Blazing fire spreads rapidly, consuming buildings while distant observers stare with disbelief. Terrified servants recognize the burning estate and shout that the Lord's mansion collapsed suddenly. From a hill overlooking the estate, two assassins silently observe the enormous flames below. One companion questions the reckless decision, believing burning the mansion appears unnecessarily suspicious. Calmly responding, Raman explains this drastic destruction was actually part of Daruth's psychological conditioning. Another masked assassin reveals stolen artifacts, books, and plans taken earlier during infiltration. Rayan explains, these materials will justify the destruction as revenge against Daruth's cruelty. Together they prepare evidence carefully, ensuring suspicion never reaches the true perpetrators later. Later that night, Rakan quietly approaches a man waiting alone beneath the dark sky. The injured noble recognizes Rakan's arrival and calmly acknowledges the inevitable confrontation. Maintaining a steady voice, Rakan states the man cannot return home alive tonight. Under the quiet night sky, Rakan warns the father to forget everything witnessed tonight. Holding his child tightly, the exhausted man listens carefully, while Rakan explains escape directions. Pointing toward distant cliffs, Rahwan instructs them to reach the hidden coastal cave. Before leaving, Ran hands the father a small vial containing medicine for poison. Carefully explaining the antidote, Ran instructs him to drink it after 1 week. Although confused, the father accepts the vial gratefully while promising to follow instructions. Suddenly the child asks whether Rayan will remain safe after sparing them. Pausing briefly, Rayan lowers his gaze while reflecting upon the unexpected question. Instead of answering directly, he wonders why the father protected the child despite death. Calmly smiling, the father explains people eventually discover something more precious than their own lives. Gently patting his son's head, he admits understanding this truth only after becoming parent. Listening silently, Rasan realizes many parents naturally value their children above everything. A sudden memory surfaces showing Rasan's own parents holding him lovingly during childhood. Quiet understanding spreads across Rakan's expression as he finally accepts the father's answer. Soon afterward, the father and child depart safely while Rakan disappears alone into darkness. Under the cold moonlight, the father walks beside his son along the quiet shoreline. While they move toward safety, a hidden assassin silently watches them from behind. Soon afterward, distant waves crash loudly against the coast as the pair disappear. Later that night, Ranan stands outside the academy building, beneath dim lantern light. Reflecting on recent events, Ralan decides he cannot remain within Daruth's domain anymore. Before leaving, another assassin suddenly appears and informs Ran that Daruth summoned him. Hearing the message calmly, Ranan acknowledges the order and prepares himself immediately. Nearby luggage confirms his preparations were complete before the messenger arrived unexpectedly. Firm determination fills Rayan's mind as he resolves to escape the assassin organization. Moments later, Rayan arrives at the courtyard where Daruth waits beneath moonlight. With a composed expression, Daruth praises Rayan's successful mission and flawless execution. Standing silently before him, Rayan senses the overwhelming power surrounding Daruth. Facing the powerful master, Rayan suddenly feels an intense instinctive fear rising. Memories surface showing how the young assassin once feared kneeling before Daruth. Meanwhile, distant academy students begin training, unaware Ratan's fate is about to change. Tall trees swayed gently as quiet forest winds moved through the peaceful training grounds nearby. Suddenly a fierce beast rushed forward violently, charging through bushes with thunderous momentum. Swift movements followed instantly as Rakan and Martha struck together, cutting the monster down decisively. After the battle ended, Martha insisted she defeated the beast first while walking beside Rahan. Rahan calmly disagreed with Martha's claim, believing his strike delivered the decisive blow earlier. Soon their instructor approached quietly, observing both trainees and noticing improvement within their sword aura. Carefully examining their swords, the instructor explained that proper weapons were finally chosen successfully. Rahan listened attentively, while Martha proudly mentioned controlling Titan aura with her enormous greatsword. Despite progress, the instructor warned both students still possessed several flaws requiring immediate correction. Turning toward Burin, the instructor calmly mentioned that the same criticism applied equally to him. Burren quietly realized hesitation remained inside his sword technique during recent combat practice sessions. The instructor explained Burren's blade lacked sharp precision because unnecessary tension weakened the cutting edge. Hearing the analysis, Burren lowered his head slightly and admitted his mistake. Honestly, Ron watched silently while the instructor studied Burren carefully without expressing further immediate judgment. Finally, the instructor concluded the evaluation and ordered everyone forward as training continued deeper. A formal notice announced the academy ceremony where elite trainees would enter the Raging Wind Corps. Rayon and several Zeegart cadets gathered inside the grand hall while listening carefully. The announcement explained that selected trainees would receive new missions and special equipment afterward. Soon the official called the Zeegart group forward, drawing attention from every noble observer. Burren stepped beside Rayon while quietly admitting his true goal always involved surpassing his father. Despite uncertainty about future paths, Burren declared determination to grow stronger regardless of circumstances. Inside the hall, the official asked whether anyone wished recruiting Burren Zeegart, despite academy rules. Silence filled the chamber as several nobles raised their hands for different candidates. Burren remained standing alone when no elder responded to the call for his selection. Shock spread across Burren's face when he realized even his father refused choosing him. Nevertheless, the heartbreak from the initiation ceremony remained, while others forged weapons proudly. Eventually Burren entered the Raging Wind Corps carrying lingering disappointment, beneath disciplined composure. Later, the newly formed squad marched through forest paths while receiving their first mission. Rayon observed Burren quietly, realizing he forced himself smiling despite inner exhaustion. Understanding Burren's shattered ambition, Rayon concluded his companion must rebuild strength alone. Rayon observed Burren quietly, realizing their only choice now was waiting and watching silently. Nearby, the red-haired instructor walked ahead calmly, while Rayon followed behind thoughtfully. Serious concern appeared within the instructor's eyes as he reflected on Burren's condition. Standing above the academy grounds, the instructor explained Burren had matured through hardship. Despite growth, Burren isolated himself after rejection, locking away his feelings and hopes. Inside a quiet room, Burren sat alone while evening light entered through tall windows. The instructor explained Karun's harsh actions shaped Burren into someone capable of independence. Memories of Karun's own struggles revealed why he believed strength formed through suffering. Even so, choosing swordsman remained solely the leader's authority beyond Karun's personal control. Understanding the explanation, the instructor asked whether he should personally guide Burren again. Karun accepted the idea calmly, believing Burren could still rise inside the corps. Exhausted afterward, the red-haired instructor sighed heavily while wiping sweat from his face. Later he approached Raycon and questioned why Raycon never drew the sword forged earlier. Raycon explained calmly that his companions had grown strong without needing that weapon yet. Martha and Ronian listened nearby while acknowledging Rakan would eventually draw the sword someday. The Raging Wind Corps arrived together as the leader praised everyone's effort completing preparations. Soon the group entered Porbani, a quiet town surrounded by peaceful streets and buildings. The red-haired leader explained their mission involved investigating recent disappearances, troubling the town. 2 soldiers responded confidently, promising to perform well during their first official mission. The leader prepared to enter the town hall, but suddenly noticed unexpected visitors nearby. A tall man named Morel Kazan from Balkar's Magic Corps appeared with another mage. Ron immediately recognized Morel Kazan as the respected leader of Balkar's Magic Corps. Surprised by their presence, Rakan questioned why powerful magicians arrived before the corps. At that moment, Ratan noticed a familiar woman approaching, leaving him momentarily stunned.